created a monster, cause nobody wants to see brain no more. They want saggy, I'm chopped liver. Well, if you want saggy, this is what I'll give you. A little bit of me mixed with some psycho killer. Call a doctor, maybe that'll jumpstart your heart quicker than a shock when you get shocked at the hospital by the doctor. Hope you're not cooperating, cause I'm rocking the table while he's operating. Hey, you waited this long for 7 days, cause I'm back, I'm on the rag and ovulating. It's true, I know you ain't got a job, Miss Becky, cause you give DJs super nauseating. So that foodie queef won't let me be, or let me be me, so let me see. They try to shut me down like they the low cow queens, but it feels so empty without me. So come on and tip, stay for a bit, fuck that. Pay me to strip, I got better tits. And get ready, cause the shit's about to get heavy. Keep threatening me with loss, so fuck you, Andy. Now this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me. Cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me. I said this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me. Cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me. Created a monster, cause nobody wants to see Ray no more. They want saggy, I'm chopped liver. Well, if you want saggy, this is what I'll give you. A little bit of me mixed with some psycho killer. Call a doctor, lady, that'll jumpstart your heart quicker than a shock when you get shocked at the hospital by the doctor. Hope you're not cooperating, cause I'm rocking the table while he's operating. Hey, you waited this long for 7 days, cause I'm back, I'm on the rag and ovulating. It's true, I know you ain't got a job, Miss Becky, cause you give BJs a super nauseating. So that foodie queef will let me be, or let me be me, so let me see. They try to shut me down like they the low cow queens, but it feels so empty without me. So come on and stay for a bit, fuck that. Pay me to strip, I got better tits. And get ready, cause the shit's about to get heavy. Keep threatening me with loss, so fuck you, Andy. Now this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me. Cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me. I said this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me. Cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me.
Jay-Z do-rag, I don't know if I can say that. Exposed on YouTube, now they say that. Yellow flash ain't fast, he just talk fast. Flying out his ass for the bag. Burning bridges, making foes, now they fighting back. Exposed on YouTube, now they say that. Yellow flash ain't fast, he just talk fast. Flying out his ass for the bag. Burning bridges, making foes, now they fighting back. Exposed on YouTube, now they say that. Yellow flash ain't fast, he just talk fast. Flying out his for the bag, burning bridges, making foes, now they fighting back. Exposed on YouTube, now they say that. Yellow flash ain't fast, he just talk fast. Sipping black coffee in my Jay-Z do-rag, I don't know if I can say that. Exposed on YouTube, now they say that. Yellow flash ain't fast, he just talk fast. Lying out his ass for the bag, burning bridges, making foes, now they fighting back. Exposed on YouTube, now they say that. Yellow flash ain't fast, he just talk fast. Lying out his ass for the bag, burning bridges, making foes, now they fighting back. Exposed on YouTube, now they say that. Yellow flash ain't fast, he just talk fast. Talk fast.
Damn, my chat is already on my ass. We just stopping this real quick. I didn't know it was gonna keep going. Anyway, hello everybody. Welcome to the show. How y'all doing? I can already tell how one person's feeling in the chat. Well, let me explain before we just jump on me. Hello, Jillikin. See, I remember this time. Hello, how are you? Much love. Anthony's here. We got the Joseph Santos. I'm gonna address this. Don't worry. I'm just saying hi right now, but we're gonna address this. But hello, Tristan. I know you're not too thrilled about this situation. I know. The Joseph Santos. Didn't this guy give himself up? Hello. Happy birthday, Jamal. Happy birthday, y'all. Happy birthday, y'all. Lunchbox, type it in Japanese. That's interesting. Well, Well, hello. How are you? Bushido, how are you? How are you doing? Doc, how are you, my friend? How are you doing? Hopefully, you're doing well. Luna, hello. I know I scheduled to 7, but I was like, you know what? My throat's been kind of like crappy all morning. I was waiting to see if it was gonna like get better, but I'm like, you know what? While it's still okay, it's getting a little worse. So I'm like, I'm not gonna wait till 7 because who knows how bad my throat's gonna be. My throat's killing me. I think I got a cold or something. Anyways, so before I say anything else, I will address this. Okay, I would say I agree with you, right? Yeah, doxing is doxing, but I've gotten to the point, my opinion has definitely changed. Not saying it's not like I'm not saying I'm changing it like it's okay. I don't think doxing is stupid. I think people who dox people have nothing better to do with their lives. I think they take the internet way too seriously. That's why they do doxing. I think it's sad and pathetic, and personally, I would never do it myself. I'm not going to go far as to look into somebody's personal life just to find something or even just do it to scare them. It's dumb, right? But with that said, even though, yes, doxing is doxing, this is karma. This is poetic justice, in my opinion, because Yellow Flash not only has no issues with participating in doxing behind the scenes, but he himself has shared many doxes with other people behind the scenes, which Ethan Van Sciver actually exposed. I've watched a little bit of the stream where he was showing the DMs. They were passing around Vicky versus Docs pictures, talking about people's personal shit, and it's karma. It is karma. And especially it's hilarious when it's coming from somebody who basically was trying to be an anonymous YouTuber for as long as he has and doing this stuff behind the scenes. And again, he had no problem with people who criticized him getting doxxed. He laughed at it. He enjoyed it. He relished in it. So I don't feel bad at all for what happened to him. It's karma. That is literally what karma is for me. And especially, I mean, and I get it. Like, out of everybody who's saying this, Tristan, Nerd had people who found her old pictures, try to dig into her personal life. So, for her to be, she's a better person than I am. I'll tell you that. I'll say that straight up. I love you too, but you are a much better person than I am for having any empathy for Yellow Flash, because Yellow Flash has also tried to fake dox attempts on him in the past to basically get the entire internet to rally against somebody. I was there for that situation. Yellow Flash is also openly, and I wouldn't say openly, but he has admitted in DM groups that have leaked in the past, that he had only jumped into certain situations that were very serious involving other actors, or I would say the Vic Mignogna situation. He only jumped into that because it was content. He didn't give a fuck about Vic Mignogna. He never did. There was conversations in DM with another YouTuber who leaked that a long time ago. I have to go back and find that. But there was a conversation where they were trying to find a way of how they can blow up their channels off of this situation, right? So again, I don't feel sorry. It's karma. When these people do these things, karma comes for you. Let's see. You were there for me when they dragged up pregnant photos of me. Now it's cool because karma. Love you, but nopers. I mean, the thing is, right? My thing is, what did you do for that, right? You just criticize people, right? And what did they do? They came and they tried to dig up pictures of you and all that stuff. No, it was wrong. And no, I mean, I get what you're saying, but yeah, it is karma. There was no need for the people to do that to you. Like, if you were a shitty person, I would understand. It's not right, but I'd understand. It makes more sense. But I'm sorry, I don't have empathy for people who get the same thing they've dished out. You've never done that, Tristan. You've never dug up pictures of people and put them on your channel to embarrass them, humiliate them. You've never done that. What happened to you is not even the same. You and Yellow Flash are not the same. I'm sorry. You can disagree all you want, but you are not the same. Again, I respect that you are a bigger person than I am. And I'll happily admit I am not a bigger person in this situation. With certain people, hell no, I'm not going to be a big person. Fuck that. I choose violence. I choose violence. I choose violence because Tristan never deserved any of the hate she got. You know, she had opinions people didn't like. She called out people just like I do for shit that she's proved they've done. So I don't think that relating this situation to what happened to you is even compared. Tristan, you didn't lie to people. You didn't try to make up a dox attempt on yourself. You didn't make up being doxed or an attempt to dox you just to get people's sympathy. You didn't get somebody's dox pictures and spread them around in a bunch of private groups to poke fun and be like, oh my God, is that what Vickyverse looks like? Look how old she is. All because Vickyverse called them out on their bullshit. You don't laugh when other people get doxxed. See, you're not doing it now, which shows you are a bigger person. You are a much bigger person and better person than Yellow Flash. 100%. No questions added. Look at it. Look, she's upset that people are talking about this. She does not care for Yellow Flash. She does not care for Yellow Flash at all. You said private groups were public right now. Yeah. And does that make it right? Did that person want their picture being floated around and being seen by all these people? Because just because Yellow Flash is smart enough not to get caught doing this publicly doesn't make it less wrong, right? So how would you feel if those people were spreading your pregnant pictures around to a bunch of strangers or your kids, you know? Whether it's private or public, those pictures were not for us to be looking at, right? You didn't send me pictures of you pregnant. You didn't send me pictures of your kid. No one has a right to do that, right? Like I said, what it comes down to is if you're somebody who is completely fine when other people are getting doxxed and you're spreading people's dox privately or publicly, when it happens to you, I have no sympathy for you. No, that's where we disagree. We're not going to see eye to eye on this, Tristan. I hope you don't hate me for it, but we're not going to see eye to eye on this. Because again, I am over people pretending to give a fuck about people getting doxxed and talk about, oh my God, you dox somebody I like. That's wrong. Oh, but it's okay if you dox somebody I don't. And that is Yellow Flash. That is all those people. They don't give a fuck about people getting doxxed. They just give a fuck when it happens to them or somebody they care about. I have no sympathy. Now, again, I care. When I say I care, I mean, I think doxing's shitty and stupid, like I said. However, clearly Yellow Flash has been out in public many times without his mask on, without his protective avatar. It was only a matter of time before somebody snapped a picture of him anyways. Just saying. I could never dislike you, but you're doing that now. Doing what? I mean, am I sitting here saying I'm not a hypocrite? Nope. I do not give a fuck. I'll be a hypocrite right now. I'll be a hypocrite right now. I do not give a fuck. Yeah, I don't like it when my friends get doxxed. Because I know my friends didn't do anything to warrant getting doxxed. My friends are not out there doing the same shit that these people are doing, where people are just pressed over their opinions where they get doxxed. We are not the same. We are not the same. Yellow Flash and all these fucking clowns have literally had no problem with people getting doxxed. They've never had problems of using a certain website where a lot of people's docs are, spreading those around, and those have people's addresses on that shit. Meanwhile, they are doing the fucking stupid, shitty shit that I call out all the time. I have no empathy. No, you're not going to upset me. I would never get upset with you. I would never get upset with you. You are very much entitled to have an opinion. Hello, Stone Loki. Thank you for the $10. Boba Tea for the working girl. The working girl on YouTube. Thank you. Appreciate you. Oh, man. Yes, and doxing being illegal does depend on the state. It's not illegal in a lot of places, though. To be honest, it should categorize harassment. It should be categorized as harassment. If it like, you know what I'm saying, if it was going to be illegal, it should be categorized as harassment, to be quite honest with you. But here we are. Anyways, we're going to go over these leaked DMs. But before that real quick, we got to show some love. We got to show some love before we get into drama. So, if y'all got Instagram, I definitely encourage y'all to check out Lynx's business page here. She makes a lot of figurines. She does customs too. She does take commission for these customs. So if you guys want some really cool designs, she has them here. She makes them. She prints them out. She makes them, like, these are amazing. I'm not gonna lie, like, these are absolutely amazing. Here's one she did with the crow. Absolutely amazing. So guys, show some love for her. She had her YouTube channel taken down. I suspect that Keemstar had something to do with it. But yeah, definitely check out her business. Like I said, she makes these figurines, paints them and everything. This is talent, man. This is talent. So I will post the link to her Instagram account where you could order a custom item from her. So let me see. Let me get this link for y'all in the chat. Put it in there for you. Yeah, she does spot. Yeah, she does. You're saying pass. Why don't you like Lynx? Well, I'm supporting her. Anyone who had to have Keemstars say that they want to glaze their face deserves my business. Anywho, we're gonna go over these leaks between Ethan Van Sciver and Yellow Flash and have ourselves. So there we go. Come on, what are you doing?
He wouldn't. It was so ridiculous yet contagious. Hail memology. It was a good moment. Goody Two Shoe says Edwin Van Sciver won't read this because he only cares about money and fat stuff.
What the hell? Hold on.
Monster. I should have
pause. My computer's being like crazy.
Monster Mania is here.
Why does it do that? Blow it up. Full screen. Full screen. All right, hold on. Let me reload the page. He doesn't even start at the beginning, I don't think. I don't see him start. He just opened them. Hold on. Okay, let me go back. So I'm like trying to fast forward. We're going to go back to the beginning. All right. Let's try this again. Take two, guys. Take two. Take it two. Because it wouldn't blow up the screen. It was really weird. All right. So maybe I should change the layout here. Should I change the layout, guys? Should I put me on the bottom? Yeah, I'll put me on the bottom. There we go. There we go. All right. Let's play.
It's $25 per bet, and it's like 50. The way that blackjack works is the dealer has about a 52% advantage over you, which ultimately means the longer you play, usually on average, the dealer's going to win. But as long as you keep your bets kind of consistent and keep them low, you can play. You could take like $400 is a good amount of money to play with because you can just bounce $25 back and forth. Sometimes you'll come up and sometimes
it's coming up. I don't know what to talk about. We're just going to let it play
through,
y'all.
It's usually about 50-50. So you'll win a hand, he'll win a hand. Back and forth, it's kind of how it goes, but it's really fun. Like it really
fun. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Not like, don't hurt yourself gambling, obviously. When do you press your bet? Says Eric.
About looks like I'm saying these things.
I'm going to keep betting $25.
Is he still talking about gambling?
$600.
We fast forward.
Do these flash.
What? There we go.
Let me see. Can I do this like this?
You got it, Ethan. Okay. I believe in you.
Yesterday, we left off.
This is part two.
Gray.
I'm okay with start with part two.
Discussing Liam Gray. Let me see where this was here. Let me get back for some.
I'm okay with starting at part two.
I think this drama.
I feel like
everybody should be able to get along.
Because I looked.
This is involving Friday Night Tights. All right.
Okay, so I was watching a little bit of this. I feel like these are the more spicier ones. Should I go back? Have you guys seen the first one? Should we do part one first? I'll leave that up to you. But I love how he's really just reading all of these DMs. all of these. By the way, I don't know if Tristan's still here, but if somebody could let her know, she had a feature in these DMs, by the way. Yellow Flash did post a link to one of Tristan's videos in these DMs to Ethan Van Sciver. So, part 2. Okay, we'll stay on part 2 then. Part 1 was not the good parts. Okay, I felt like
this is December 26, 2021. Just to back up a little bit and show you where we were. I'm sitting there trying to explain that, yeah, I'm not looking for conflict with these guys. Like, I'd like to make things right with Friday Night Tights, but they're not accepting my apologies. Meanwhile, January 2nd, so the day after New Year's, Flash says, lol, I'm going to go on if you send me the link. I don't know what he's referring to here. That'd be huge. This guy's delusional. Oh, so we must have both been watching Liam Gray. So we're watching. Liam Gray used to do these gigantic streams where he would just show up and he would make like, he would be angry and he would do these condemnation live streams where he'd be like, you know what? I'm fucking sick of all. And we like, they were so entertaining. Like Liam is such a.
I don't care if he said my videos more views. I know, it was just funny when I was watching this. I saw your name pop up. Like, Tristan made it, y'all. She made it. I was laughing.
Good broadcaster, but also he was calling us out like a lot in ways that probably were not fair. So I said that'd be huge. This guy's delusional. He really needs to just settle down, stop fighting with trolls, and get back to Comicsgate. So I guess he went on. Yellow Flash went on. I said, tell Liam to make peace with me. Exhausting. Send me the link. So there you go. This is the link to Liam's show. I guess Yellow Flash got permission, or he just sent it to me without Liam's permission. And I'm saying I'm in his back room. So this is 4:35 a.m. that this is happening. Damn, what am I doing up? And then I must have come on the show and had a little bit of conflict with Liam. Yellow Flash says, I think he will come around. I talked with him after the stream also.
Yellow Flash
my
so much
is
drama.
Like, were Yellow Flash and Liam friends at the time? Friendly at the time? Probably. I think that's probably
I don't think
the way
so.
it is, the way it was back then.
I don't think Yellow Flash has friends. Like
Dr. Metalblood says, I remember the vodka incident. That was crazy, man. That was one of his best videos, and that's gone forever. Liam, if you're watching, could you bring
I don't know which vodka they talk about, because I remember there was a stream where Yellow Flash was completely shit-faced and he started crying on stream about some serious stuff. And I remember I reached out to him during the time, even though I was like on the opposite side of the Vic Mignogna situation at the time. And yeah, that was the stream, man. That was the stream. I felt bad for the dude.
Bring back some of your good videos and make them public again. Liam was in the back of a taxi cab riding around like Sydney, Australia. He gets out of the taxi, walks into a bar. I mean, not walks into a bar, walks into a liquor store. Walks into a liquor store, opens a bottle of vodka and just upends it into his own mouth. Right there, just upends a bottle of vodka straight.
Oh,
and just
okay.
Starts like drinking this bottle of vodka.
Oh, we talking about
who owns the shop
Yellow
like,
Flash's drunk stream.
Paying for that first before you drink it. And Zedekiah the Watt says that was 100% fake. It had to have been, but it looked great. Like, and Liam never confessed that it was fake. People all thought that it was fake. They were pretty.
Liam Gray, for those of you who don't understand, Liam Gray is somebody who is involved with Comicsgate. He makes comics, and he got himself out there, and there was those days were very weird looking back on it. Like, Liam had a lot of people on his ass. A lot of people didn't like Liam Gray. A lot of people clowned on him a lot. He would kind of, freak out, spurg out a little bit. So I understood kind of in the beginning why people were clowning on him, but like it got too much, man. It really did get too much, like it just, like I'm at the point where it's like some people definitely don't deserve a lot of the shit they got back in the day, especially when I participated in all that stuff. Like looking back on it, because I saw Yana Fui in the chat say, Liam is Ray's best friend now. I wouldn't say best friends. I don't hate the guy. I never really hated the guy. I didn't know him enough to hate him. I was just part of a group of people who definitely hated him. JDA tormented the shit out of Liam. Yeah, like there was a lot of people who definitely took it too far. That's why, like I said, I get what Tristan's saying, but some people definitely, it's karma for me when it comes to this stuff, because these are people actually doing like really shitty things to people, and they've definitely doxed people, and they just laugh about it. But then when it happens to them, I'm supposed to have empathy for them. Like, it might be hypocritical. You can call me a hypocrite all day, every day. I'll be that, because it's just the truth. It's literally the truth. I cannot sit here and pretend like I'm supposed to give a flying fuck about people getting doxxed when they had no issues doing it to other people. They had no issues harassing, stalking, fucking every single day, especially with Liam Gray. Liam Gray this every single day. Liam Gray, Liam Gray, Liam Gray, Liam Gray, Liam Gray. Like, yes, even Ethan Van Sciver. Yes, Ethan Van Sciver did torment him. We're looking, like, here's the thing too. Ethan sharing all his DMs. There's some stuff Ethan says here that doesn't paint Ethan in a good light either. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Ethan Van Sciver is not innocent, but you know the difference is Ethan actually kind of, you know, made amends, made peace with Liam Gray. As far as I know, there was one point where Ethan Van Sciver did make up with Liam Gray. I don't know if they're still on good terms, but I do know at one point that did happen. So, I mean, and that's really up to Liam Gray. He's the victim in the situation. If he wants to forgive Ethan Van Sciver for that torment, he can. But there are other people that kind of, again, went really, really, really far, and caused Liam to go, you know, as far as we know, into a very dark place. And a lot of these people, when that happened, when there was concern that Liam Gray was not in a good place, and I mean like self-deletion mentality, right? People were definitely jumping on that and making that worse. They were clowning on it and everything, you know. That's crazy. I have no sympathy for Yellow Flash, to be clear. But spreading it, nopers. I mean, at this point, it's been spread. It's been spread. It is spread everywhere. Even if it wasn't me and if it wasn't anybody else, it's been out there. Like, I'm not spreading his docs. I didn't put his face out there yesterday because Tony put it up there. But again, I really wish I could feel empathy. I really wish I cared enough to have that moral compass there. But I'm going to tell you right now, I used to, like old me, maybe last year, I probably would be with Tristan. But after all of the shit that I've experienced, all the shit I've seen with a lot of these people, my well has been tapped. I'm tapped out. I don't care anymore. I'm just being honest. I don't care anymore. And if that makes people look at me a different way, so fucking be it. But I'm so tired of just sitting here and acting like these people, oh my God, that's so upsetting. Like, when it comes to kids, I will never sway on the opinion of kids. Kids should definitely be off the table. I will never sway on that opinion. But these guys, I mean, again, they dish it, but they can't take it. That's just how I feel. That is just how I feel.
Sure that it was, but Liam never explained exactly how he did that or why. It was weird. But yeah, and it's gone now. Like, it's gone to history, and I kind of resent that. There are a few videos that are very much like Comicsgate history that are gone, and I wish that they weren't. Most of Captain Cummings videos are all gone. All of his Comicsgate videos are gone.
No offense.
I wish we had those.
I don't care about this. Let's go back to this
like
conversation.
Sort of
go back to the conversation. Yeah, thank you. I don't. No offense. I don't care about this
stuff. It might be on Bit or Odyssey, says Angela Schmalky. I don't think so, because it was like, I think all these videos predated Odyssey. They were out like 2017, early 2018.
I'm pretty sure it's illegal out. You know, I think it's pretty illegal in some states out here too.
I know he has hated his old videos, but some of them were hilarious.
I don't think it's illegal.
It was just, it wasn't the individual videos that were bad. Like, all of them were like lies.
It's just Flash is a white knife because he probably wanted to use her.
Ozard says this is going to be.
I don't blame him.
I actually looked at.
He probably wanted to use her. She was a rising
maybe
star.
A little bit. But look at this. He says, "I think he'll come around." I talk with him in the stream also. Good man. So here's Vito.
Yay, Vito!
Sharing. I must have spoken to Vito for the first time in 2022, not really knowing who he is or who he was. JDA introduced me to Vito, and Mike S. Miller. Mike S. Miller and JDA both loved Vito.
Okay, so this is one of Vito's infamous hot takes on Twitter. Having basic empathy for non-offending pedos will ultimately lead to less child abuse. The fact that this take is controversial is a sad reminder that we still live in an intellectual dark age. And then somebody responded, "What does non-offending mean?" Lols. I'm sorry, I'm laughing at that because, like, what do you mean non-offending means a person didn't commit a crime. Never never touched a kid, never looked at CP. If you're into kids, there is only one solution. Vito responded, "Non-offending means that we understand breaking the existing laws is a no-no." So I mean, that's Vito's take. I can't stand those takes. I'm not gonna lie, because again, when it comes to kids, I don't care. I mean, the person's point does make sense. Like, what do you mean not offending? Because looking at it or touching a kid is offending. But I guess what Vito's whole thing is like, well, if they weren't convicted, and not offending means they didn't act on it, right? Not offending means they didn't act on it. They just have those thoughts, they didn't act on those thoughts means not offending. Still a hot take, though. Still a hot take. But now we're getting to the Vito conversation. Ooh.
And I got to be on a stream with him, and I thought he was okay. I think, I think that's how I felt. Maybe not. I don't remember like how this all happened, but I remember JDA and Mike S. Miller liking Vito. So Yellow Flash did not like Vito and never has. And he sent me over this picture here that has Vito saying, "Having basic empathy for non-offending pedophiles will ultimately lead to less child abuse. The fact that this take is controversial is a sad reminder that we still live in an intellectual dark age." I Need Ethereum says, "What does non-offending mean? Never touched a kid? Never looked at CP? If you're into kids, there's only one solution." Vito says, "Non-offending means that we understand breaking the existing laws is a no-no." All right, now this was one of those things that maybe Vito should not have posted. This tweet has haunted him because first of all, nobody wants to talk about having empathy for pedophiles, whether they offend or not.
Correct.
It's just the idea of just being like, well, have you touched a kid? Well, then you're okay. It's like, hey, has this great white shark actually eaten a person? Well, then they haven't yet. They are like, they are predisposed to bite human beings, right? Well, they haven't yet. This one hasn't. So maybe.
That's not true, Ethan Skyver. Okay. Sharks tend to only bite humans or attack humans when they're very, very hungry, and that is the only nearby food source. They don't particularly go hunting for humans, as human is not part of their diet. They prefer seals, okay? But yes, if there is a human swimming in the water with a great white shark that has not eaten, the chances of it eating you is very high. But he does make a good point. It's like, yeah, if you see a shark in the water, are you gonna be like, "Hey, buddy, have you ate a human or bit into a human today?" No, okay. Well, now let me just pet you real quick. You're safe, right? It's kind of like the analogy. It's a good analogy because it's true. Like, Vito's take was shit, but it's interesting that this is the only thing I would say that I will respect Yellow Flash on. The fact that, yes, he is not okay with anyone having those type of takes on predators. But I mean, I guess that's the one good trait Yellow Flash has. He has no tolerance for people with takes like this. Now, I'll have a little bit of tolerance, and when I say little tolerance, it's like I'll discuss it with you. I'm not gonna consider you a predator because you have that mentality, right? I know a lot of people are different. Like, well, if you think like that, you must be a predator yourself. No, I do understand there are some people who live in the fantasy world that believe that we can help predators, that there is ways of preventing them from harming children. I disagree with that, but I don't consider that person a predator for wanting to help somebody who is mentally ill not be mentally ill. So I always say I don't consider Vito a predator because he's just retarded. Yes, I'm just gonna say it. That's what I think. I just think that it's just something you probably shouldn't say publicly and not expect to get the reactions that you get when you do this. There's so many YouTubers I've encountered that have these similar takes. And I'm like, I get what you're saying, but like the population, the majority of the population is going to disagree with you. Like, you're on an island, sir, and you're the majority with this opinion here. You're not staying on the island. We're kicking you off the island.
We should just understand and swim with them in our oceans. Like, we should just swim with them at the shore. We go to the beach because they have it. It's the same kind of thing where people go, I'd just rather not coexist with in close proximity to a pedophile, whether they have offended or whether they have not.
I agree.
It's kind of like vampires that are trying not to drink human blood. Well, they want to. They're dangerous.
But they drink animal blood. Guys, I just watched Twilight the other day. Vampires that don't want to eat humans, they go for the animals. Also, yes, Jaws made a whole human thing propaganda. I mean, I believe when I was watching Animal Planet during Shark Week, they had stated that sharks don't particularly like the taste of human blood. Like I said, they will eat a human if they are hungry and there is no nearby food source. They prefer seals, sea lions, they prefer those animals over humans, but they will eat a human if they have to. It's just, yes, I watched Twilight, don't judge me. Yeah, listen, I've never watched Twilight. I've only watched Breaking Dawn Part 2 because my boyfriend at the time was into it and he wanted to watch it, so I watched it with him, but I never watched any of the other ones. So I was bored and I said, you know what, Twilight's on Netflix, the whole saga's there, so I decided to binge watch Twilight and have a good laugh. And that is what I did. I had a good laugh because that movie is ridiculous. And I can see now why little girls had their panties in knots over the movies. But yeah, it was. I'm going to go back to this, okay?
Dangerous. We get them out of here. So Vito was asking for empathy. Empathy for
Vampire Diaries was better, Jamal.
Oh my God. Vito's here. He says, everyone is just mad that I'm right. Vito's asking for empathy for pedophiles, which is one thing. I mean, like Dick Masterson, had like a better way of phrasing this, which was, I can't even remember what he said, but it was like, okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Vito then saying non-offending means that we placing placing Vito in the context of being a non-offending pedophile himself. Now, Vito has explained many times that when he said we, he meant like we as in society. We understand. Like, this is the thing. Non-offending means that we as a society understand that breaking the existing laws is a no-no. But what it really looks like is that Vito is saying that he himself is a non-offending pedophile. And this was the first.
Ethan, I have to ask you, are we just reminiscing old times or are we going through these DMs? Because I feel like I skimmed through a lot of this, but if we're going to have to sit here and explain every single detail of everything you and Flash talked about, I might be here for 24 hours, sir. We need to get back to the DMs. You explaining this situation to a T. We get it. Vito has bad takes. Vito's dumb. We understand. We understand.
Time I had seen this series of tweets and I didn't take it well. I saw that. Jesus Christ, everyone's a fucking kid fucker. Vito is dangerous. Vito. I saw that. Jesus Christ, everyone is a fucking kid fucker. Vito is dangerous. Now, this is how Vito's tweet made me feel when I first saw it. I just felt.
Oh, Ethan. Okay. I'm not here to shit on Ethan Van Sciver. Okay, I ain't got no issue with Ethan Van Sciver, but I gotta call you out a little bit, Ethan, here, because like, I don't know, man. I don't know how your first reaction to this is like, oh my God, is everybody? You basically are implying he's a kitty toucher. You literally, you saying it without saying it directly. You are basically in that one comment applying that to Vito, saying he's a kitty toucher, and then after a while, you got on streams with John Della Rose, and Vito was there, and all of a sudden, you didn't have that same energy. You didn't have that same energy, sir. You gave this potential dangerous person a chance to get to know you and be like, oh yeah, okay, maybe you're okay, Vito. I don't know how you go from this man's dangerous to, hi, John. How you doing? Oh, this is your friend Vito. Nice to meet you, Vito. Ethan, I'm calling bullshit on you on this one. I'm calling bullshit on you on this one. I kind of feel like you kind of just knew that Yellow Flash had a very strong opinion about this topic, and I think you probably didn't want to, you know, ruffle any feathers with Yellow Flash there, or have him imply that you are a predator because you're not getting mad like he is. So that was a safe response to Yellow Flash. I just gotta say it. I think you might have read that. It might have understood where he was coming from or trying to say, and not think he was a predator, but you had to say that in that DMs of Yellow Flash, because you and Yellow Flash was tight. And you couldn't have Yellow Flash think that you weren't agreeing with him, because then he'd look at you sideways. I'm just saying, because ain't no way you are in DM saying that Yellow Flash that Vito is dangerous and is everybody kitty toucher, and then like you were on panels being cool with Vito, because ain't no way. If I thought somebody was a predator and they were showed up on a panel I was on, I would either call that motherfucker out or leave the panel. Like, those are my two options. If I was thinking Vito was dangerous and he showed up on a stream and I thought he was a kitty toucher, ain't no way I was going to stay on that panel without checking him on that and saying something to the person who let him on. Like, nope. No.
Like, especially after a couple of other kind of pedophiles were unmasked in our space.
That's true. That did happen.
I felt like I was surrounded by pedophiles.
Yeah, you were.
So
you were.
Yellow Flash. Trying to stoke those embers. He's been lurking around Comicsgate. Dude is shady. Let me read this with the list. He's been lurking around CG. Dude is shady.
He did not have a list.
Huge supporter of Cuties. By the way, Cuties is the title of a film. So when you say supporter of Cuties, you might want to like capitalize it. Yellow Flash is so retarded.
I'm sorry, I had to laugh. He's like, I gotta do it with a list, but then he turned on his gay voice. Yes, no. By the way, it was a cute gay voice. I'll give you that. He did the little gay voice to mimic a lisp. Is that what Ethan Van Sciver thinks people with lisps sound like? Gay? Does he think all gay guys have lisps? Because that sounds like a stop it. Like the hand and everything. I can just picture Ethan Van Sciver to stop it. I'm sorry, I had to. And then he's going to shit on Yellow Flash for not putting Cuties with a capital C. I can't with you, Ethan. I can't. I can't. That was not a good diss. That was not a good diss, sir. I'm disappointed in you, Ethan.
Supporter of Cuties, lowercase. That just means cuties. I mean, when it comes to that, could mean attractive adult women, cuties. Yeah, I'm a supporter of those too.
This is not.
No,
this is
you
not
put a capital letter on that C. That
this
means
is not the joke you think it is. Ethan, stop it.
Which was
what up, Katie?
About a bunch of preteen little girls who were in a dance troupe, and they danced like hip hop exotic dances together. And these girls, like, I don't know how 8-year-olds talk amongst each other. Jeez, I really don't want to know. In the year 2025, after being exposed and indoctrinated by the internet to all manner of disgusting, diseased filth, I don't really know how like 3rd graders, 4th graders, 5th graders speak to each other.
Wait, what?
I have some memory of being a 5th grader and a 6th grader myself.
Wait a minute. Did Ethan watch Cuties?
I do remember we were a little raunchy, but from a naive kind of a standpoint.
Wait a minute.
We didn't really know what we were talking about.
Did Ethan and Skyver watch
Cuties? There
were
some references in Cuties to like the little girls were talking about their vaginas and stuff. So
you watch Cuties, Ethan? Did Ethan do a reaction to Cuties or something? Because I was sitting here listening to him, and I'm like, remember how, I don't know if you guys remember when I talked about Vito, right? And I said, Vito's take is definitely a take of somebody who did not watch Cuties. And then somebody corrected me, well, he didn't watch Cuties. He was just arguing it had a right to exist, right? I was like, well, clearly he didn't watch Cuties, because if he watched Cuties, he would understand why people were angry, okay? So, no, this is why I'm saying I think he watched Cuties, because he is talking about specific things in Cuties that you would only know if you watched the movie. Because I did a review on Cuties, right? Because I was like, you know what, I'm a female, I'm gonna watch this, and see if it's as bad. And I fast forward through all the bad parts, and trust me, there was a lot. And I was talking about the worst parts in Cuties for me were when I paused it at parts where it was just the girls in school in regular clothes, and they would have conversations like they were talking, right? And the conversations they were having was what made me even more uncomfortable. And I'm sitting here like, that's why I'm like, did he watch Cuties? Because that definitely is something I believe, if I remember, that those little girls were talking about. And again, where I had to fast forward because I couldn't stomach it. And to answer your question, Ethan, no, most little girls at the ages of 8, like, we get to a point where we're boy crazy. We want to kiss boys, but we're not thinking of sex because we're not we're not really sexually thinking like that at that young age. Like when puberty starts, like we have an attraction to boys, or we start developing attractions in feelings, but like, nah, we're not talking about those things at the ages of 8 years old. And I also do think that the girls in Cuties, I don't think they were 8. I think they were like 10 and 11 maybe. I don't remember, honestly. It's I don't want to go back to the Cuties thing, but like yeah, I don't know. I don't know about y'all ladies in the chat, but at 8 years old, sex was not really on my mind like that at 8. I don't really remember, to be honest. I don't recall. But even so, like, yeah, preteens maybe, but yeah, that's why I was like sitting there like, did he watch Cuties? He had to have, because the fact that he is talking about conversations these girls had, that shit was not shown in the trailers.
Even if it was just,
unless he was watching clips, he could have watched clips. I'm not gonna say he watched Cuties, because there were people who did clip Cuties when that was a hot topic. So I don't think he might not watch Cuties, but maybe he saw some clips. I'll give him that.
Even if the subject matter was, hey, there's a bunch of 8 to 10-year-olds and they're doing hip hop dancing in tight clothes and stuff. The poster, which was pretty much all I saw of it, and then I read a little article
13
about it to see what it was.
Movie is called 13.
Was definitely aimed at the it was definitely aimed at the interest of pedophiles, without question. So supporter of Cuties. Now, people were angry about Cuties. I don't know if the movie was banned. I don't know where, like, if it's still on Netflix or anything like that.
They removed Cuties from Netflix a few months ago, I believe. They did eventually remove it, but they kept it there for a very long time. So it was never banned. It was taken off Netflix not too long ago, though.
But it really seemed in 2022 that if you were fighting for the right of Cuties to exist on Netflix, you might have some prurient interest in children.
Oh, the movie 13.
Ethan,
Yeah.
please don't use the P word to describe the private areas of little girls. Urash Matar says, Ethan, you are explaining something everyone knows about Cuties.
No,
You
not
can't
everybody
take that for
knows the
granted,
conversations that
This
they had
was,
in Cuties.
3 years ago. Time moves quick.
You would have had to watch
See, here's the
Cuties
thing
to
that you guys don't
understand
understand.
what he's
I'm a
talking about.
storyteller. I have to tell a story. I provide context to stuff like this, because otherwise it is of no value to somebody who hasn't always been here or is unfamiliar. So you have to actually provide context.
I'll give him that.
I'm leaving.
I'll give him that.
Supporter of Cuties.
We're gonna be here all day is basically what he's saying, y'all.
Yeah, I appreciate the heads up. I didn't see this pedo shit. I thought he was just fucking around with Friday Night Tights. So my only like reference to Vito was Vito calling YouTube about and like informing YouTube, because Alex Jones was banned from the internet, from pretty much from life and existence.
Oh,
So
that incident. Yeah. I remember
and then
that.
the Friday Night Tights guys paid an exorbitant amount of money to have him be a guest on their show. And then Vito reported them to YouTube, like, you're platforming Alex Jones when Alex Jones is supposed to be blacklisted or something like that. So for me, that was like the reason why people hated Vito. I didn't know this other stuff.
There's a lot of reasons why people hated Vito.
So there you go. And I've kept far away from Vito since the
Ethan, that is what do you Ethan, you just said earlier you met Vito with JD John De La Rose, JDA, and what was the other guy's name? I don't know, but we were on panels with Vito. You did not stay away from Vito. Ethan, why? Why? How are you gonna say before this that you met Vito and been on panels with him when you met him through JDA, and now you're like, I stayed away from Vito? I mean, before, yes, I'm sure before. Are you referring to this moment? Yes, you did stay away from Vito, probably after this whole interaction with El Flash, but you definitely did not stay away from him completely. I still stay away from Vito. Yes, you probably stay away from him now, but there was at one point, Mr. Van Sciver, you were on panels with Vito. Those are on John De La Rosa's channel. I've seen you. I've seen you. How dare you lie to your community? How dare you lie to Comicsgate, sir? How dare you? I'm calling you out, Ethan. Calling you out, sir.
Done. Launching Mail-In at noon. If you can pop in at some point and say hello, here's the link. So here I am launching John Mail-In's campaign. Now, yesterday we saw that Yellow Flash was very angry that I had launched either this or another John Mail-In campaign. It must have been another one because I had launched John Mail-In's prior campaign. This might be Godlike that we're talking about here, or maybe another Graveyard Shift campaign. And at this point, here I am saying I am launching John Mail-In. Here's the link if you want to come in there and join us.
That is true.
Kiki the Mighty says, I just noticed I sent a super chat meant for you to BTM reviews. Boy, would I be in trouble if I was having an affair with that attention.
That's a lie.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Lie.
You probably sent like a text to your wife or something like that was meant for
That's a lie.
Who,
like Ethan lied about staying with
Ethan said, fuck the Emancipation Proclamation, says Pete Cowan. Jose M says, this reminds me of the hilarious getup that you had Emimology on, and he said he wouldn't stop laughing. His laugh was so...
My lord, we just... the filler. Oh, man. Okay. All right, I see you moving. We're going to get back to it.
I don't know if I could do that. I really don't know if I could send Andrea to work while I sat home and made YouTube videos. I mean, as it is, I sit home anyway.
Okay.
Which is really nice.
One.
It's a nice...
Let's go back a little.
You want to come this Saturday and talk about the lawsuit you won? Sure, I said, for tonight. You bet. So there's another link. So once again, I'm being invited to join Yellow Flash on a live stream. And I am quite happy to just say, sure. Yeah. No problem.
Yeah, of course. Because, that lawsuit was a big thing. And, Ethan Van Sciver was being sued. I'm assuming, and again, y'all that are more familiar, because y'all remember this timeline better than I do. I'm assuming the lawsuit with him and Preston Poulter, correct? That's what they're talking about, the lawsuit with them and Preston Poulter. I remember that lawsuit. That lawsuit was ridiculous. But yeah, of course, Yellow Flash wants you to come on there and talk about it. It was a hot topic, and especially with Comicsgate. Comicsgate is pretty powerful. And you wanted all that Comicsgate money, and who best to have on your show than Ethan Van Sciver? Other than Ethan Van Sciver.
200 Watt Studio. Oh, what am I saying? 200 Watt Studio. I mean, Brandon May says Braves pulled it out of their ass tonight and finally beat the Dodgers. That's good. Thank you for doing that. Hail CG back Cyberfrog 3. Thanks, Brandon May. Yeah, Phillies blew it tonight.
Late books. I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Had every opportunity to win and they blew it. So.
I'm talking Comicsgate drama, guys. Late books. Late.
Yeah, Yellow Flash's lazy day. Yellow Flash is a house husband. From what I understand, he remarried. This is what I heard. He remarried, and his wife has a job, and he doesn't have a job.
He has YouTube.
He sits at home and watches the kid or kids all day, and then he makes his YouTube videos. And that's Yellow Flash's life. I don't know if I could do that. I really don't know if I could send Andrea to work while I sat home and made YouTube videos. I mean, as it is, I sit home anyway, which is really nice. It's a nice advantage of working as a comic book professional. You get to stay home. You stay home and you get to be with your kids unless you're going out on a convention.
Nice flex, Ethan. Nice flex. I see.
What a life, the poor class.
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy he's a house husband. He's a kept man.
Ain't nothing wrong with a house husband. I ain't judging house husband.
Fucking piece of shit. What a bum. Shill before you leave, lol.
Damn, listen, shout out to the house husbands. Listen, I equality, y'all. I ain't mad at a house husband. I ain't mad at a house husband. Okay, damn, Ethan called him a bitch, basically. What a piece of shit. What a bum. Oh my god. See, this is why I always say I find Ethan Van Sciver psychologically fascinating. He is a fascinating mind to me. And I know a lot of people don't get that. People hate that I say that about Ethan. Ethan's a piece of shit. But you know, he's very fascinating to me. I don't know what it is. I can't pinpoint, like, part of me sometimes, like, I can understand why people might think he's a narcissist. I sometimes can understand why people might think he's a sociopath, but it's just like he's all over the place. He's an enigma to me. Like, I don't know what it is about Ethan Van Sciver that I just can't, like, help but gravitate, because he's just a very interesting person to me. I don't know why. I can't explain it. I want to figure it out someday. Maybe that's what my fascination is, like, figure out who Ethan Van Sciver is, like, who he really is in his brain. Like, who is this man? But sometimes he'll say things I'm just like, Ethan, what the fuck are you doing? And then other times he has some great takes. He's a very good charmer. But yeah, I just can't. I want to, like, hate him sometimes. I can't hate him sometimes. It's just weird. It's weird. I have this, like, love-hate relationship with myself. It's parasocial love-hate relationship with Ethan Van Sciver. I can't figure this man out. But sometimes, like, he hits me with certain lines like he just did, and I'm just like, damn, he is a savage. He is a savage. Ethan's great. I don't mind Ethan Van Sciver. I had him on the channel. He's always been nice to me. But then again, I'll never be dumb enough to come to cross him, like, you know, everybody else seems to do, and not realize that, like, you cross Ethan Van Sciver, he's just gonna say fuck it. As long as you're, like, a genuine person, you're not playing games and fucking around with Ethan, I don't see any issues for him to be doing this. And the fact that, like, bridges were burned. Don't burn a bridge with somebody who is known to show you this is what happens when you burn a bridge with Ethan Van Sciver. It's like a fucking, he's like Comicscape Mafia boss, dude. He's like a Comicscape Mafia boss. It's like Comicscape Godfather, dude. It's so weird, but so funny. But yeah, like, that's just what we're seeing, guys. You piss off Ethan Van Sciver, you burn the bridge. Well, I guess this is what's gonna happen. Yellow Flash is indeed a bitch, but not because he's a house husband. No, he did a free cover for her campaign I've been promoting called Pencils Down. It's very thoughtful of him, and it helped boost their campaign. Well, that was nice. The thing is, like, back to Yellow Flash being a bitch. He really is. I've told this story many times, and I will tell it again because it's the most funniest story I have with my interaction with Yellow Flash, right? So back in the day, I was in a Discord server for this YouTuber, and Yellow Flash was in there, and this is during the time Weeb War shit was going on. So, like, I went into the Discord server, right? And I realized Yellow Flash was there. So I said, yo, I basically said, Yellow Flash, you're a bitch. I said, and you don't care about your fans, or you don't care about your community. It's all about money for you. Yo, this dude left the Discord server, then messaged the Discord owner. It was like, how are you going to let her talk to me like that? You didn't say nothing. You didn't do nothing. You know, you're just gonna let her say that about my fans and say that about me. And the dude's like, I didn't see anything. I didn't even see what happened, dude. And he's like, well, I'm not coming back to your Discord while she's there. And I'm like, so you just proved that you were a bitch. Basically, I called you a bitch, and you proved you was a bitch. That's basically what it came down to. I called you a bitch, and you left like a bitch, Yellow Flash, and then you block me everywhere you go. I say something to you, block me because you're a fucking bitch, dude. You're a bitch. You will go after everybody else. You'll go after Vickyverse and all these people, especially because, like, when it came to Vickyverse too, this is another person who went at Yellow Flash. He picked on her because there was a bunch of people going after her too, and he would have no problem taking all of their doxed information about her or all that shit about her and putting that out there, and he would respond to her all the time, right? She was just as small as I was, but he blocked me and wanted nothing to do with me. What? Because you can't find nothing on me? You fucking bitch. You bitch. Yo, Flash, you mad that people call you what you are, which is a bitch? Frog Tony for $2. Hail Comicsgate, Ray and CG is CG. Kevin is a loser. He's a bitch. He's just a straight up bitch. He's just a straight up bitch. You know? And he acting like, oh my God, they dox me. And you never had issues with doxing, the Flash. You've never had issues with doxing. Never had issues with doxing, sir. So, should cry me a river, bitch.
Oh, so here, by the way, this is the thing. Yellow Flash, talking a lot about how, like, oh, he'd want to come on to my show to sell his books. I rarely did. Like, I mean, here he is saying, why don't you, I was about to leave his show. He's like, chill before you leave, like, promote your stuff. And for me, like, the entertainment, even now, like, I don't really like to, I'm supposed to be selling things. I'm supposed to be promoting campaigns. I'm supposed to be selling eBay stuff. I mean, really, this is like an opportunity to sell product, right? But like, I it's not comfortable. When I'm doing a show, when I'm doing a radio show, I'd rather just do the radio show and not interrupt the flow. So Bird goes begging. Yeah, kind of. It doesn't. It's, you know what? No, it's not even that it's begging. It's promotion. That's not. I don't dislike it because it feels like begging. I just like it because I like to stay focused on what I'm talking about. And you have to go, now hang on a minute, let's promote these campaigns. So I don't like to do it on his show. I don't really like to do it on my show.
Wait,
but,
Ethan,
we do.
Ethan, what do you mean you don't like to do it on you don't like to promote your own stuff on your own show? What? I'm confused.
You have to do this. So anyway, but I said to him, I said, no, I don't want to interrupt your flow. I hate when people do that on my show. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. I got a haircut tomorrow at 9 a.m. I had to get some sleep. So he says, I'm about to talk with Nick about your case. If you want to come back, feel free to come on next weekend if you want. So this was the Comicsgate trademark case. Every time you invite me, I will listen. Okay. Every time you invite me, I will be there. I do my best to make the show better. And thank you. My attitude about, getting invited on Yellow Flash's show. Because at this point in 2020,
for the record, that seems to be his attitude getting invited to anyone's show. Ethan Van Sciver is literally always on somebody's YouTube channel, big or small. I will say that. I will give him some. He don't care if you're Yellow Flash, big as Yellow Flash, or as small as me, or even smaller. I've seen Ethan Van Sciver show up in the most random fucking YouTube channels and like have like 5 people watching that channel, and there's EVS just talking it up with people about comics and his work and just whatever the fucking topic is. Ethan Van Sciver is just on the most randomest streams. So he says, yeah, no, I'll be on your channel. He's like that with everybody, man. Like, it's like this isn't anything special. Like, it kind of takes away when I'm like, yeah, I had Ethan Van Sciver on my channel. I don't feel special. This man's on everybody's channel. You don't make me feel special for that.
22, Yellow Flash had Flashcast. His show was getting pretty big. And here he is, like, just inviting me to be on the show, inviting me to be like a participant on his show with a big audience. And,
I do appreciate it, though, by the way. I do appreciate you coming on. I just don't
listen, every time you invite me, I'm not going to invite myself. I'm not going to ask if I can come on your show. But if you invite me, I will be there. Okay. I will do my best to make the show better. Those are 2 promises. And thank you. Gratitude. Why are you always begging? Just begging.
How much is it? He hasn't paid me a single penny. That man doesn't even give super chats. He don't give me a cent. He don't give me a cent. A cent. He should pay me though, right? He should be paying me. I'd be a good investment for Ethan Van Sciver. Your personal attack dog, Ethan. Oh, wait, he already has one of those. That puppet show.
Begging all the, please, Flash, please let me come on your show. And he's asking me to come on the show. And by the way, the thing about being on the show that Yellow Flash doesn't understand is Yellow Flash is a volatile, inconsistent fucking woman. So,
damn.
I like to just assume here, I'm a guy. I don't like to check in on my friends very much. I just like to assume they're still there. Like Dan Fraga, for example, is somebody who I've been friends with for 30 years, but I don't talk to him very often. But when I see him, we just pick up like the way, if he called me, we would just pick up like, there was no time since the last time we spoke. And I would just like to assume that that would be the case. My friendship with Shane Davis, with John Malin, I don't see them. You know what I mean? I don't have to talk to them every single day. I just assume that unless I do something egregious to them to cause them harm, I just like to assume that my friendship with them is in stasis. It's just, it continues whether or not I talk to them every day or not.
I don't think that has to do with the gender thing, Mr. Ethan Van Sciver. That's an age thing. Like, the older you get, that's just how it is. Like, you don't have to call your friends every single day and check on them. You guys could talk for not talk for a year or so, and then when you see each other, just pick up where you left off. Like, that's an age thing. That's not a woman thing. Okay, it's an age thing. I'm like that too.
But Yellow Flash isn't like that. Like, Yellow Flash will disappear because of something he heard somebody else say, and you don't talk to him for a little while, and the next time you talk to him, like, he'll like leave the room or something like that. The next time you go, what's the matter? What's wrong? Well, you did this or you didn't do that or blah blah blah. And the next thing you know, like, you're sitting there having to console another man and try to restore your friendship with them.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of a woman thing.
I fucking hate that about Yellow Flash. Like, it used to drive me nuts all the time. Like, he's either actively, like, sending me messages and driving me crazy, or he's like off somewhere crying and angry. And he would do that, but he would do it quietly. I'm just quietly going to go away over here. I'm mad that you didn't promote Tug as much as you should have, so I'm going to go.
Wait. Not only is he saying Yellow Flash is kind of like a bitch when it comes to, like, I'm mad, I'm taking my ball and going home, but now he's doing it for, like, on behalf of the people. Yellow Flash, are you getting offended for on behalf of the people? Was Tug in your DMs crying that Ethan Van Sciver wasn't promoting his book more than he was promoting other people's book, and you took it upon yourself to file a complaint with HR personally yourself? Like, that's crazy. Ethan, I can't believe you didn't promote Tug's book, and you spent more time talking about Shane Davis's book and John Malin's book. What about Tug? What about Tug? Why don't you care enough about Tug? I thought we were friends, Ethan. Promote Tug's book more. Tug's lives matter. Hashtag Tug's lives matter.
Over here, super like high maintenance. That's a good way to put it. Like,
yeah, it's not high maintenance.
I mean, also, like, I don't know, like, I just assume, like,
that's needy.
Men don't have feelings. Like,
that's called
I don't
needy.
have feelings like that.
Yes, you
not
have
really
feelings. Shut up.
I mean, my feelings can be hurt, by betrayal and things like that, but, like, I don't sit around going, Yellow Flash isn't paying enough attention to me. It's like, Dan Fraga isn't giving me enough attention. I don't really do that. Like, that doesn't really cross my mind. I just assume that my friendships, I could not talk to Shane Davis just accidentally and go through my life for the next 2 years and then be like, hey, Shane, what's up? 2 years later. And he'd be like, oh, hey, Ethan. And it would just pick up like no time. One reason for that is because we're adults and time is going much quicker. 2 years goes by like this now. But also because, like, there's no reason to have feelings that, like, fluctuate that crazily over time. There's no reason for that. Not for men. Mr. Cage Gaming goes, well, he is a house husband, lol. So this is what I say to him, and I'm, it's like, I don't need to say this. I shouldn't need to say this to a man. But, like, just, okay, so you're going to have me on your show. I'm going to acknowledge that it's a privilege to be on your show because I have access to a large audience. And if I wanted to, I could really, like, promote myself on your show, maybe get some more subscribers from my channel, maybe possibly sell some comic books or some toys. So that is a privilege. So I'm going to, like, if you invite me, I'm going to be there if I can. Okay, I can't always do that, but I'm saying here, every time you invite me, I will be there. I'm making a commitment to do that. Can't always do that, as it turned out. Life got in the way. But the other thing is I will do my best to make the show better, which is a goddamn nice thing to say, considering that most people that are on that show don't do shit. They just sit there. They make the show worse. They make it more ponderous, more tiresome. You know, me and you know, Nick Ricada, Cecil, a few others will go on there and actually inject a little bit of energy into it, a little bit of comedy, a little bit of fun. But not everybody does that. Johnny Rocket says, does Yellow Flash have no self-awareness because of alcoholism or mental retardation? Maybe both.
Oh man.
But I mean, he just fits an archetype. Like I was talking about how like everybody's basically like all of these enemies of mine are basically the same. And you know, they all kind of have the same personality quirks.
Yes, that is selling your soul for success. That is what I've been saying. All the people, let's look at all the people that he's had fallen outs with. Just the last few. So yeah, we got Yellow Flash and John Della Rose, cut from the same cloth. Both of them are opportunist, clout chasing pieces of shit who have definitely used Ethan Van Sciver to elevate themselves more. I would say with Yellow Flash, he didn't really need Ethan Van Sciver as much as far as like the comic book scene. Yes, he needed Ethan Van Sciver. But yeah, they both have the same personality. Both of them are like kind of just low key shitty people. I won't even say low key; they're high key shitty people. And they just don't give a fuck. I would say the only difference between John Della Rose and Yellow Flash is more his antics. His more serious antics are more behind the scenes rather than up front and in your face. John Della Rose, it's more in your face, and he doesn't care. Where Yellow Flash does care because he doesn't want to be looked at as the shitty person he really is. So he does it more behind the scenes. He'll talk shit about people behind the scenes. That he will smile to their faces. Where John Della Rose will just, if he doesn't like you, he'll just say it to your face. But you know, John will always treat you like he doesn't like you, even if he says he likes you. So there's that. But yeah, all these people are pretty much the fucking same. So I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised. I'm surprised it took so long. I'm not gonna lie, especially with Ethan Van Sciver's case. You would think at this point Ethan would have like kind of learned when it comes to all the people that Ethan has been cool with and the fallen outs they've had. You think he would kind of like see the signs of content creators, especially, but here we are.
Like if you gave me an angry message from Yellow Flash or from any of these guys and said, who is this? Is this Yellow Flash? Is this PTP? Is this Gabe El Tayyib? You know what I mean? Is this trying to think of another one, but I mean, is it one of these people? I wouldn't know. Honestly, I'd be confused. I would be guessing because they all sound very much the same. I mean, even Dan Frago was talking like this eventually. Katie did says, why is Ethan dressed up? I don't know. I just felt like it today. All right. So you want like an interesting answer? There's no interesting answer. I just,
what up, Douglas and Scattered? Hello again.
Let me see here. Hey, Uncle E, says Tim Iceman, cracking a Four Loko. Holy shit. Do they still make Four Loko? And settling in to enjoy the show.
Back to the DMs, Ethan, let's go.
Trading card? Who would do that? I really do not understand.
Okay.
You know, like who would fucking do that?
All right, let's
Stormy,
go.
you name your kids
Here we
comics. So I don't even respond. Start a stream. Okay, there's a stream. And then he starts a stream. Link for tonight. It kind of sounds like Testify is going to die. Now, Testify HD was a ridiculous troll and a bully who
that's true.
Really got on my nerves. Really completely got on my nerves.
Yeah, that's
he was one of the first guys that I noticed had that super villain thing when he talked to me.
Yep.
Ethan. Like he like immediately became a super villain, like a retard.
Yep, that was Testify.
Yellow Flash is letting me know that it sounds like he's gonna die. He says, I've been getting updates from someone. Have you? You getting updates?
From John Della Rose.
Yellow Flash is getting updates?
From John Della Rose.
You don't say. You're plugged in?
Yes, from John Della Rose.
Yellow Flash, you're plugged into the scene. You're getting updates, huh?
Yep, from John Della Rose.
Yeah, these guys are just like unrepentant gossips.
I'm actually the sickness to get worse. You guys see why I started early?
Yeah, that's what I'm understanding as well. COVID is no fucking joke. Andrea's father's in the same spot. Sucks to hear. This shit's crazy. My brother has it right now also, but he says it feels more like the flu. By the way, I think it's what Kyle Ritter had way back when. Kyle Ritter was kind of taken out by something before COVID.
Okay, he's gonna go into this whole story thing. Yeah, COVID feels like death. I'll just tell you that. I had COVID. feels like you're gonna fucking die. I felt like I was gonna die. It was like the worst flu you'll ever have. It's like not even a flu. It's like it's like a flu took steroids. It's awful. It's awful.
And it really took him out. And I was like, oh man, that's terrible. He must have been like one of the first patients to have COVID. Looking back, because yeah, like really fucked him up. Said it hits fat, old, and disabled people differently. As uncool as it is for guys like us in our crowd, the vaccine, oh, look at this. The vaccine is important, and so is masking up. We've got people in our crowd saying it's no big deal, but it is. It permanently fucks with your lungs. They're never right again, even after you're clear of COVID. We were going into the hospital all the time to see Andrea's father.
Oh, so Ethan was pro-vaccine. Did not know that.
After I posted that from COVID. It's become too political. People go crazy if you even talk about it now. I said the left made it political, but the vaccine was Trump's in the first place. None of this makes sense. The left made it political. Trump didn't. The deaths are really on them for making it such a big deal. I said agree. So there's the COVID, real-time COVID conversation there.
Damn.
I'm going to disavow EVS now. Pure blood for life. I don't know, man. I wish I didn't get the vaccine. I feel like the vaccine, obviously, as it turns out, had longer-term consequences than the disease. But we were right in the heart of it, and we were seeing some really bad stuff happen.
Full disclosure, I've never been vaccinated for COVID, and I did catch it, and I was good. I didn't want to get the vaccine mainly because the vaccine put you on your ass for a little bit, and I couldn't afford not to work and make money because they were not going to compensate me for taking days off to basically recover from the vaccination. So I kind of was like, yeah, I'm young enough, I'm healthy enough, I should be okay. And I was very careful. Obviously, I did not catch COVID until after, you know, everything was lifted and things went back to normal. And I caught it 1 year. And yeah, that was it. I only caught it once. And I survived it, obviously. But yeah, I did not get the vaccine. I don't really care about the vaccination conversation. It is interesting to see, you know, because I couldn't follow Yellow Flash. I never did because he blocked me and I just didn't care. And anytime I saw anything, it was usually clips going around about him. Then I give my 2 cents about him, but that's about it.
We had family pass away from it. Anyway, war campaign is growing thanks to the trucker protest. Roe is in real life live streaming there at the trucker protest. I said, yeah, I saw on Kiwi Farms. Well, they better hope it goes on forever. There we go. Pedo got bodied. So Yellow Flash is, what is this? Is that, can I click on that? And will I'm afraid to click a link because I'm afraid it's going to get me off of my spot on the page. Pedo, again, at this point, Yellow Flash is 100% interested in Vito, calling him Pedo.
Oh.
Et cetera, et cetera. Let me see.
I remember that when there was issues with
spoilers. I'm watching it from the beginning. You going on the JDA Testify stream? Was Testify dead yet?
Yes.
So when is it? I just woke up. Lol, you have strange sleeping hours. It's 3:44 in the morning. I said, dude, for real. I'm trolling the fuck out of Vicky and her crew. Hey guys, you want to see what Vickyverse looks like? How many of you in the chat want to see a photograph of Vickyverse? Hit 1 if you want to see what Vickyverse actually looks like.
Yep, and here's the doxing, right? They don't care about doxing.
Yeah, Testify is dead now.
When it's other people, but when it's Yellow Flash, we gotta feel sorry for him. Nah.
Here. Please no. Let me see. 000. No, you guys don't want to see her. You've seen this already? You guys?
Yeah, Vicky. This picture's been out for a long time, a very long time.
Sorry,
normally, Vicky. I wouldn't put it up there.
I'm trolling the fuck out of Vicky.
It's out
back
there.
To DC Comics. If you want to pitch in, pretend that
you know
there for
years,
about it.
So.
Oh, Vicky and these guys were all like spreading rumors that I was leaving Comicsgate because DC Comics asked me to come back. I don't even know where this shit comes from. I mean, DC Comics never asked me to come back and never would. So he says, lol, okay. Flash overheard a strange rumor that EVS and Jeff Johns might be returning to DC. Have you heard anything, or is this bogus? He says, my inbox. So Flash, overheard a strange rumor that EVS. So he's already hearing about.
You know what's crazy though is why didn't Flash say who sent that to him? Because like, you know what's funny is like why didn't Flash say who sent him that DM? You know, who was it who sent that DM that was so important for him to protect and not tell Ethan Van Sciver who exactly was the one who sent that to him? Because then maybe he would have got the answer why. I believe he said Vicky was the one spreading the rumor that he was going back, leaving Comicsgate and going back to DC or something. I correct me if I'm wrong, but it's kind of weird because like why wouldn't you just show who sent you that DM? Who did you not want Ethan Van Sciver to know you were talking to, Yellow Flash? Interesting.
This too. That Cherry guy made a list of CG people that deserve to die. So Midnight Cherry, we're talking about this. Midnight Cherry is kind of like, again, the archetype, a primitive version of Student of God. Is that the way it was? No, not Student of God. Who would he be?
God, I remember Midnight Cherry.
This
is old school. I remember all these people.
Raptor Jesus.
I remember all these people.
That's who he is. I won. If you're like, please, no, too scary. Get ready, guys. Vicky's coming up. Vicky, now, please, says Papa Lock. It's in here. We're going to run right across it. So Midnight Cherry made a list of Comicsgate people that deserve to die. Very much like, Lord Raptor Jesus might do. Lol.
That's
I said,
crazy.
what a sped.
That's crazy.
Link for tonight. Thanks again, being invited on the show. Can you call Indiegogo about this bullshit that Liam is doing? That fat faggot brought JDA's comic down again. I said, well, certainly try. Lol. I saw
Yellow Flash dropping the F slur. Numero uno. Let's do a count, guys. If it's Saturday, right? It is Saturday at 7:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If y'all got a shot, hold on. I'm gonna go get a drink. We're gonna take a drink every time Yellow Flash drops the F word.
I had a contact back then at Indiegogo.
Start now. One drink now, guys. Take a sip.
I did something maybe I shouldn't have done. Like I actually used my contact at Indiegogo and said, hey man, you brought down John Delarosa's campaign. Like maybe you could put that up. Like I don't believe the accusations against him are correct. Just for what it's worth, like it'd be great if you guys could fix that. I wish I make some wrong moves. I mean, I really do. I look back on that. It's like, I wish I hadn't have done that. I wish I had not helped out John Delarose, or at least tried to.
Hey,
at the time.
You should have known better.
I'll certainly try. LOL Comic Book Hut is putting a book out. I can't wait to see how much that makes. What a loser. Hey, Yellow Flash is putting a book out. I can't wait to see how much that makes. What a loser. Here's something from JDA. Said, yes, I'm following all of this. So the new trust and safety team comes in, and now this. And I said, this is why we're building our own platform. Now we were building comicsgate.com or .org. Robert Romano's doing that. He still is. Like, he's still working on it, I think. So I said, like the idea of getting kicked off of Indiegogo, the way that JDA did, is a real reason why we need to do that. And as it turned out, like, Luke Stone ended up making fun of my comics. So it kind of made doing comicsgate.com a little bit redundant. He says, you must have has hundreds of losers on Twitter report you, but now one little fat bitch from Australia can take down a platform.
Yellow Flash, we now know what you look like. You were the last person to be calling anyone a fat bitch. Just throwing that out there. You fat bitch.
Well, I mean, people who are reporting me are, they don't have valid complaints. But Liam seemed to have a valid complaint. Liam complained about him over and over again with accusations that he was using his image. Indiegogo kept sending JDA these notifications. Please stop referencing Liam in your campaign. But John just adjusted his references to Liam. Finally, JDA showed a YouTube DMCA complaint from Liam, complete with Liam's address on his YouTube live stream. Now, this is why Liam was able to take out JDA. That right there was enough for Liam to go to Indiegogo and complain.
Because John De La Rose is, for those who don't understand, basically what happened was John De La Rose used a website to run a campaign for one of his books, is what I'm gathering, and basically used an image that Liam Gray decided was, his. Again, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, y'all. But longest story short is John De La Rose, while covering this attempt to report his campaign, showed Liam's information, his personal information, which was his entire docs of his address, right? From what I'm gathering, from what's being said in this discussion, right? Because John is I wouldn't even say he's stupid. He knew damn well what he's doing. John De La Rose has no problem putting people's doxes out there. He really doesn't. He 100% did that on purpose because he's a piece of shit.
Claimed that JDA doxed him and didn't protect his information as a customer. But Liam is not JDA's customer. The whole thing's stupid, but doxing is the reason that Indiegogo kicked JDA out. So did you show off any new crowdfund site? When will it be ready? It's pretty close to being ready, but I'm sure it'll be buggy at first. We'll do a few practice campaigns. So here's the link for it, comicsgate.com right there. And you can go there and see it. I don't know,
Notice how there's no conversation, no discussing about this doxing situation. It was a big hot topic, but we're just going to gloss over the fact that John De La Rose doxed somebody's personal information using information he got from the Indiegogo. Like, we just going to gloss over that. Nah, fuck that fat little bitch from Australia, right? I don't care that he got doxed. Fuck him. He's a piece of shit. You can dox him anyways. Fuck him. Ain't nobody care. So again, remind me why I'm supposed to care when this motherfucker gets his shit put out there. I don't give a fuck.
What it looks like now. At the time, it looked like it looked kind of new. It looked kind of primitive, Liam put his knee on JDA's neck, so it was cool breeze. Yeah, 100%. I watched all this happen. JDA is a snake. Liam did nothing wrong.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Right. Yeah, but he did. Like, here's the thing. Like, JDA did a bunch of things wrong, but it's like, technically speaking, from JDA's perspective, like, he had Liam's information, but JDA wasn't a customer of Liam's, or no, the other way around. Liam was.
Right. Ethan, no. Ethan. No. Ethan, my friend. No, Ethan, no. So even though Liam was not a customer of John De La Rose, that's on the same lines of, okay, so say Ethan Van Sciver. I know he's not going to, because please don't strike me down for reacting to your video. Okay, but for example, Ethan in his very rights could very well issue a copyright claim on this very stream, right? And if I were to dispute it, right, I would eventually have to give up my real information, right? My real first and last name. And that could lead to like my personal information getting out there, right? Now, if I was to dispute that claim that Ethan put on me, right? I'm not a subscriber, I'm not a customer, right? I mean, I am, but say I'm not, right? Him putting that information out there to discuss our dispute, and showing my private information, yes, Liam's not a customer. But let's not act like it still wasn't wrong. We're playing semantics here with the whole him being a customer versus not being a customer. I guess what he's trying to say, and I'm just gonna, from my opinion, my perspective, I'm not gonna speak for him, but what I think he's trying to get at is like that issue to people saying that he was sharing, that John De La Rose was sharing customer information because he had shared Liam's information, which, technically speaking, sure, isn't true, but still, to say that the follow-up, why he's even explaining this, because somebody said Liam did nothing wrong, and Ethan Van Sciver's point is like, well, yeah, no, like, John De La Rose was wrong, but like Liam wasn't a customer. It's like, it doesn't matter if he was a customer or not. The fact of the matter is, because of the situation, Liam was doxxed by John De La Rose. Doesn't matter if he was a customer or not. He still ended up getting doxxed by John De La Rose because he was disputing an issue he had with John De La Rose's campaign. I mean, customer or not, like Nerdette said in the very beginning of the stream, right? Saggy, I love you, but doxing is doxing. Correct. Doxing is doxing, Ethan. There's no need to even over-explain the difference between him being a customer or not. The information was still leaked through Indiegogo, period. Customer or not. Liam got doxed.
Wasn't a
And no one cared. Clearly.
customer of JDA's. So doxing him like had nothing to do with the platform, you know. But then again, like, you know, it is what it is. Very interested in it. Okay.
It did have to do with the platform, Ethan. It did have to do with the platform, Ethan.
Here's Liam Gray. This is when Liam Gray and I were fighting. SJW Jubilee. By the way, what am I wearing here? I look great. I can barely see it. Like it's a little picture, but
I love it when Ethan Van Sciver glazes
fucking
himself,
awesome.
don't you? He just glazes
I'm wearing
himself.
like a leopard skin scarf and a mink hat and sunglasses. My beard is
Y'all see why I think he's fascinating. This man is going through DMs. He sees an image of, wow, I look amazing. Glazing himself. Look at me. I'm wearing a leopard scarf, glasses. My beard is on point. Lord have mercy.
freshly dyed. Some kind of black sweater. God, I look great. Every now and then I would just I have a bunch of like weird clothes and I would just throw them together in a way that
exactly.
man,
Thank you.
very
That was pretty much my
stylish.
point and much more elegant,
I would hit
more
the right note every now and then.
understanding words.
SJW
Exactly. 100%.
Ethan Van Sciver documents in video his plans to replace at Indiegogo, the site that platforms his frog books, with comicsgate.org, a platform he claims to control, in order to continue his harassment campaigns against other Indiegogo creators. SJWs are funny, man. It's like, yeah, the whole thing that I'm doing here, my whole point of Comicsgate is to harass other campaigners or other creators or something like that. And in order to do that, I really need to build my own battleship so that I can, you know, from a safe base of operations.
I don't think Comicsgate's sole purpose is to harass people. I think that Comicsgate, unfortunately, did what most people do is they get involved in some drama and then that becomes a focus and the people lose the plot. I think that a lot of YouTubers in Comicsgate definitely lean more into the drama to get a lot of people interested into them so that it can help sell their books. Now, does it work? Yeah, 100%. I do think drama does help these Comicsgate people sell their books sometimes. You know, it's a tactic that does work. But I don't think that Comicsgate's sole purpose is to go around and harass people. I just think a lot of people have some stupid ass fucking drama, high school drama, and then they just lean into it so far and then use that attention they're getting from the drama to sell their books. I mean, that's just my perspective on it. Comicsgate is about memes, says Mr. Yanafui. Yes, and memes. Lots of memes, but if you can't handle memes, you probably should be on the internet.
Continue my campaigns of harassment against other Indiegogo creators. Everybody's a victim all the time. I'm just sitting here doing my own thing. Liam Gray says, it's time for you to all wake up, Comicsgate. Ethan Van Sciver,
what is this
the
voice?
golden boy of independent comics, is going to be in charge of your credit card information. He reveals this while sitting across from a known doxer and condemning my right to privacy and free enterprise.
I mean, no offense, Ethan. He was right. You were rocking with John Della Rose, who did dox Liam. I mean, he wasn't wrong. But also, what in the fucking Captain Boomerang voice are you doing right now, sir? Holy shit. Yo, Ethan cracks me up when he tries to do voice impressions, bro. The fucking weird ass Captain. Like, I'm sorry, Ethan. I gotta clown on you real quick. I have to make fun of you. I do have to make fun of you. Forgive me for I have sinned, okay? Ethan, what in the fucking Dollar Tree fucking clearance section Captain Boomerang voice acting is that? What is that? What did you just channel your, like, what happened to you at DC? Like, I'm so confused. That voice was horrible. Oh my god. Oh my god, Ethan Van Sciver. Oh my god, that was just, what the hell did I just listen to? Lord have mercy. It's like instead of getting an actual person from Australia, they're like, "Hey, Ethan, we don't want to pay a lot of money to contract a person in Australia to do this voice. Can you do it? What's your take?" Exactly what we just heard. What in the mother? What? Oh no! Oh boy!
Hashtag comics. Hashtag comics.
Do I like some? He is entertaining. I will say he has his moments.
I'm just trying to create my own platform so that we, you know, it's like we're not subject to people like SJW Jubilee, who's claiming that Comicsgate exists to harass people. If we have our own platform, we don't have to worry that somebody's going to believe SJW Jubilee. And then Liam joins in. You know, I'm going to get your credit card information, which, by the way, you don't get a credit card. You don't get people's credit card information on any platform at all. Oh, Liam. So this is when Liam and I had some trouble. He and I. And Liam was saying things like this, and this pissed me off. This motherfucker.
Liam, if anyone can let Liam Gray know, if you and Ethan Van Sciver are friends now, that's great. I would disown him for that horrible attempt that sounded like an Australian. I would disavow him for that horrible accent he put on. You think that's a knife? That's not a knife. This is a knife. I would wholeheartedly disavow it.
Says Yellow Flash. Nobody cares. I really hope you're not sleeping. JDA and Liam are debating. Now, this right here was the greatest stream of all time.
Okay, before he gets into that, I wanted to read this one. Fun fact, Australians lost a war to flightless birds. The more you know. Can you do an Australian accent? Hell no. Every time I've tried to do an Australian accent, it comes out like a British accent or something. So that's how I know. That was a horrible accent. That was the funniest effing scene in Crocodile Dundee, right? You call that a knife? That's not a knife. This is a knife. Classic. Oh my god. It's like he tried to channel that and it just, like I said, Captain Boomerang. Okay, so here's a conversation about an awesome epic stream with JDA and Liam debating. I don't remember. I feel like, see, this is the thing. I don't remember a lot of this stuff because, like, there was so much in my time involved with, like, the Comicsgate people. There was so much. There was so much Liam Gray debates with so many different people. So I don't even know which one this was.
The JDA versus Liam Gray stream, debate stream, hosted by that umbrella guy, was the single funniest live stream I must have watched.
Oh, I didn't watch that. I don't watch Tug, so
the guy, not a bad accent. Was that good?
No, it wasn't good. They're lying to you.
Absolutely amazing.
They're lying.
Funniest thing in the world. And maybe we'll EFAB it.
I know somebody in the chat did not tell us, man, that accent was good. Ain't no way. See, Ethan, this is your problem. You definitely got surrounded by too many yes men. No one you hang around with has the fucking balls to tell you that your accent sucked. No one got the balls. I got the balls, Ethan. If I was in Comicsgate, let me tell you, I would be Ethan Van Sciver's best asset. If Ethan hired me for a job, I'd be his best asset because I'm not afraid to call him out on his shit. And I know he'd respect me for that. I know he would. I'd make him respect me. I'd probably be the only woman I'd be one of the very few women that afraid of. Outside his wife, I'd be the second woman that he'd be afraid of.
It was so great, man. When Liam finally threatened to fight JDA, it was so funny, man. Oh my god.
My money would be on Liam.
Yeah, it was good.
My money would 100% be on Liam Gray.
So many memes came from it. So many like music videos. A lot of like re-edits and things. Let me see.
What we typing? What we looking up?
Find it real quick.
Okay. While he's looking for that.
Is this it? This is a.
Oh, did you find it?
Chickens are trusting you.
Oh, we got it.
You're an egg farmer. What is this? All right, here we go. This is the fight here. He says, "You want to get nuts?" Oh, I want to see you want to get nuts again.
You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts.
This is nuts, John. All right, here we go.
I need to see this.
Talking about typed it. No, you didn't. You're a piece of shit, John Della Rose. You're going to get your fucking day. I'll tell you. I'll give you 1 hour.
Tug, this
I'll
is
give you 1 hour.
nuts.
Yeah, this is nuts. No, this is nuts. You want nuts? This is fucking nuts.
These nuts.
And like, you want me to write you a fucking letter?
Yeah.
Fight me, John.
Fight.
I'm not gonna lie. Liam Gray's crash outs were legendary. Okay, but like watching Liam Gray, because it's like weird seeing this man with very bright red hair and a bright red beard just go in on people. It was legendary. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry, Liam. Please do not take offense when I say this, but your crash outs were that of legends. Like, there was a reason why everyone went at Liam Gray. It was mostly because they wanted to have him crash out, because he had some really epic crash outs. And not like crash outs where it was like that Rican Ranger dude I've been covering all week. Not crash outs like that where like it was just, his crash outs were just beautiful. Like, he had some epic crash outs, but that line was lit. I did not see this one because, again, if it was hosted by Tug, I did not watch Tug. But yeah, he had some pretty epic crash outs. I'm not gonna lie. They were very entertaining. Like, Liam was wild. He crashed out on me once. He said he hoped I died and shit. Like, he was epic, man. But a lot of people did push him very, very far. Where it got a little scary, you know what I'm saying?
You set up in a ring.
Liam, I'm not gonna look at his dance.
Yes. Oh, there's so much here.
See that? Sorry. His... Sorry. Yo, Liam was a character, man. Liam was a character. Look at that. He's like, put him up here. Put him up. Liam was a character, man. Oh, I'm crying. Liam Gray was definitely a character, man. I can't help but laugh. Like I said, his crash outs were fucking epic. I loved it, man, sometimes. Oh my god. I loved it, man. Yes, Colby, yes it is. Oh man, dude, to put him your dukes up, man. I can't. Liam's funny. Say what you want. Liam had some really funny moments. This guy, to put him up. I love it.
Here, dude. Oh, Sinatra. You got a nice.
Told you this is magic.
Oh my god.
We've got it scheduled now. Here's the card for it, the
oh man,
advertising card for it.
Oh wow.
That's right.
Great.
That would have been a great fight.
Not gonna lie, I can't, bro. Like, that's so like, Liam was a character, man. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I'm sorry, Liam. I know a lot of this shit wasn't funny to you. I know. Like, again, I'm not agreeing how they went at you, but that one, you cannot deny that specific stream where you just put him up and was ready to throw down John Della Rose is mwah. Like, I'm on your side with that one. That shit was hilarious. That subscribe me to your rights. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it was, but yo, Liam was kind of funny, man. He did have some funny ass moments that I can't deny. Were just, like I said, legendary, man, and not in a bad way either. I'm not saying a bad way. Like, the dude was funny sometimes. He was really funny, man. Liam was definitely something. I like Liam now. You know, I like Liam now. I don't got any issues with Liam. I again, you know, he was just a dude trying to make books. He got involved in a lot of drama, and you know, honestly, a lot of the drama like put his name out there. I know it sucked, like how far it went though. But the best thing that came out of that shitty situation, though, is that Liam had his name out there. You know, people know who Liam Gray is, especially in that side of the internet. Like, everybody knows who he is. And he's, as far as I know, I don't know what he's doing now, but last time he was here in the chat, this was a while ago, you know, he said he was doing good and he was, you know, in a better, you know, headspace, which is great. But, you know, this was Liam Gray back then, guys. You know, that shit's hilarious. Man, I would pay so much money if I had it. I would pay so much money to see him box John De La Rose. 100%. I guarantee you he would win, because I don't think John would train or do anything. I don't even think he would accept the challenge. Man just had a baby. He's not willing to get into a fight over online drama. But then again, even if that wasn't the case, I still don't think John De La Rose would do it. I think John De La Rose is like a pussy. I don't think he would fight anybody.
I said I'd only do it on the condition that Cecil referees it. So.
Absolutely. He looks like.
All right. So, the greatest thing, probably the greatest live stream of all time. I don't know if it's still up. I don't know if you can still find it, but yeah, it really was great. It's worth watching if you can find it. It's 2 hours or so. Very, very entertaining. No matter whose side you're on, it's really good. Holy fuck, dude, you are missing a shit show.
I've been good. How are you?
Oh man, it's already privated. Did anyone grab it? It says I'm blocked. Let's see. StreamYards, you're blocked from entering this. There it is again. It keeps telling me I'm blocked, says Yellow Flash. By the way, this is now March 10th of 2022. He says, you up? Tug says something about a live stream. Was going to join with him. I said, let's do it tomorrow. I wanted to stream all day today, but I have a sinus infection. Comicsgate Kings was excruciating. Comicsgate Kings has been around for a while. Lord Finatra says he has it. Yeah, I mean, send the link over. I would download it and maybe even re-upload it. It really is like, it's history. It deserves to be seen. It's really good.
It really was.
All right, let me see. What time we streaming today? Gotta let the old lady know. Gotta let the old... Oh, man. Please let me never call Andrea the old lady. She'd kill me. She'd actually fucking kill me. Tomorrow would be better. TBH. I said, I'm going to stream tonight. I'm still sick, but yeah, tomorrow's fine too. You and Tug should come on the show whenever you're able to. Okay, sounds good, brother. By the way, look at this. Look how angry we are at each other. Does it seem like Yellow Flash always hated me?
Nope.
Why do you say that? Yellow Flash, the guy always fucking hated Ethan.
I mean, so here's the thing, Ethan. Same thing I told you about John De La Rose, right? Ethan Van Sciver is my friend, my good friend, Ethan Van Sciver. He's my best friend, Ethan Van Sciver. The moment you're no longer useful to them or you say anything against whatever, they all of a sudden, I've always hated you. I guarantee you Yellow Flash probably already was hating you. I guarantee you Yellow Flash was talking mad shit behind your back. That is what they do. That's what John De La Rose did. So what do you mean? He probably did always hate you, but to your face, all good, brother. Sounds good. You up? Yay, man. Your sleeping schedule's weird. All friendly, buddy. We're brothers. But the moment y'all no longer cool, now I've always hated Ethan Van Sciver. I always hated Ethan Van Sciver. Of course. You served your purpose, sir. Your services are no longer needed. They're gonna smile to your face and talk shit about you behind your back. Because the thing is, you always have to remember the people who are like that with you, like, right? If Yellow Flash was in your DMs, argument's sake, right? Say Yellow Flash was in your DMs talking shit about Tug all the time, right? Right? But as far as you knew, him and Yellow Flash were cool, right? You always see in public, him and Yellow Flash always talking to each other, but in your DMs, he's sitting there bitching about Tug, right? Never assume that if somebody was doing that to somebody else, that they would not do that shit to you. So that's where Ethan kind of fucked up there, in my opinion. Do I believe Yellow Flash always hated Ethan Van Sciver, had an issue with Ethan Van Sciver? Yes and no. I don't think that Yellow Flash cared about Ethan Van Sciver or considered him a friend. Do I think they were on good terms? I'm sure they were on good terms, and that Yellow Flash didn't actually hate him. But he just does what women do all the time. Now, all of a sudden, like, I've always hated you. I've been with you for 7 years. We've been dating, but you've always been a piece of shit. Yes, of course they don't always hate. Yes. They I would say, did they like you as much as they make it seem they like you? Probably not. Probably not. He was fluffing you. Yellow Flash was fluffing you, Ethan.
I mean, I don't, me, you, and Tug streaming tonight, pimp. Let's sell some books. I'll return the favor when you get your Cyberfrog second chance out. Oh, so I'm going to be helping Tug sell his books, I guess. Like that's Tug had a book out. Yeah, call me pimp. Pimp.
Yeah,
Like,
I
really?
thought that was weird too. I wasn't even gonna put. I was gonna
Sure, tonight
gloss
at like
over
8.
that.
Sounds good. We can monetize Vicky. That 2-hour video of her melting down is gold. Lol. I'm hyping the stream up and destroying Vicky. Don't fall asleep. I said, lol. Okay. Here's the link.
Which, by the way, they never destroyed Vicky. Okay, so for those of you who don't know Vickyverse, she is somebody who covered Comicsgate pretty exclusively. Like she was always covering Comicsgate. Everything Comicsgate, Vickyverse was on it. And she was she's still small, right? She is a small content creator that was always talking about Comicsgate, but eventually, she would get, independent Comicsgate people on her show, talk about their comics and stuff, and then she would talk about the drama and try to expose a lot of people in Comicsgate. That's who Vickyverse was, right? I'm not gonna say was in past tense, like she's still alive. So Vickyverse, because Ethan is always so cool with everybody, he was completely fine with like going on Vickyverse's channel and talking about his comic and stuff like that. So they were cool for a little while, and then Vicky started calling out Ethan and Skyver, and then they weren't cool. So and then Vickyverse, again would call out Yellow Flash, Tug, all of them, all of them, right? So Vickyverse was never destroyed. That's the crazy part. Like, you can't destroy someone on the internet. Even after this, Vickyverse, I think till this day, again, I don't keep up with them, but I'm pretty sure Vickyverse is still going strong. Like, she's still doing her thing. It's like, you're not going to stop her. She's been doxxed. People have done streams on her. She's been ridiculed. They put her pictures and all her stuff on, Kiwi Farms and shit. She's still going. So like when he's like, well, I'm going to destroy her. It's like that ego, bro. That ego, bro. It's kind of crazy. That ego that these people think that you could really destroy anyone on the internet by what? Like talking shit about them, roasting them. It doesn't destroy them. She's been doing this for a long time. So I think it's funny when he's just like, oh, we're going to monetize Vicky. Like, okay. Good for you. Like, way to show you're a bigger person there, Yellow Flash. You're a big content creator worried about a small content creator who's just talking shit about you online. Oh no. And then on top of that, Vicky is a little older and they always call her old lady. So I'm like, so you guys are just bullying the elderly now? Good for you. You guys are really showing how cool you are, going after Vickyverse, monetizing Vickyverse. Yellow Flash exposed himself like the lesser mole he is. Your image is one of the high T-base. That's how everybody sees you, only to become scorned when rejected. I can't say I disagree with you. Ethan has a big ego. I would say they all got a big ego, but I think that Yellow Flash is probably showing to be bigger in this instant.
There's the link. Tug and Yellow Flash laughing at broke stalker bums. This is a great thumbnail.
It is a great thumbnail.
Holy shit. I went through a thing where like I was really trying to make appealing looking thumbnails. My thumbnails were really nice.
Yeah,
like, that's not
happened?
a garbage tier slop fest.
Would you get lazy?
That's a good
Said later.
thumbnail.
Would you get lazy?
What do you guys think? Is it good or not good?
I think that's a
fantastic
fantastic
thumbnail.
thumbnail.
It's good. Dennis Wright says Yellow Flash is a disloyal piece of shit, basically.
Yep. Yep. I've been saying that for the longest time. Ain't nobody listen to me because who am I? Nobody. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I farm it out to AI. Well, no. I don't farm it out to AI. I have other people that farm it out to AI. I don't really do it. Kind of busy. You think it's too busy? It's not simple enough.
I think it looks fantastic.
Looks like you're laughing at Yellow Flash. I guess kind of. Yeah. It's all right, I suppose. All right, maybe it's not that good. I'm just impressed with myself. Good. Apex Comics says your thumbnail sucks, Ethan.
But now they're kind of lazy for sure. They're lazy now. If you look at his thumbnails now, they're really lazy. AI. That looks great though. I have to give that to him.
Okay. Yes. Is Tug gonna make it? I sent him the link. Yep, he will be there. Cool. Here's Vicky. This is the photograph. This is what Vickyverse looks like.
Now, full transparency, me and Vickyverse had a falling out one time ago. Me and her were pretty cool, but we don't fuck around with each other anymore. But like, she looks fine there. She looks like a pretty older lady. Like I don't even know why like people were so obsessed with seeing what she looked like. Because the thing with Vicky was her voice. Vickyverse has a really nice voice. Like she has a voice definitely that is like radio worthy. Like she could be like she just I don't know, she has a really professional sounding voice. Like her voice is just really attractive, right? So everybody's want to know what Vickyverse looked like. Like so bad, right? And so when I first saw this picture, Vicky, for whatever reason she never wanted to put herself out there, which again is fine, but now we have it out here. But like when I saw that picture and they were clowning on her, I'm just like, what is wrong with the picture? She looks fine. Like it'd be one thing if she was like wicked fat and looked like a fucking whatever, but like she looks fine. She looks like a fine person. Like she's very pretty. I think she's a very pretty older lady. What the fuck do you want, Tony? I'm doing a show. What do you want?
Saw you over here gaslighting everybody about Vicky's voice, so I had to come and be the voice of reason, as it were.
You are the last person to be talking about anyone's voice, Tony.
Anyway, I came to give you a gift, Saggy.
Is it boba?
No, it's even better.
No, there's nothing really boba.
Oh, it's better. World premiere. You're going to get an exclusive here. Okay? Just for you. Just for you, Saggy. Okay? Boom.
What's that?
Rip a Pale Kids Series 2. Yellow Flush. You can own it now. Both stickers and magnets will be available in the shop in just under 30 minutes. So, guys, you got to grab it. Look at that. We got
that's hilarious.
Unsold copies of the Mighty Yellow Patriot back there. He's wearing his Weeb shirt. He's got the Isom poster that he put over the Ethan Van Sciver poster in the background. He's reading Gossip for Gay Men. Of course, he's got the picture of John Malin with his baby oil and used up napkins and Dillard's money and cheap booze. Rip a Pale Kids.
Who the hell? Where do you guys find time to do this?
I got a guy who does things for me. So,
how cool? Like that? When did they make this?
Just made it. I got the file, I'm gonna say about an hour ago.
That's hilarious. y'all got too much stuff in your hands.
No, I got a guy. I got a guy.
Thank you for sharing. Appreciate it. I got the exclusive scoop on new merch from your store.
Yeah. So enjoy. Back to Vicky, I guess.
What's wrong with Vicky's voice?
It's like a screeching harpy.
It's not though. He's such a hater, bro. Listen, I don't care what anyone says. Like I said, me and Vicky don't get along, and I'm not even going to be that person to say anything that's a lie. I think Vicky has a very nice voice. But anyways, again, she's not bad looking. You know what I'm saying? It's not that it wasn't that deep. Like, again, I don't know why she didn't want, people to know what she looks like, which is her right. But like with most of this picture, they were calling on her. I'm like, y'all are weird. Y'all are really weird. Like, she doesn't even look bad. She looks very pretty.
This is Vicky herself. Let's see if I can open this in a new tab. Yeah, this is Vicky. She's like an old lady.
She's not even that old, Ethan. Especially that picture.
Her sister gave us this. Her sister gave us this,
which is so fucked Vicky. Up. That whole story is so fucked up. But Vicky is very pretty. Yeah. Especially that picture. She's very pretty. I don't know why you even guys got clown on her about it.
She looks, yeah, for real. She looks
right. Thank you. She does.
Yeah, like when you look at this and you think about like the hateful shrew that is Vicky, it is kind of strange.
Hateful shrew. That's Vicky. That's crazy.
Damage Case 138 says, "I am disappointed."
Yeah, Vicky looked fine, and everyone was like clowning on her. Yeah, I'm like, for what? She looked fine.
She's gonna be because there's one image of her like just from the nose up that people share. And her hair is like balding and everything like that. I mean, she is thinning. You can see that she's thinning on top, but like,
yeah, it happens to older women. But either way,
Josiah Haynes.
Either way,
I was picturing a 300-pound land whale. Says you
right, exactly. Vicky was fine.
This looks normal,
right? Normal.
That's all. I mean, she looks like a nice grandma.
She does look like a nice lady. It is weird that she looks like a nice lady, but she.
I have a question mark there, but it was confirmed for me by her sister and everything that it was Vicky. Her sister came out of the woodwork and was just like, saying some amazing things about, Vicky, kind of explaining who she is. she definitely has some kind of like, disordered personality in her opinion.
Which I still to this day think was wrong. That whole situation with Vicky's sister coming out, going on streams, talking about it was kind of like crazy. And like, again, all of them ate it up and loved it, right? Because they hate Vicky. So again, it's okay to do that shit when it comes to people you don't like, but how dare anyone do that to them, right? Like, if I was to get a relative of Yellow Flash on the stream to air out all his dirty laundry and shit, like, people would look at me like I'm a fucking asshole, and I would be. And I wouldn't do that. But, they could do it to other people. They could do it to other people.
That was interesting. That picture says Oz art. Yeah, I know. No, but it is her. It is her. Lol, come back. I gotta sleep. I'm exhausted. We'll catch up tomorrow. Yellow Flash. Vito's the faggot. I completely agree. He's been haunting my chat for months. So I let him come on to beat the shit out of him like he did to Spectre. He was doing that to my chat too, so I hit him. He's got a book coming out, so he's just looking for sales. By the way,
didn't we see a conversation where, come on, Ethan, come on, buddy, come on the show. Come on the show, Ethan, we're going to sell some books. Come on, Ethan, come on the show, we're going to sell some books.
This link right here, I'm not going to tell you what this is. Yeah, am I going to tell you? On a live stream, episode of what is it? Oh, the Jack Show. It wasn't Ballers, it was Jack Show. I told Anna, one of the bits that we're doing, I said, Anna, somebody made like a deep fake porno of you. And so I sent it around to the guys. Yellow Flash.
Yeah, crazy.
And Anna was like, oh my God. But I think Anna was kind of a little bit weirded out, but flattered. Yellow Flash was like, can I see it? Can I have the link? So I sent him the link.
That's crazy.
So there you go. So he was definitely interested in it.
Oh, Ethan, never admit that you were sending out. There was a content creator, streamer, who I think it was a big deal. I forgot what her name was, but a fellow friend of hers who was also a content creator was caught looking up AI porn of that specific content creator. Yeah, Ethan, never admit that you were sending AI porn of people you associate with to other people. That's yikes, Ethan. Bad Ethan Van Sciver. Never admit that.
Deep fake.
That's crusty, Ethan. You shouldn't have been looking at that. Crusty.
Porno of Anna. Yo, when you gonna finish up Kryber Frog 2? Yo, when you finish up Kryber Frog 2, will you be able to crank out that cover? I'm not in a big rush, just hoping to get it by May. I said, sure. Thinking about launching late May. It's now 2022. My daughter is going to be born at the end of June, so I want to launch a little bit before that. Okay, that was 3 years ago. It takes a long time to Anna yell.
Probably.
Let me see. Vickyverse looks like someone featured on Cecil's Cope file, says Tiki the Mighty. Yeah, kind of. A little bit. Just looks like normal,
Right, because
when I saw that, I said, it doesn't look like this, evil person. She looks like a nice lady, but she's
all right, I'm gonna get a drink of water. I already read
Liam obviously won that debate. I mean, look at that suit. Says
I'm just gonna get a drink.
Agreed. Tommy Review says, I completely forgot about this. Based Liam. CJ Matt says, which stream was it where you started with the camera off and then turned it on and were dressed like Elton John? For Shane, get the root canal. I used to do that a lot. I would do like say, hey everybody, how you doing? And then people would say, turn on your camera. And because that's whenever you show up on a live stream with the camera off, people say, turn on your camera, inevitably. So I would turn on the camera and I would be dressed in a silly outfit. That was a little bit that I used to do.
Get back to the messages.
As Straff Sterling says, the link to the XL awful and pointless. 21 Studio says it's not you. Cartoon person is normal human size. J Bomb says disgusting. I mean, who shares pics of his wife?
Yeah, probably.
I agree, Jay.
Probably, but still, it's kind of like, don't admit that shit.
I agree. Testing 275.
Also, I mean, I've done Fansly before, you know, so like that shit's been out there for a while. So like, if people are really making AI generated porn of me, that's kind of crazy. I'm not surprised, but like even way, I don't want to know about it. Like, I don't care at this point. Like, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. I just don't need to know.
41 says, no one send me the deep fake link. Well, you know. Pete Cowan says, I oddly have nothing bad to say about how Vicky looks. No, like she looks normal. I mean, she just looks like a normal. It's so weird. Like when you listen to her, you're like,
even though like y'all had no problem spreading that picture around and try to clown on her for it, but like still.
She sounds like she's like a snotty 13-year-old, and look at her.
No, she does not.
Uncapped Turtle says Vicky Verse looks like the trucker and hooker he killed.
Lies.
Vicky Verse looks like the trucker and hooker he killed.
He had nothing to say about that either. Right? He's like, I don't know.
See.
That's hilarious.
Thinking about launching late May. You missed this topic on the stream yesterday, but you might want to take a look at this on your own stream. See, this is useful to me. Top 750 graphic novels, and you don't see any Marvel until number 200. I don't think that they have anything else on that list. Barely any DC comics either, outside of Batman and Teen Titans. The list is dominated by manga and scholastic books. The link to the Excel file is in that link, and you can see the list for yourself. It's embarrassing for the big two. Also, Tug made $8,000 last night on his closeout. Looks like there is a Flashcast bump for books. So look, he's looking to do, like, Yellow Flash is looking to be a place where people can go to get funded, which is nice. Thanks, brother. Yeah, I saw that. I can't wait to promote a frog book on Flashcast. Friendly stuff, man. StreamYard. I got to get up early for Depp. So now he's into the Johnny Depp stuff. I can stream with you Monday afternoon, though, April 18th, 2022. For tonight, only a little heard in Depp tonight. Is this Flashcast? Mostly pop culture topics tonight if you want to join.
Yeah, that's when I'll
be there.
The Johnny
awesome.
Depp
I'll put you in the description. Another link. I put your Cyberfrog campaign in my stream description. Thanks, Flash. I was sleeping, just exhausted. Come on my stream Saturday, keeping it small. Me, you, Raging Golden Eagle, and Anna, and Cecil if he joins. Okay. Look at me begging to be on his show. Absolutely begging.
Look at all that begging.
Why do you say that? It's like not even close to being true.
I love it when people say things that you could easily prove by, you know, what Ethan's doing right now. It's like, why say you never liked somebody when you could just show the conversation? Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know you didn't like me. This whole time I thought we were on friendly terms. I didn't know. I've had people say that to me too. I never liked you. Okay, well, how the fuck was I supposed to know? You did not treat me like somebody you didn't like. You treated me like somebody you were cordial with or you were friendly with. You know, you told me like, oh no, my God, I love you. Like, bro, that's not something you say to people you don't like, right? So why would you say that if I can prove that that's bullshit? And then if you're sitting there telling people, oh my God, Ethan used to beg me to be on his channel. Bro, if you know these conversations exist, why even say that? Why not just say, I no longer like Ethan Skyver anymore. I do not agree with what direction he's taken or whatever issues you had that made you change your mind. Just be honest about it. But Yellow Flash has proven on multiple occasions he is a dishonest person. He can't just be real and say, I split up with Ethan. I'm me and Ethan Skyver not cool no more because I don't, I've changed my opinions on him, right? And that's it. You don't owe anyone really an explanation, but if you're going to give one, at least just be honest and be like, that's what it was. But instead, he wants to paint Ethan Van Sciver as a villain. That's where, for me, it's like, that's where the dishonesty comes in. You could have just said, I no longer fucking like Ethan Van Sciver. We are just not cool anymore, and I'm moving on. You don't even have to say much, right? The point is there. No one's going to press further, and if they do, just say, I already told you guys, we're moving forward. But instead, he's going to say, I never really liked Ethan Van Sciver. He was always begging me in my DMs. Bro, that's crazy, especially when you know this conversation exists. That's crazy.
Tonight, guessing you passed out. I'm sorry, Flash. I was stuck watching Ava. Andrea wanted a night out with her girlfriends. I couldn't make it work. So couldn't be on the show. Life happened, It's okay. I figured something must happen. I'm apologizing. I'm apologizing to Yellow Flash for not being. He's going, hey man, you didn't show up on my show. Yeah, I know. I had to, watch Ava while Andrea went out with her friends. Sorry about that. Like, how is this begging, dude? Retarded. Let me see. It's okay. I figured something must have happened. You want to come on? By the way, this is August 28th, 2022. Just for reference, it is, I believe, January of 2023 that Yellow Flash viciously backstabbed me and betrayed me.
Yikes.
And said I never liked him. I hated him. He's an asshole. Blah, blah, blah.
Yikes.
It was that span of time that it happened in. You want to come on the show after all the Rings of Power talk, unless you watched it. This is September 3rd. This is my birthday, so I didn't even answer him. We need to talk in private about Doug Ernst soon. He's trying to blackmail me with DMs. I will monetize him and Iconic. DMs from like years ago, like 2017. I said, what's he got? He hit me up last night trying to start some shit. I told him he's fucking with the wrong one. This is the thing.
Okay.
Doug Ernst this is who Doug Ernst is. All of his
Flash, just block him like you do everybody else. What's the problem? Block him like you do everybody else.
Drama free, blah, blah, blah. We're putting out books on time, et cetera, et cetera. Doug Ernst is doing this to a lot of people. He did this to the Brightwisers too. Just starting trouble. Look at this, trying to blackmail me with DMs. He did this a lot. Such a fucking psycho. Let me see. Yellow Flash sounds like some sort of sociopath. He doesn't seem to human very well.
Yeah, I agree. Kind of agree. He does not seem to human very well.
I don't think I got the information from Yellow Flash. I'm saying, what's he got? I would love to see. When I say what's he got, it'd be great if you give me screenshots of what Doug Ernst is saying to you, because this is of interest to me. Like, Doug Ernst getting involved in this shit is interesting to me. I am interested in this. So, here are the screenshots of what Doug Ernst is saying to me. But for some reason, he didn't feel safe in showing me those.
I wonder what he had.
A little bit fishy, right?
I wonder what he had. Yeah, because to me, I'm sitting there like, well, what does this Doug Ernst guy have on you? That, what does he have? Man, if you're doing some shit where somebody can blackmail you, then that's crazy. Unblock me, EVS. Well, you got blocked by EVS. What did you say?
Yeah. I said, you want to talk to me about it? He says, I want to get ahead of his gay ops. I said, okay, open up a StreamYard so we can chat in private. Working on my videos right now. You going to be around tonight? Sure. All right, there we go. Streaming. Links. Join us tonight and sell some books. Links. Stream starts at 11:48. These are all different opportunities to stream with Yellow Flash. Whether I took them or not, I don't know. I assume I did. That Matt guy is crazy. If you make a new... Oh, this is Matt Barr.
Matt Barr.
Fuck, yes.
Always with Matt fucking Barr, dude.
Great, man.
Always with Matt fucking Barr, dude.
All of this stuff is great. Poor Flash, says Vito. Look at Vito having sympathy for Flash.
Oh, wait.
Vito has sympathy for Flash.
Ethan, didn't you say you were staying away from Vito? Now Vito's in your chat.
Vito, wow, what a nice guy you are.
No, he's not. Don't lie to him like
Yellow
that.
Flash said all that stuff about you.
Vito don't care.
All right, so this is
Vito likes the attention.
That Matt guy, Matt Barr, is crazy. If you make a new room with him out, pull me in. Guy is a weirdo. Tug told me about him a while ago.
Matt Barr, dude. I know who Matt Barr is.
Here's some more stuff about you, dude. Vito says Flash has some misplaced anger.
I also have misplaced anger that I wish I could take out on the right one.
Ethan, that wasn't sympathy. He was just calling Flash poor. Well, he is.
Oh, shit. Damn. I don't know. The money Yellow Flash made on the Amber Heard Johnny Depp shit, I don't think he's that poor.
That guy's crazy. Matt Barr at the time was another one. Like, Matt is incredibly frustrating. He is a lot like PTP and a lot like Yellow Flash. and a lot like Gabe El Taib and a lot like that archetype, except that he's viciously aggressive.
Yeah,
The other
that's
guys are
like a fair
passive aggressive
assessment.
and womanly. Matt Barr is feminine in a lot of ways. He really wants
Shit.
he wants your validation.
Oh shit.
But he attacks in a way that's just like inexcusable. It's like vicious. It's like what you don't need to descend to that level, dude. And
Oh,
that's what he's
shit.
talking about. He's like, the Matt guy's crazy. So PTP early on had some issues with Matt, said he had a head wound, all that stuff. That all came from PTP. But here's Yellow Flash acknowledging it. And by the way, Yellow Flash ended up hiring, this is the thing. Yellow Flash ended up, all these psychopaths, he hated Smiller, he hired Smiller. He hated Matt Barr, he hired Matt Barr to do covers for his books. And the entire reason for that is those guys hate me too. Let me just hire the people who are against Ethan.
Which is crazy because Matt Barr was in a DM group with Ethan. They were all fine with Ethan for the longest time until that whole shit with John De La Rose. I don't know what happened in the DM group because I had left and I hadn't been there for a while. But when I left, I know that Ethan was still in there. I know Matt Barr was still in there. There's a lot of people that were in that DM group. A lot of people that I was surprised to see in that DM group. Ethan Van Sciver, Matt Barr, obviously John De La Rose because it was his. Some people I didn't know, some people I knew that I was shocked to see them in there, as well as I'm sure they were shocked to see me in there, which I'm not going to name drop because I'm not trying to drag them into it. Because they really weren't active in that DM group, by the way. The people that I'm not mentioning, they weren't really active. I think they were just there because John's MO is to gather a bunch of people who either he views as, talented in some respects. With me, I was the drama person. I was the punchy bag. If I went on that show, they see a black female and his whole community would just go at me, right? And they would just give John money to have somebody on there that they could shit on, right? And then you had all these Comicsgate people, especially those who had big platforms, and some YouTube content creators who, again, weren't really part of Comicsgate, but maybe they had a book coming out, but they had a big platform that John was definitely trying to kind of clout chase off of. The two people that I'm referring to were in that category. So they were only there because he wanted them on his show at some point, and he wanted to have that door open. So they were just there. And these people were also in multiple DM groups with like different, people and content creators and stuff like that. So John's DM group was probably the ones they weren't paying much attention to. So, and I know for a fact that at least one of them's definitely not really there anymore. But the other one might still be, but yeah. So I don't know really what happened with the fallout, really what actually happened between Ethan Van Sciver, John De La Rose, Matt Barr, and those guys. I just know I saw it when it happened publicly, but I feel like behind the scenes it was probably something a little bit more.
That Matt guy's crazy. If you make a new room with him out, pull me in. So Matt was like, hey, I said, Matt, you have to go, man, because like you're in these back rooms and you're like super hyper aggressive.
Yep.
Saying some real fucked up stuff, and people just
that's true.
are unable to do business in that room with you the way that you're behaving. You got to go. And I guess Yellow Flash was another one of these guys.
Matt Barr would have some crash outs in DM groups.
Okay, I said, okay, sorry, Flash, and thanks. Not your fault, he says. It's December 5th now. So, by the way, Yellow Flash has left the Comicsgate room, I guess, and I had to make a new one because Matt Barr, Matt Barr just went nuts. And I don't think you can throw someone out at this point by just blocking them and unblocking them. I don't think that works anymore.
No,
because I tried to do it with Dan Fraga in the Comicsgate.
I did that with Matt Barr.
I blocked him and unblocked him, and he was still in the Comicsgate King's room.
I did that with Matt Barr. So when I was in John De La Rose's green screen-ish, I guess you call it green screen room or whatever, where he would just post links to his show. That was when I left the DM group because I had made a comment that, there's so many bad faith actors in Comicsgate. Yellow Flash and that Umbrella guy. I said that they're bad faith actors, right? And Matt Barr, for some reason, just came at me sideways, like, you don't know what you're talking about. Why? Who's a bad faith actor? I was like, bro, I just gave you two names of people I said were bad faith actors, Yellow Flash and that Umbrella guy. And then he just kept going off. You don't know nothing. You're all, this is why, women, they always talk about shit they don't know about. And he just kept going off. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened, dude? And even Ethan Van Sciver agreed, because this was around the time that he had fallen out with Yellow Flash. So he agreed that Yellow Flash was a bad faith actor, right? Obviously, you're seeing it now that Yellow Flash is a bad faith actor. And Matt Barr just was snapping on me. So I blocked him. He kicked him out of the DM group. And then I left the DM group. But before that, somebody else who I don't know who was, I don't even know who this guy was, he had left because he's like, oh, this isn't Christian for me. It's just foul language this person's saying. And I'm like, whatever, I don't care, dude. But I blocked Matt Barr, kicked him out of the DM group. And then I left, and I messaged John Del Rose and, hey, I think I pissed off some of your buddies there. And then that's when John clapped back at me like, well, you're not bringing anything to the table anyways, right? You're always talking shit. I'm like, bro, we joke talk shit. Now all of a sudden it's a problem, all right, because you're trying to grow your platform, you're trying to sell books. So the trolling shit was working for you to get your foot in the door with all of these content creators. But now that you want to be professional all of a sudden type of shit. And I was like, yeah, so that's what happened with me and Matt Barr. And that's why I'm like, I know exactly what he's talking about, because Matt Barr always did that. Every time the DM groups, he was always just randomly ranting and raving about shit. And it was just like, bro, what is going on? And that's when me and Matt Barr got into it. But it was built up too, because like, again, he was always doing that. So I can see why in certain DM groups, like Ethan ain't lying when it comes to Matt Barr. Matt Barr is a little bit of a wild card.
So I had to make a new room entirely and just leave the old room where it was. So I guess it wasn't working.
I agree.
She says, you're going to EFAP the video Nerdette's communist stand made? She's mad about the video I made today also. Lol, I hope she makes one on me next. I will monetize her also.
I love how Yellow Flash's whole thing is, I'm just going to monetize you people. Okay. And we can monetize you too. Like, oh my God. And what did he call her? Nerdette's communist stand. Wow. Well, again, shout out to Nerdette for getting a mention. She's mad about this video I made today. I hope she makes one on me next. So this is Yellow Flash basically. Oh God, I hope all these people make videos on me so I can monetize it. Oh, please do, because you're stupid. You're stupid because you give attention to people who don't like you, and you help them grow, especially if they're monetized channels. Like, this dude's been doing YouTube for a long time. How has he not learned in 2022 that that's how it works? She made money off of reacting to your video, and you're going to do the same to her. Okay, and you made more money. So what? Everybody wins. Everyone got paid. He's stupid. He's a stupid man.
What video? And here it is. Words don't mean anything anymore. Joker is not pregnant. Lol. Fake news. That's interesting. I mean, I guess I could have EFOP'd that. What did Jason Pearson do to get the mob after him? Oh, wow. Jason Pearson, an artist for DC Comics, who was also had a lot of anger. But he was right about this. He said that Aqua Richardson only gets work because she's pretty. Google the Bleeding Cool article. Jason Pearson is like an excellent artist, fantastic artist. And he made news because he said, look, there's a whole new breed. Essentially, he picked out one individual in particular, this person, Aqua Richardson, the whole new breed of talentless female that's getting work in the comic book industry just because they're attractive. And he kind of predicted that. He kind of said that. He pointed it out. Not predicted it, but started talking about it by pointing out this one particular individual whose artwork stinks. But she's like all over the place. She's getting news because she has a pretty face. And Jason Pearson was just like, look, man, I might not have a pretty face, but I can draw my ass off.
Okay, hold on. Excuse me. My cold is getting worse. If you guys haven't noticed, it's progressively getting worse. Comics Trader says Yellow Flash had no need to make his launch stream about Ethan. He could have just focused on his comic, yet is too petty and spiteful to have done so. Hell knows no fury like Weeb scorned. Right, and that's exactly what I'm saying, because you see how many times he said, I'm going to monetize Vicky. I'm going to monetize Nerdette. I'm going to monetize this person. Oh, they don't know who they're fucking with. They got their bro. Like, you got a book coming out, don't you? Like, you didn't have to do all that. You like, I have to agree with Ethan. He's being like, that's something I would do. That's an emotional response to being hurt or something. And I strongly feel like the reasons why both John De La Rose and Yellow Flash fell off with Ethan Van Sciver is because Ethan Van Sciver was going at it with Eric July, and Eric July, no offense to Ethan, but Eric July has a bigger platform, right? He's doing very well, and according to, like, you know, comparing with Eric July and Ethan Van Sciver as far as like content, right? Eric July makes more sense. So they went with the win took them, because they got in bed with Eric July, they got in bed with Ethan Van Sciver, and Ethan Van Sciver and Eric July at the time were on like decent terms, right? And then they weren't. So Yellow Flash, like just like John Del Rose, found any excuse they could have to cut ties with Ethan Van Sciver instead of just staying out of the issue between Ethan Van Sciver and Eric July. That is my opinion, my perspective on what happened. I don't know that for a fact, but from what I saw, that's what it looked like happened. That is literally what looked like happened, is that Eric July was more profitable for them to keep in contact with and be in good graces with, because they didn't want Eric July to cut them loose because they're messing around with Ethan Van Sciver. Thank you, son of Jarrell. Thank you, TJ. Sup, glad to see you back. Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Yellow Puss. Yellow, damn, you just dunking on Yellow Flash. Hang on a second. Let me fix this real quick. All right, there we go. Let me get this back up on the screen. Yeah, on my end, it was being buggy. I had to fix it. It's a long ass stream, man. There's a lot to cover here, and we ain't even like halfway. I know he doesn't do this the whole stream, so we're just gonna keep going until I get bored at this point.
And I worked hard to be in this industry, and who's letting these fucking Twitch thoughts into the comic book industry?
God damn, Ethan. God damn.
And you're seeing that now. Like, you're seeing that with like Eric July's doing the same thing. Like, it's no like coincidence that like all of the women that Eric July has around him are, you could say they annoy me, so I don't think they're pretty, but none of them are fat pigs that like spent their lives learning how to draw. Like, that's the thing. Like, I pointed out one in particular, this woman Pia Guerra, who was overweight. Okay, nothing much to look at, but she's a terrific artist, and the reason why is that she devoted herself to learning how to draw. So she might be somebody that you might want to hire. However, she doesn't make a good thumbnail. You know what I mean? Like, you can't really.
How dare like unattractive women be good at anything? Like, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with this point here. Like, hiring somebody because they look more appealing in the work office is obviously stupid. But anyways, does anyone care about this, or can we get back to the DMs, please? Thank you. Thank you, Ethan.
She stinks, and I think the only reason why she's getting work is because her face is pretty.
Yeah, I mean, it
and then they came after him. And by the way, Jason Pearson ended up dying a year later. Which was, interesting. Very sad. So here's Yellow Flash letting me know that I can see this. This, I believe, is this the cover? Wait a second here. What cover is this?
You got it, Ethan. I believe in you.
This might be.
The wheels are turning. Come on, Ethan.
I'm trying to figure out which cover for Wreck Planet this is. But here's Yellow Flash letting me know that he got his copy of Wreck Planet that he ordered, but the corner was dinged.
Look at that staple, yeah.
And I could see that this is a rare edition of Wreck Planet. So if I wanted to figure out who Yellow Flash was using Indiegogo, I could, because all I would do is I would sit there and compare, who bought this book in Michigan, who might be named, Kevin. And no, I'm not going to do that. Okay. I don't need to do that. These people who are panicking about me doxing Yellow Flash, that's Yellow Flash's thumb. Yeah. People who are worried about me doxing Yellow Flash.
Fun fact, y'all. History lesson. Yellow Flash, way back in the day, decided to fake a dox attempt on himself. He had a P.O. box, which the P.O. box was at least in the place where he lived, not his actual address. It was a P.O. box, right? He basically did this by saying that somebody purchased a cell phone from T-Mobile hopes that he would take that box home and they would be able to track his location. He had took a picture of the alleged phone, posted it on Twitter, and said, "Ha ha, it would have worked if the phone was on." Now, me, as somebody who has literally in my profession, in my careers that I've had, I have worked as a cell phone repair technician, and I have worked for mobile companies to know how those work, right? So number one flaw is that you can't just walk into a T-Mobile store and purchase a phone without giving them some information. There's two types of payments, two types of accounts, right? You have prepaid accounts and postpaid accounts. Postpaid accounts means you have to give them information so they can do a soft credit check. And this is so because most people finance their phones. So you have to give them personal information. There's no option, right? Now, if you don't want to give them those detailed information, right, you get prepaid. Now, that means you have to buy your phones outright, which means if you don't got $1,000 to buy a new iPhone, you're not getting a prepaid plan. Okay, prepaid plans are cheaper. And there it is, prepaid. You pay for the month you pay for the month you're going to use, not the month, right, that you currently did use, right? Okay. So there's the first flaw in this story, the Yellow Flash phone dox attempt. You can't just walk into a T-Mobile store and get a prepaid phone. And I knew what kind of phone it was. It was a low-tier phone because he did show that somebody apparently messaged him with the tracking on it. It was an Android phone. It wasn't like it was an iPhone where it's Find My Phone. It was a Android phone. It was a low-tier Android phone. It was a $200 and something phone. So now we're in the realm of somebody hates Yellow Flash so much and wanted to find Yellow Flash so badly that they walked into a T-Mobile store, paid $200 and something up front to get a prepaid phone and send it to you. And again, if it's a new phone, a fully charged Android phone 100% would make the trip from wherever it was shipped from to his place, which I'm assuming it was shipped from United States, right? Those phone batteries, if the phones aren't being actively used, that battery would have made the trip. That phone would have been on. 100% would have been on. Okay? So that's why I was like, there's some flaws in this story, right? And then all of a sudden, when he was called out on it, he deleted the post and said, Nick Ricada told me to take it down for legal reasons. Okay? The person he was trying to claim did this to him was a girl named Mars Girl. This is around the time of Weeb Wars, right? So he was trying to pin this on a girl because she was looking for his information to file a cease and desist because Yellow Flash and Tug around the time were making merchandise off of this girl, right, that they didn't like. That was part of the I Stand With Kick Vic campaign, right? There was Kick Vic and then there was I Stand With Vic. Yellow Flash and Tug were on I Stand With Vic. So they were taking this girl who came out with this accusation against Vic Mignogna and they were making merchandise off of her. And she was trying to find his information so she can send a cease and desist letter to Flash. And that's when he came out with this somebody sent me a phone to try to dox me story. Okay, so his location as of what part of the United States he's from, that part has been out there publicly for the very longest time. He put that out there himself when he did this whole someone tried to dox me story arc. Okay, that information was already out there. So if anyone wants to say, oh my God, Ethan Van Sciver said he's from Michigan, he already put that out there himself, Yellow Flash, many years ago, publicly, for everyone to see, to try to tell people, oh my God, look at these Kick Vic people. They're trying to dox me. They had a dox attempt. They tried to send a cell phone, a $250 cell phone to my P.O. box, guys, to find me. And then when again he got called out for it, oh, boop, there goes the tweet. It's gone. Now there is a video on YouTube that still exists that goes over all this and still has those screenshots there. If you don't believe me, it's if you look up Yellow Flash exposed, I'm sure you guys will come across it. But yeah, that did happen. So Yellow Flash kind of soft doxed himself many years ago. Now, as far as his name, that never heard his name, but again, first name, I mean, I don't see anybody really finding him through just his first name. So, but either way, I just want to point that out that AVS wasn't the first person who said where Yellow Flash resided, like what state he's from. Yellow Flash did that himself.
I don't need to dox Yellow Flash, but I will. But not using Indiegogo. Would never use Indiegogo information.
Ethan,
would never do it. I would never do that. I got another.
I just choked up on my drink. He said, I would never dox Yellow Flash, but I will. Holy shit. Ethan, no.
A bunch of data points that I could kind of put together and people who actually know, who I could just directly ask. But I would never.
It wasn't a burner phone. It wasn't a burner phone. So when Yellow Flash showed the screenshot that he allegedly got from somebody that showed the map, right? And it showed what brand of phone it was. I forgot what Android it was. I knew it was a mid-tier phone and it was $200 something at the time. It was like a Samsung A something. It was one of those like mid-tier Android phones, right? So it showed the model of the phone, the service provider, which was T-Mobile. So it wasn't a burner phone. It wasn't like a track phone. It was actually purchased from T-Mobile, right? And he even showed a picture of the phone that he opened up the box and showed the picture of the phone. So it definitely was that model phone. And I again, he showed the screenshot where it said it was purchased in T-Mobile. Now, again, we're going to just believe that somebody went out and spent $250 full price on a phone, because I don't think somebody would be dumb enough to get a postpaid phone where they would have to have their information tied to it. And if Yellow Flash has a phone, all he would have to do is go into a T-Mobile store and have them check the IMEI of that phone to see what account it was attached to. He could have even done that with the prepaid phone, right? Because when you purchase a phone, they scan the IMEI code for the sale. The IMEI code is basically the driver's license, the ID of the phone, right? So that's in the system. So Yellow Flash talk about, oh, somebody tried to dox me. Well, Yellow Flash, you could have easily figured out who tried to dox you by taking the phone to a phone company and having them scan the IMEI, right? You could have done that. Hell, you could have taken it to police and say somebody is literally stalking me. They could have subpoenaed them to give them that information, right? If you know what I'm saying, there were options, but he didn't care clearly enough. If I got somebody sent me a phone to try to dox my location, 100% I'm turning it over to the authorities, right? And finding out who's trying to stalk me. But Yellow Flash decided to take it to Twitter, right? And again, you have to give some kind of information even for prepaid. They usually ask for your first, last name. You can give them a bullshit one, but they do ask for certain information that you have to give them, right? You don't have to give them your ID for a prepaid account. That's why I said it's more likely that somebody went to a T-Mobile store and got a prepaid phone, right? Spent $250 up front because it's prepaid. Because I can't imagine somebody you can't put a $250 phone, you could put it on a postpaid account, but you'd have to give them the information. So it leaked back to you. So if I was trying to stalk Son of Jarrell and I wanted to send a phone, there's no way I was going to go to a service provider, which would track back to me. I would send him a burner phone, but it wasn't a burner phone. That's what made his story bullshit. That's what made his story completely bullshit. And that's what we called out a long time ago. I called that out. A lot of people also called that out. And he deleted the post and moved on. And it was never mentioned again. It was never talked about again. You would think that Yellow Flash, who is out here monetizing everyone, would monetize somebody trying to dox him by sending him a fucking phone. You know what I'm saying? It makes no sense. The math isn't mathing. That's why I was like, yo, Yellow Flash is full of shit, man. He did that because he was trying to get sympathy from everybody. Oh my God, look at this girl. She's going to the extremes trying to dox him by sending him a phone, because it was not too shortly after she was asking the public if they could find out who he was so she can contact her lawyers and have the lawyers send him a cease and desist for selling merchandise of her likeness or whatever the fuck it was, right? She was trying to send him a cease and desist. And it was shortly after that, the fucking dox phone shit happened. Fucking weird, right?
Threatens more people. Unless he threatens more people. And then I have to. If he's out there threatening to come to people's houses and stuff, beat them up or whatever. I don't know, but it was unclear. But unless he does that, then I have to. So it's
You
just
don't have to
interesting. It's like,
dox
there's
and
another
follow.
data
Don't do
point
it.
there. If I was going to slab this, I'd be salty. Just a heads up, it won't get me a 9.8 with that Ben. Huh, sorry I didn't catch that. I'll send you a new one. What's your P.O. box? And he doesn't tell me. He's so secretive. He doesn't tell me what his new P.O. box is. He says, you don't have to send me.
Hey, Ethan, you want his P.O. box? Unless he still doesn't have the same P.O. box. Again, he leaked it. He leaked it. He had his P.O. box out there for the public to find. That's the thing, too. He had his P.O. box out there, right? His P.O. box is out there. Maybe not now after the alleged doxing attempt, right?
Me another one. I'm fine with it. I just wanted to show you. Thanks for showing me, I guess. I'll read it tomorrow. I would have read it today, but I had to go see that Ant-Man movie for tonight. Wait, I'm confused. It's already February 2023. When did Yellow Flash betray me? Was it must have been 24? Is there a whole other year here? I thought it was 2023 that he stabbed me in the back. Nope. 2024. I don't know why people are making the Flashcast room drama. There's only a few people in the room, and it's just people that regularly come on. You're not banned. I'll have you on the show again in the future as a guest. Oh. Hold on a second here. Oh. So, Yellow Flash has a Flashcast room, just like I have my green rooms. And
I want to
one
be in the
day,
green room. No, I'm just kidding. I don't.
he created a new room, and he left the. You can tell when somebody creates a new room because Yellow Flash has left the room, and then a bunch of other people leave too. And you're like, how come I didn't get the message that everybody was leaving the room? And so suddenly Saturday comes around. And people are like, are you going on Flashcast to me? And I think they said that on like a live stream. I said, no, for some reason I'm not in the room anymore. So suddenly Yellow Flash sends me this message here. Complete bullshit. Okay, we're starting to put some pieces together here where it's like, yeah, I'm not in the room anymore. I don't know why I'm not invited on Flashcast, but I'm not invited on Flashcast. He hits me with this. I don't know why people are making the Flashcast room drama. There's only a few people in the room, and it's just people that regularly come on. You're not banned. I'll have you on the show again in the future as a guest. And I said, I think people perceive that you traded me for the Friday Night Tights guys. Fans are watching all this closely. If you said that to me, and it seemed like a theory that made sense, you've got your show, and I never want you to invite me just to be nice. If I make the show better, bring me on. If not, yeah, it makes sense to exclude me. So this is Yellow Flash being like kind of skeevy because I think like suddenly I'm not in the room, and then all of a sudden a bunch of Friday Night Tights guys were on the show. So it was kind of like, okay. Just seemed a little bit strange. Casey Anthony says, let's not dox anyone. I don't want to dox anyone, you child murdering bitch. Like, I don't want to dox anyone. That's not what I want to do.
Who the hell did he call a child murdering bitch? What the hell?
Doxing is one thing. Doxing would be me kind of saying, here's their address and phone number. This is where they work. Unmasking them is another thing. That is not doxing someone to say this person whose code name, we have to call them by a code name. Like this is fucking He-Man or G.I. Joe. It's not He-Man or G.I. Joe. It's the internet. I would like to know if you're talking about me. I'd like to know what your real name is. I'd like to know what your face is.
Oh, that's kind of crazy though.
Since we've known each other for 8 years.
Yeah. I think at that point, like if you've known someone for a long time, you've never seen that face, I think that's kind of weird. Like if you're my friend, you should trust me, right? I've had friendships with people, YouTubers who have never shown their face publicly. I mean, they show them now, but there's one YouTuber in particular who never showed their face for a while, but I knew what they looked like. And, even when we had a falling out, I never released that person's like pictures that I had, that they sent me, when they were out and about. They send me a selfie and be like, oh, I'm out, doing this and I got a haircut and stuff. And even when we fell out, I never was tempted. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie. I definitely was tempted to be like, fuck you. I should just drop your fucking face and disappear from the internet. But I never did it. You know, there's one thing to think like that. There's another to do it. I can't say and lie to y'all and say I never thought of it. We've all had those nasty thoughts. But yeah, if you've been friends with somebody for a long time, like 8 years, you don't know what that look like. That's kind of crazy. Oh, Casey Anthony. Oh, okay. I was confused. I'm like, who is he calling that? But yeah, no. I kind of agree. If I've known you for a long time and I've never seen what you look like, it's kind of crazy. But I'm not gonna like put your shit out there. I never have and I never will. It's just not my style.
Virtually nothing about you, and yet you have information enough to be able to say, I'm coming over to John Malin's house to show him a quote good time.
That's crazy.
You might need to be unmasked.
That's crazy.
Not doxxed.
That's crazy.
I would never say, here's his address, here's his phone number.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not. I don't disagree with him though. If you're gonna be out there threatening to go up to people's houses and stuff, like, I mean, yeah, I would be like, hey, just so you know, Yellow Flash say he's gonna come to your house and like fuck with you. You should probably know what he looks like so he doesn't, you know, so you know who to look for. You know, that's kind of a crazy thing to say to somebody. Like, I'm gonna show up at your house. You don't know what I look like, but I'm just gonna show up at your house. Yeah, that's kind of scary. That's absolutely scary. That's crazy.
Internet, go get him. But maybe we want to know what he looks like. Maybe we want to know what his, name is. Maybe. I don't know. Kefka Fanatic says, like, dox him, please.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't know. Casey Anthony, hashtag acquitted.
That's crazy.
That means you're innocent, right? Shit. Casey Anthony actually made me murderously angry during that fucking thing. Might me?
Crazy Cat says, if Yellow Flash has connections to police, which is rumored, he's threatened another YouTuber, then fuck him. Yeah, that's a little crazy. I think a connection to the police is probably like a family member or something. I don't think it's like that deep.
To know. Yeah, you never know. Remember when my parents got doxxed as creepy Ed lives? I do remember that. Yeah, it was terrible. Absolutely terrible. Yeah, if you notify the authorities of a potential crime, that's not doxing. Like,
look at Cosmic Vader. Look at Cosmic Vader.
Is a photo without a name doxing? Says Alpha Channel. I don't know. I don't think so. Doxing honestly comes from the word documents. So basically, what you're doing is you're releasing all of somebody's documents.
See, that's the thing, right? When we talk about doxing, I'm kind of at that point where I don't even know what's doxing is different for everybody, right? My thing, the way I view doxing is like releasing people's information that they don't want out there. That includes like their pictures, because everyone does have a right to be anonymous, right? Especially on the internet, mainly because there are crazy people that exist online that if you give an opinion, even if it's like, okay, I give an opinion about, Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man is the best Spider-Man ever. There's some crazy motherfucker out there that will shoot me for saying that shit. That shit's real, unfortunately. So I understand why there are people who do want to protect themselves from, crazy ass motherfuckers on the internet, right? But also it's like, if you are a commentator like me and you're poking bears and you're talking shit, whether you're right or not, like, if, say for example, if I got doxxed, I have no one to blame but myself, right? Because why am I putting myself in a position that's pissing off enough people, you know what I'm saying, for them to get so mad? Understandably so, whether again I'm right or not. Everyone has a right to come at me, right? So if I got doxxed, like, it would suck, but I'm not going to cry about it, right? I would only cry about it if it came from somebody who I was friends with and I trusted with that information. I'm not going to be pressed if, like, Fatoni here got mad at me one day or didn't like the stream, or I said something they didn't like and they got pissed off at me, or if I said something about Fatoni, like, fuck you, Fatoni, or this and that. Now, I don't know Fatoni from a hole in the wall. We do not have a relationship. Right? I didn't give Fatoni information about myself that I'm trusting with Fatoni to not put out there, right? So if they happen to just dig deep into me and find my shit and put my shit out there, I would be pissed. It's not right. But like, hey, what can I say? I would be more mad and upset if it was somebody that I trusted and I cared about. And I'm like, hey, yeah, I'm letting you into my world, letting you know into my real world. This is who I am. And y'all put that out there. That's fucked up, right? Because you were a friend. Do I think what Ethan Van Sciver is doing to Flash, can we compare that and say this is what Ethan Van Sciver is doing? Yes and no. Yes and no. because I don't think he would have even gone this lengths had Yellow Flash not lied about him, said some shit about Ethan Van Sciver that he is literally proving right now, right? But also, like, as far as he knew, he was cool with Yellow Flash. And then Yellow Flash, decided to, do what he did. And, it is what it is. But also, again, I want to remind everybody, Yellow Flash himself has no problem with people getting doxxed, people's pictures being put out there. I guarantee you, if somebody's address, somebody Yellow Flash did like was put out there, he's on Google Maps trying to see what their house looks like, so he can find a reason to shit on their house. So I thought you were my best friend. How can you say that right? I'm just saying. Dick Masterson has asserted that Yellow Flash Kevin is married to a cop. Well, good for him, I guess. Good for him. Oh my god, why does my stream keep doing this? Pause. I'm gonna get back to it. Because, like, my internet stuff, it starts lagging sometimes. And I don't want it to lag. Because we're getting to the good stuff, I think. We're getting to the good stuff, y'all.
Telling somebody what... I just disagree. I'm not saying that, like, it's unmasking somebody's anonymity is a good thing. My thing about anonymity is you're entitled to your anonymity until you're using your anonymity as precedent and as a weapon to make other people miserable consistently, which is on the internet.
I wouldn't say making people miserable. I would say if you're out there making threats on people and shit, like, yeah, fuck your anonymity. Like, fuck that. Like, you making threats on my person. I don't even know who you are. I don't know who to look for. That's dangerous. That's literally dangerous. If you're going to make threats on somebody showing up at their house and they don't know who you are, what to look for, see you walking up, you know what I'm saying? Like, Yellow Flash could just walk up to John Malin's house, right? And John Malin just thinking it's just some regular person. And then, John Malin's going to open the door because he doesn't know that this is somebody who had said he was going to hurt him, right? So John Malin's going to open the door and he could get hurt, right? So I think when it comes down to, like, you're threatening somebody on the internet, right? They have a right to know who you are. Because, yeah, now you're making threats, and I need to know when I'm looking out my window or when I answer the door, your face, so I can see you coming and call the cops or whatever, how you want to handle it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I think that talking shit, excuse me, talking shit on the internet does not, it's not a big deal. I think people need to just, just fucking say whatever. It's just shit on the internet. But if people are making threats, yeah, you don't get to be anonymous on the internet anymore. Yellow Flash stabbed Comic Skate in the back because he thought he was going to get a huge payday by going with Eric July for his comic. Yep, I said that earlier. I literally said, thank you, by the way, for the bless yous. I said that earlier. I said Yellow Flash and John De La Rose jumped ship because Eric July was more beneficial to them than Ethan Van Sciver was. So they went where the clout was and the money.
At that point, people have a right to know who you are, I think. If they can. It's not about giving their information away or anything like that, but people should know who you are. And, like, if your whole thing, like, is to, like, Vickyverse, is to sit there and make people miserable constantly, that's your whole goal in life, and to do it behind an anonymous name and to not put your face behind it or anything like that, people have the right to know who you are. You don't deserve anonymity. Now, if you're just using your anonymity because...
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think that Vickyverse had every right, just like everybody else has, to criticize, other content creators, Comicscape people. She had every right to do that. She had every right to cover the topics because those are opinions and those are her feelings on shit and covering the stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that Vickyverse is a good example of somebody who deserved to have her face out there initially, because, again, even though I'm not, like, a big fan of Vickyverse, I can honestly say I don't think she deserved it. She had every right to talk about these things. And again, there's a difference between, talking about this shit, making fun of you, talking shit to you, and then did Vickyverse ever threaten to show up at somebody's house? Did Vickyverse threaten violence? Did Vickyverse say she was going to stalk somebody? Was she actively doing stuff that is affecting people in the real world? No. If you're affecting somebody in the real world, then yeah, you don't get anonymity, But if you're just talking shit, and I'm sorry, if you're allowing Vickyverse, right, of making you miserable, that's on you. I'm going to just keep it real. That's on you. Because like there have been people who've tried to make me miserable, people who have stalked me, people who have like stalked me online, posted pictures and videos of where I used to work and shit. Like everything I do, people to this day are still following me actively, but I'm not going to let them make me miserable, right? They don't bother me. They just give me relevancy, you know? So I definitely disagree with his take on that because, again, if you are allowing some stranger on the internet to make you miserable because they're just talking about you and covering you all the time, that's on you. That is definitely on you. But if they threaten to do some real world shit, like legit real world shit, then yeah, they don't deserve to be anonymous at that point. That part I will agree with you on.
Hey, I'm making videos about Star Wars that could get me in trouble at work, then that's one thing.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
But no,
That
if
is
you're
kinda
like a
crazy.
fucking scumbag,
That's
I don't
crazy
know.
right there.
Maybe people have the right to know who you are. That's my opinion. Here's Yellow.
Right? No, notice how it's to Yellow Flash and all those people supporting him with this one. Notice how no one's caring about somebody saying, "Oh, yeah, I know I have John Malin's address." So, and so John Malin, if anyone in the situation needs to know what Yellow Flash looks like and where he lives, it would be John Malin. It's only fair. You know John Malin's address. Why can't John know where you're from? Why can't John Malin know where you're at? He has every right to know. You have his address. It's only fair he has yours. That way, if somebody with your face shows up anywhere near him, he has every right to react the way he gonna react, especially if you're threatening him. It comes off as a threat. Hey, Yellow Flash, I got your address. Remember, this is the same man who fucking freaked out because somebody sent him a phone trying to dox him, right? That's weird, right? It is weird. But it's not weird when Yellow Flash is boasting he has somebody's fucking personal address. That's crazy. That's really crazy. That's absolutely insane. And these are the people who everyone platforms, guys. Keep in mind, these people made money with their audience behind this weird fucking shit. And then their fucking audience is cheering them on. Yeah, you got John Malin's address. How you like that, John Malin? That's fucking weird. I don't even know John Malin, but I'm sitting there like, that's weird. I'm weird for him.
Flash. So I'm sitting here going, look, people think that you traded me for the Friday Night Tights guys. Fans are watching all of this closely. Of course they are. A few said that to me, and it seemed like a theory that made sense. In other words, Yellow Flash, I know what you're doing. I'm not stupid, okay? You have decided, they reached out to you and said, boy, we'd like to kind of bring you into the fold a little bit, but not if you're friends with Ethan Van Sciver. And this is you trying to juggle those two clicks. This is you trying to juggle those two things.
Yep.
So you're lying to me right now.
Yep.
And I'm saying to him very clearly, it's like, look, you've got your show, man. I never want you to invite me just to be nice. I got to be nice to you. I said, if I make the show better, bring me on. If not, yeah, it makes sense. If I'm like sitting there taking up space and I don't make your show better and nobody's watching for me or anything like that, yeah, just be like, you know what? Tried you out, didn't work out. But nobody's stupid. Like, it's no coincidence that like I'm not in the green room suddenly, and then Friday Night Tights guys are on your show. That is not a coincidence. People are always looking for the drama angle. This is fucking insane, dude. This is some Eric July level hibbity jibbity bullshit and ebonics right here.
That's crazy. That's
This
crazy
fucking
statement.
bullshit. Margaret Merkel goes, Ethan is very naive. No, I'm not. No, I'm just treating him like a person. I know what he's doing.
I'm sorry, Ethan. I agree with that comment. I do think you're a little naive. Either you're naive or you just really just don't care. Because, like, I feel like this has happened to you so many times, Ethan, that at this point, you should kind of just smell the bullshit coming your way. Like, you should just... You could have smelled it. You could have smelled Yellow Flash's bullshit from the start. You know, and maybe you did, and this was just a mutual beneficial thing for both of you. Maybe you weren't real. Maybe for you too. Maybe a little bit of like, you know, well, he's got a big platform. Maybe, you know, sell some books. Like, I'm not judging, but like the fact that you didn't smell this coming, that you didn't smell this coming, is kind of like, I don't know, Ethan. You might be a little naive, just a little bit.
Fully know what he's doing. But I'm expressing to him like an adult how a decent person conducts themselves. That's all. People are always looking for the drama angle. No drama here. I like the FNT guys. I've always been friendly with them and you. Plenty of DC Comics news on the horizon, and you would make those shows better. So I'll be hitting you up again soon. I'm just trying to make sure the show is more organized now instead of 70% shit show.
Yeah, you know, because the Friday Night Tights guys consist of what? It's on Nerdrotic's channel. Nerdrotic has a big platform, right? Geeks and Gamers, they do pretty well over there. Drunk 3PO, all those guys. Of course you're friendly with them, Yellow Flash. They got numbers. They got numbers over there. Like I said, he goes, wind blows. Ooh, Friday Night Tights is calling you, Yellow Flash. Oh, look at all that money and exposure you're going to get messing around with the Geeks and Gamers Friday Night Tights guys. Ooh, Jeremy. Oh, Jay, Drunk 3PO. Ooh, look at that money. That's what he does. He goes where the wind blows. He goes where the wind blows.
All right, good to hear. Thanks. Just finished your book. It's good. Okay, thanks. I'm glad you thought so. I wish there was a little more action, but it reads like the next one is all out action. I like the ending of the book a lot. Good job sticking the landing, though, for this one. So the next one's brutal. So he's talking about Wreck Planet. He read Wreck Planet. And he's right. I mean, Wreck Planet is like, the front is all like, well, the very front is action. And then the middle is mostly just like establishing things, establishing relationships. And then it ends kind of, the ending is super violent. Like a good movie, in my opinion. Fantastic Four #3. He shows me. My wife would never let me buy a huge key like Amazing Fantasy 15. So Yellow Flash knows Amazing Fantasy 15, but I would like to buy this one. So I'd like to buy Fantastic Four #3. That's when it all came together. I don't have that one yet. Start showing me these comics. The American Red Cross needs your support. Give generously. Stamped Forrest D. Kelly. That's crazy. Trying to win this right now. This belonged to Forrest Kelly. That's the guy who Forrest Kelly was friends with Ed Wood. Wow. Fantastic Four #1. Apparently a fine, very fine 7.0 moderate off-white pages. All right.
I'm bored with this dirt talk.
So he's telling me that, not today, Satan, too rich. So here's a Fantastic Four #1 that's on sale. He's like, do you want to buy that? No. It's a nice looking copy, and because it's restored, it will probably get over.
I don't care about the talk. For somebody who doesn't like Ethan Van Sciver and has never liked Ethan Van Sciver, there's a lot of friendly talk. Like now they're talking about comic books they like and comic books they want. Like, yeah, this is definitely somebody that Yellow Flash hated for so long. Let me tell you.
And not paying Dillard? Is that what I'm hearing here?
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, God,
so
of
you're
course.
Sitting there buying expensive comics and then crying poor when it comes time to either pay for a cover from me or...
That's hilarious. Anyways, hey, did you ever hear Gary tell a story about how he robbed his dead drug dealer and got high in front of his rotten corpse? True story. That's who Gary is. I've heard about Nerderotics. We've talked about Nerderotics before. Remember, Yellow Flash didn't pay his artist for years as he was buying all these crazy, rare, valuable comics. Sounds about right. That tracks.
Pay your artist. I didn't even think of that. You bought a copy of Amazing Fantasy #15? So Dillard's pay went to buy rare comics, says Jose M. Amazing Fantasy 15 is really expensive. That's the first...
If you guys, everyone know where all your money goes towards when you give a super chat or get a membership on Yellow Flash's channel, goes to support his comic book addiction, just like you guys can support my boba tea addiction.
Appearance of Spider-Man. How do you know he didn't pay Dillard? He says he didn't pay Dillard. Everybody knows that. It's been established. He did not pay Dillard. Dillard says he did not get paid by Yellow Flash.
Right. It's like, how do you know he didn't get paid? He didn't pay Dillard because Dillard didn't say he got paid. Like, yeah, I can't argue with that.
2.0 Amazing Fantasy 15 recently sold for $21,506. That's a 2.0. That's basically a comic that's falling apart in your hands. $21,000 for that. How much did he end up paying for his Amazing Fantasy 15? That is insane.
A little bit. A little bit. Little bit.
There's the landmine in this episode. Wow, says Liam.
Oh, that is Liam.
His girl wouldn't let him pay Dillard. My wife would never let me pay Dillard. But I am buying Amazing
I just
Fantasy
realized
15.
I didn't know that was Liam Gray. That was
So you're
Liam.
thinking it's probably about 30K.
I seen it in my
Margaret
chat. I had
Raffle?
no idea that was Liam.
21K that could have went to Cuck Dillard. That could have went Cuck Dillard.
Hey, don't be shitting on
No
Dillard.
hat tonight,
I love
EBS?
Dillard.
No, I think a baseball cap. Well, I was wearing a top hat, but I can't put the headphones on with the top hat. I just wore it for the intro. Wow. Okay. Yeah, it really is great and definitely tempting. I'll get one eventually, but not this year. I've got too much going on. I'm spending all my money on my artists, by the way. I got 8 artists working for me that I'm paying right now. I'm paying them for books that I haven't even crowdfunded yet.
Ethan has not paid me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not an artist.
How do you live with yourself? I'm moving forward with a different comics launching in the fall, a different comic launching in the fall, 100%. So in the fall, he's launching his new comic. By the way, this is wow. So Dillard is actively working on the book right now. Holy shit. This is March 3rd, 2023. Yellow Flash bought Amazing Fantasy 15. He's shopping for World War II era Golden Age key books.
There's
I'm
another
moving forward
comic
with a
down
different
there.
comic launching in the fall. That would be October, November of 2023. This one is more like a Superman comic. Cool. Let me see it when you got something. Here he is showing me Captain Marvel comics. He's like, if I give you my character design, could you make a cover like this for my comic? World War II propaganda cover. The setting of my comic is World War II. Sure. Lol, they got the police footage of when that drama queen chick got arrested. Brown CBR just sent me the links. Liam!
What just happened?
Liam. Oh, I guess you already knew this. I guess you already knew there was a connection there. I said I watched it all last night, died laughing. I don't know what that refers to.
I have no idea. Somebody in my chat, give me some context. Thank you.
Brown CBR is the guy who basically he's like the biggest internet bully of Liam Gray. Okay, he's the guy who collects all Liam's stuff. He's the guy. Liam thinks that Brown CBR is behind some of the IRL harassment that he receives. And Liam was telling me just yesterday that he thinks that Yellow Flash is connected to Brown CBR. And I said, I don't see why you would think that.
Nope, there's a connection.
And I didn't even notice this shit.
There's a connection.
So, wow, dude. Liam is here, right?
There's a connection.
Oh, the drama queen chick. That must have been Jesse Milestone. Okay, yeah. All right, that makes sense. Wow, dude.
Damn, all these names.
Right,
Jesse
so,
Milestone.
there you go. So
oh my
proof,
god.
Concrete. He boasted that he is. Says on. Okay. So there's concrete proof of Liam's making some connections. But it's I don't know, but there you go. That's evidence. Said I watched it all last night, died laughing. I'm watching it all on this stream and reading Nightfall. Here he is thinking about buying a Fantastic Four #1. Some good stuff this week. A few Golden Age Superman books I'm looking at. Okay. If you want to join, so there he goes. He's sending me the link. Cyberfrog #1, a 9.8 Cyberfrog #1. I said, is that yours? He says, it will be. I go, nice. Can you please send me those DMs of Dan Slott saying the N-word? Sure. Yeah, no problem. I'll send you the DMs of Dan Slott saying the N-word.
He thinks Yellow Flash has said the N-word himself. Just put it out there.
Okay.
Just put it out there.
What's up with that Matt Barr guy? Why is he being such a faggot?
Up, drink.
So Matt Barr being a faggot.
Drink. He said it
Yellow
again.
Flash
Drink.
hates him. So I'm staying out of that drama. I want to stay friends with everyone involved. What drama? I never did anything to the faggot.
Drink.
So Matt Barr again, here's Yellow Flash calling you a faggot twice while I'm saying, look, leave me out of it, I don't want to be. I want to be friends with Matt Barr. Everybody who was in there. Let me see. Green Ninja says, "Yes, the cyberfrog is just to win you over, emotional blackmail." Well, yeah. At the same time, he's asking me for my cyberfrog #1 Hall of Heroes, though. You know, so it's like he bought the cheap version of like cyberfrog #1, the Harris edition, fairly
Guys, you have to drink every time Yellow Flash drops the F slur.
inexpensive, fairly common. Had a print run of 80,000, so it's out there. You can get it. You could get it for $2. You might be able to get it for $1. I mean, online it goes anywhere from $1 to like $12, depending on condition. But cyberfrog #1 Hall of Heroes is a different story. Like that's going to be harder to find, and if you do find it, it could be $200. That's what I usually see it. So he wants one of mine. I counted them. I have 4 copies of them. 4 copies of it. If he wanted me to send him one. Yeah. Matt Cisco says, I got a 9.8 Hall of Heroes, cyberfrog 1 and 2.
This
Yeah, no, Matt Cisco has like a pretty good collection. Konsuke Drama goes, nice cyberfrog bus back there. Can I have it? What drama? I never did anything to the faggot. So Yellow Flash find Matt Barr a faggot.
Oh wait, no, we already drank.
Also,
that one.
What do you think of the name Golden Patriot? I'm doing a Golden Age inspired superhero in World War II book. I said you should call him Gold Standard. He said, "Well, was the dollar even gold standard back then?" I said, "I'm not sure, but it's a good name. Check out the history of the term." He says, "I'm working on the design right now. Dillard Draws is the artist. The plan is to have the book done by October. Don't say anything about the details or the artist yet. Do you think you can have the cover done by Sep? An homage to that Captain Marvel World War II cover would be perfect. Thanks for doing this, by the way. I really appreciate it." Sure. Lol, this dumb bitch. You like monetizing haters, so enjoy. Yeah, I saw that a week ago. She's really stupid. Lol, she is. I love that her channel is dying. Without depth, she's done. Nobody gives a fuck about her comic book videos. So that's Nerdut's newsstand.
Damn.
I read all these ASM comics. I can answer your questions. Send me the link. I have like 5 minutes. I read all these amazing Spider-Man comics. I can answer your questions.
Why was Yellow Flash like? This is the thing, right? You would think at the level of success these YouTubers had, right, that they wouldn't even be worried about people like Nerdette talking about them, right, at this point. But like Yellow Flash is so obsessed with himself that anyone talking about him, he's just gonna be like, "Oh, you see this bitch? You see this bitch? I'm monetized." They're like, "Shut the fuck up, dude. You were so successful, right? Quote successful. Why are you worried about it? Why are you worried about it?" And he's just proven he definitely has watched Nerdette. He's watched everything Nerdette has covered about him, and even stuff that she didn't. There was a stream he posted in this DM where Nerdette wasn't even talking about him. She was even her takes on the comic stuff, and he's just like, "Oh, fucking coping seething, dude. That's so fucking weird. You're a weird dude."
Send me the link.
So the way you look, you definitely look weird too.
Let me see here. Looking for a big live stream to have Sam J. Jones, aka Flash Jordan, on this coming Saturday. Help me get in front of the big guys. Yeah, that's great. You want to come on the stream this weekend? Sure. Fire over that. Great. Are you going to Tampa? No, I don't think so. Just Jersey right now. I might do Jersey, not sure. Don't like to take too many days off from videos. I'm going to New York City Comic-Con, though, staying with Cecil. Cecil, did Yellow Flash come out and stay with you?
Did he?
Did he come out and stay with Cecil? I have no memory of that. Yeah, money. Hello, money. Gold Standard is cool. Standard is the name for a flag. Yeah, I just a little too clever for Flash. Okay, cool. So you guys like the name. Gold Standard would have been a pretty good name. Gold Standard ended in 1971. That would have been his death, like you just say. You know. Vito says Gold Standard is a way better name. Yash Matar says 4 copies. Could you spare 2? $200 is similar to Black Riding Hood. Last time I checked, yeah, the Black Riding Hood book that we did with John Malin, the Malin cut.
The Malin cut.
Really incredible. Like that book is worth a lot.
Cecil is gay.
And
Cecil,
it's
yeah.
worth a lot of money because there are a lot of people who want it, and there aren't very many copies of it, which is why it's worth.
Let me read this comment. People on the farms think Ethan Skyver is the new Mars girl. I think he's none of those things, since unlike that person, at least he's never unhinged and a very chill person, regardless of how you feel. I mean, I think that, listen, the wind blows, guys. People go where the wind blows. That's all I'm gonna say. You couldn't tell that Orange King Koala was Liam. No, I couldn't. I would never looked at his profile picture. I never really looked at it. I didn't know that was Liam. No, but I like Liam. I think Liam as a person, when you get to know him a little bit or you talk to him, he doesn't seem as bad. You know, his crash outs were legendary, but I don't think he's a bad person. I think that a lot of the hate he got, some of it I understood, but it still wasn't right, if that makes sense. But like for the most part, I apologize to him for my hand and trolling him too, because I definitely trolled the shit out of him. I definitely trolled the shit out of him, and I felt bad because, like, you know, older, wiser, better.
Worth money. That's why Ice on #1 will never be worth anything. Ice on.
Damn. Let's get into this DM.
Says, I like Yellow Flash's projecting licking urinals because these DMs are Harris Biden at best, you fairy. Harris Biden. I don't know what that means. All right, so I'm going to Tampa. Will be fun though. You should go. So this is the infamous Tampa Con, and I've already decided I'm not going to go. But like, so many people were going, and I remember like just being like, I think I need to go to the Tampa show, and so I did ask PTP. I said, can you help me? Like PTP and I were still talking, very much so. We're still, you know, I think I'd just seen him or he was gonna. So I said, I might want to go to Tampa. Like, can you get me a ticket or something like that? You know, no, he couldn't get me a ticket. Tampa will be fun. You should go. So here's the page from Mighty Golden Patriot that he's previewing to me. And I look at this with some alarm. Page 2 of my book. It's going to be legit. I'll show off the hero Saturday. It's a Power Ranger in World War II comic. I like the Sentai stuff, so I made my own. Flash, who is the artist? Dillard draws. He has that comic, The Buckler. He's legit.
I like Dillard's art. I do like Dillard's art. I think Dillard's very talented. I
Open
like
auction
Dillard's
for
art.
this Salamandroid piece I drew. Inks on Bristol. Drop bids in the comments section. Shipping is $10, $50 reserve. So he did this big Salamandroid drawing. That was pretty good. And he's like auctioning it off because he's working for free. Here's him drawing some of your work. The book's going to be good. I want to put out something good. Oh, yeah, okay. Yellow Flash, can I be honest with you? Just between us. Yeah. Yo, that art isn't where it needs to be. That guy can draw some things really well, but that doesn't look pro. I can find you a pro artist for whatever you're paying Dillard. Now, that is funny looking back. That is interesting.
I think Dillard's art is amazing.
For whatever you're paying Dillard, you're not paying him anything. You're taking the money that should be going
I
to
think
Dillard,
Dillard's
and you're
art
buying
is amazing.
big comic books. You're buying Amazing
Dillard's
Fantasy
drawings.
15. You're what a piece of shit. Does Dillard know that? Does Dillard know that like he suffered for 2 years working for Yellow Flash without pay, with a back end deal, while Yellow Flash was buying Amazing Fantasy 15 and a bunch of World War II era Golden Age key comics? Does he understand that?
Has Dillard got paid anything?
Really? I think it looks great.
I also agree. I like Dillard's art. I think Dillard draws really good.
And I hate to do that to him, but your book is going to have a lot of eyes on it, and it needs to look pro. You can just tell me to fuck off if you want. No hard feelings. I'm just looking out for you. I'm not telling you to F off, lol. I just think it looks good, though. So he shows me this, and this looks good, you know? And I'm like, when I saw this, when he first showed this to me, I said, oh, fuck, is this Dillard? Like, that looks great. No, it's not Dillard. This is a Boom's Saban's Go-Go Power Rangers number 32. This is a professional artist. I mean, it's right up there with the style I want for this book. Like, you have no...
I think Dillard draws great. I'm just going to say that.
Well, he knows now.
I think Dillard draws great.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm not saying, listen, I'm not saying, because again, I'm just a casual viewer, right? Like, I'm just a casual person. So I think that Dillard's art is very good. I've seen a lot of his art, and I think a lot of his art, and even Ethan said he does draw some things very, very well. I think the art for Flash's comic book, even though I can't stand Flash, I do love Dillard. I think Dillard is a person, very talented, very sweet guy, very funny. I like his style of work, and I think that the comic book, as far as like the images that Dillard drew, I do think they look fine. You know, I'm sure that, like, again, I know there's artists that definitely have mind-blowing art, but I think Dillard can be up there with the pros. I really do think Dillard could be up there with the pros. Definitely with some of the work I've seen him do. This comic book, again, he's going by the direction of Yellow Flash, right? Yellow Flash gives him example, make it look kind of like this, and that's what Dillard does. But Dillard definitely has some talent. He really does. He really has some amazing talent. Like, man, ooh, a lot of these. Listen, I'm impressed by anyone who could draw anything. I'm not even sweeping shut up, Crazy Cat. I can't draw for shit. I'm the last person to even give critiques on art. But for me personally, this is my personal opinion. This is my personal opinion. You trying to sweep me off my
What
feet?
happened to Amazing Fantasy number 15?
All right, let's get back to these conversations.
Art, you just don't know. Like, this is what you want. I understand that, but that's not what Dillard does, right? No. If you want this, you can have that. I'm assuming you have money, like Eric July has money to spend, right? Because you're making a book. That's not what Dillard does, though. That's what your book should look like. Remember, Eric July got his artist from Marvel Comics. There are tons of guys like that floating around that you could grab. Your book needs to look A+++++++. Dillard is fast enough that this book can be done in the fall. The art is a step up from Joe's, in my opinion. If this does well enough, I'll get those Marvel artists after, because I'm going to scale back the videos and do more comics if I make money.
Wait,
brother.
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie. That kind of pissed me off. That really pissed me off. So basically, what it's saying is, like, after Dillard makes this comic book with me, right? If it makes money, I'm going to not have the person who made me money come back to make me more money. I'm going to just hire other people. Bro, if the comic does well, the comic that Dillard worked on makes money, and they liked Dillard's artwork on the comic book, why would you not just keep Dillard on to continue the work? It would make sense if they didn't like it, right? Okay, maybe Ethan Van Sciver was right. Maybe I'll take a few bucks out of my comic book fund, and my YouTube revenue that I'm getting, to hire somebody else who's a little bit more pro, right? But that like, does that make sense? You're gonna make money off of Dillard's work, and then afterwards not have him continue to make you money, and say, well, thanks for the first issue. We're gonna go in a different direction. We made all this money. Here's your cut. Bye. Like, what? Does that make sense to anyone else? Is that how the comic people work? I don't know. I'm asking y'all who are more knowledgeable about this. Is that what they do? Is that what they do, guys? Is they hire an artist to work on a project that does well, and then they just say, okay, you did good. You did good. It's like putting Old Yeller down. Good boy. You know? Yes, Yellow Flash is going to stab Dillard in the back and cast him aside first chance he got. Is anyone surprised at this point? I'm just surprised at the logic by that. I'm surprised by that weird logic. This man made you money, and you reward him by saying, we're not going to have you keep going. That's crazy. Oh, poor Dillard, man. Poor Dillard, man. That's kind of shitty when you realize that that's what he was basically saying. And I don't know if he was saying that to appease Ethan Van Sciver, but that's still like a shitty thing to say.
I'll support you no matter what. Take a break here. Let's take a little moment to
chill and promote. Let's take a little moment to go back to the DMs, please and thank you.
Yards is terrible. Right here. Was I even sharing anything from did I do it? No. Sure, I didn't share the eBay thing. All right, sorry about that. I suck.
Goddamn internet. Goddamn internet. Let's go back. Sorry, guys. My internet is being silly. Silly Willy, Nilly Lily. I don't know why it does that. It's kind of annoying the shit out of me right now.
All right, I'll support you no matter what. Thanks, Ethan. I think it will grow on you. Wait till you see the hero and the villain. They look like legit Power Rangers. The cover from you should get a lot of attention. If you want to put swastikas on the plans and tanks, the media will go crazy. It'll be fun because Nazis are the bad guys in it, but they will undoubtedly call us Nazis over it. Oh, good. Yeah, when I No, they probably won't, because if the story takes place in the era and the bad guys were, the Nazis, then like I don't think anyone's gonna get mad at y'all for creating a comic book and doing that. It just makes no sense. But it's almost like Yellow Flash wants people to think that way so that they can get all the attention from it. Like, that's crazy. Like, we want this controversy. We want them to think that we're Nazis because we're making a comic book where the superheroes fighting the bad guys and they're Nazis. I don't think anyone in the comic, anyone who reads comics is going to look at that and be like, oh my God, Ethan Van Sciver drew swastikas in a comic book. Like, the weird thinking he has. And you know damn well he wants that controversy. I read this, I was kind of like, yeah, they actually do call me Nazi already, dude. They actually do that. And I got canceled for it. And it wasn't when the media did it, because my name is out there. Like, your name isn't out there. You're just Yellow Flash. So they could say Yellow Flash is a Nazi and nobody would give a fuck because you don't have any skin in the game. Wow. Can't wait to draw swastikas. I'm just looking for an excuse. So here's some more of the comics that he's showing me. This is what, oh, look at this. Doesn't this look like a little bit like the shot of, I can't remember, but doesn't it look like a little bit of the shot of the yellow Golden Ranger, whatever his name is, bending the tank, the tank cannon a little bit. Kind of does look that way, right? I don't know if it's like a copy of
by the way.
The tank barrel. Is it? Yeah. Maybe compare these two drawings. I don't know. I'm sure Yellow Flash gave him this as reference. Something like this. I said, it's so gay how people act like you can't show swastikas anymore, which is true. Like, you can't, if you're going to do a comic about World War II, you're not allowed to show swastikas on the uniforms or the tanks or planes. It was a real thing, especially in comics during World War II and after. Marvel's The Invaders had swastikas on just about every cover, and that was like the 70s. There's another link to be on the show. Thanks, I'll be there. Here's the first drawing of Mighty Golden Patriot right here. Who did this? Fine-tuned it. Is that good enough for you to work with? Is this Dillard? I think it's Dillard because, like, I can see, like, the line work here looks like Dillard. But it's really nice. That's actually a good job.
Yeah.
Is that good enough for you to work with?
Dillard is amazing.
Was thinking about something like, so I'm going to do something like this. He's just going through all these World War II covers. Something like this. Maybe something like this. You think that'll work? Oh, hell yeah. Very cool. I'm going to make yours the main cover. Amazing. I appreciate it. Watch this stream where Pedo defends pedos hard.
Who?
So here's more Vito.
Vito.
Stuff.
Okay. More Vito stuff.
The Milady scarf. Yeah. Going after Vito. Turns out Vito becomes a problem later in our friendship. I'm going to EFAP that can't be a faggot tomorrow. You want to
drink.
Okay.
Drink.
Soon. Here's a message. Somebody posted this. EVS saying Flash and Vito are equal participants in cancel culture is disappointing. For real? Vito running around attacking people all the time and defending pedos brings up, didn't you attack James Gunn for comments saying nasty shit? People are DMing me saying you were gushing over Vito for 6 hours and shitting me. What the fuck?
Uh-oh.
Bullshit. Troublemakers. The video's right there. You can go watch it. People are trying to create trouble. I can't watch a 6-hour live stream, so I'm just asking you about it.
That's crazy.
I hear you. There was no gushing over Vito, nor did I even come close to denigrating you. Fucking liars. Ask for clips. All right, I'll take your word for it. This is June 5th, 2022.
Bro, I'm sorry. This is the most weirdest conversation. Yeah, hey, Ethan. I heard you on a stream that's public talking shit about me and glazing Vito. Is it true? And then Ethan's watch the stream, like watch to see what I said. Or ask for clips. What do you mean? Like somebody just said it and you didn't ask to see the stream? That would be my first thing. When people hit me up like, hey, you were mentioned here. This person, this YouTuber mentioned you. Trust me, especially if it's a big content creator, people will message me and say, hey, you were mentioned, and they will send me the link and tell me exactly at what point when they were watching it to see what they said. And I would immediately go and watch it myself. You know, I've had people come in my chat and say my friends were kind of like talking shit about me, right? Okay, who was it? Matt Jarbo? Okay, at what point, when was I mentioned? I will literally sit there and sift through a stream, a 3-hour, 6-hour stream to find it myself before I say anything to the person. That's crazy. What do you mean? I'm not going to sit through a 6-hour stream. Okay, so whoever told you that, ask them at what point they did it and have them send you the timestamp. Like, are you serious right now? That's weird. That's like teenage mentality.
3. Was kind of caught off guard with it this morning. The internet's doing its thing this week. Literature Devil is on the team. He's reading over my script right now. He will be reviewing art as it's made also. I want this book to be fire. Join us on Kings and talk about it. Maybe after I put my daughter to sleep. She's teething again. My wife works afternoons. It's just me and the baby during the week. Your fucking house husband. Okay. Oh shit. Yellow Flash is a woman, man. Well, he's acting like a woman because he is a woman. He lives the life of a woman. His wife goes to work and he stays home with the baby and watches soap operas or creates his own fucking soap operas on the internet.
I like
this is
that.
what women do.
Hey.
Men go to work and women stay home with the baby and make or watch soap operas or create their own with their friends. Flash, we got to make it. So here's me finally like, okay, so we're talking about Flash. We got to make a deal for the cover. Did I tell you my rate yet? What do you want? My cover rate is $4,000 plus $1,000 for every 10,000 copies sold. I thought I'd better warn you before we go further. I'd be willing to pay the $4K, but I'd want to talk about the copies sold part. What? How many copies? So, by the way, this is evidence that Yellow Flash believes that his book is going to sell way more than 10,000 copies. And when he says,
okay, quick math time. Guys, how much is this book going for? How much is this book going for? Do we know the price of the book? Did he already put out a price? Can somebody give me a number in the chat? How much is this book going for? I'm curious now. Let's do the math here. I'm waiting for somebody who knows how much this book is going to be worth or how much he's charging people for this book. I don't want to look it up. I'm lazy. And I'm sure you guys have been more invested in this than I am. So I know somebody in my chat got a number. Okay, $17 at the minimum. Okay, so 17 times 10,000 equals $170,000. Okay, $170,000. So Ethan Van Sciver is asking, for every 10K copy sold, right? So for 10K copies, he's only asking for $1,000 at $170,000. Is that correct? Is my math mathing? Okay, so let's do that, right? So 35 for the regular, 35 times 10,000 copies. $350,000. Is my mathing? Am I doing math wrong? Okay. So for every 10 copies sold, and he didn't even specify which copies, right? Because we have 2 tiers, right? This man's making a lot of money. $1,000 for every 10 copies sold is not that bad. So to me, it just sounds like Yellow Flash isn't as confident that he's going to sell 10,000 copies. That's what it sounds like to me. That's what it sounds like to me.
That I'm happy with. Look, I sold 2,500 copies. That's incredible. 4K is a good, of course it is. So when he says that like 2,500 copies is amazing. No, it isn't, because a sticking point for him was paying me an extra $1,000 for every 10,000 copies of my cover sold. That's not to mention there are 4 covers on the campaign. My cover, when my cover sells 10,000 copies by itself, another $1,000 should come my way.
Right. And again, if the math is mathing, that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, right there. Okay, of every of every 10K sold of his cover, right? But either way, my point is still, if Yellow Flash sold 10K copies of his cover, $1,000 would still not be that bad. You know what I'm saying?
Seems fair. It seems like a fair deal. And just my cover, not the whole series, not all the books. Just I know that if my cover, look, if my cover takes off and you're selling 10, 20, 30,000 copies of my cover, it's clear that the reason why the book is selling is because of my cover, my artwork. Therefore, I would like a small reward.
Which is why Yellow Flash wanted Ethan Van Sciver to do the cover in the first place. He said it in this DM where he's like, oh my God, Ethan, can you imagine the backlash of Ethan Van Sciver drawing swastikas on a cover? Oh my God, Ethan Van Sciver, could you do the cover for me because you're Ethan Van Sciver? And it's going to get people to buy this book because you did the cover? Oh yeah, nah, I can't give you $1,000 per 10 copies of your cover. So no, we got to renegotiate that. That's crazy.
A pittance, $1,000 for every 10,000 extra copies sold. And he's like, I'd be willing to pay the 4K, but I'd want to talk about the copies sold part, which is proof positive that he thought that his book was going to sell many tens of thousands of copies.
The thing that is like, I'm not a comics book person. And even I could figure out that this whole thing is like bullshit. Like, it's bullshit, right? I don't know the ins and outs of the comic book stuff. Like, I had Ethan on, we talked about it. I don't know how normal prices for artists go by or anything like that. And even I'm saying like the math ain't math in Yellow Flash. Like, you really tripping over $1,000 per 10 fucking thousand copies. That's nothing. That's chunk change. And he's not even asking for more than that. That's crazy.
And he's coping and seething right now when he pretends that $69,000 in the first 10 days is satisfactory and impressive and all of that. Ozart says he's too stupid to understand what you were presenting, EVS.
Right. Math ain't mathin', right? Math ain't mathin'. He's tripping.
30,000 copies is $3,000. So fucking cheap. I know. Like, it's just like, I when he said I need to talk about it, I was like, what?
Because he wasn't confident that he was gonna sell that much. That's what I interpreted it as. Because ain't no way you're tripping over $1,000 for 10,000 books sold. You know what I'm saying? At the price that he said it. Now, which price range was Ethan's cover going to be? Was it the $17 or was it like the more expensive one? Because if it's the more expensive one, I'm literally sitting here like, ain't no way. Because even the lowest tier book at $17 is still $100 and something $1,000. Okay, if you're selling 10,000 copies, $1,000 change, dude.
You need to talk about part that's like just gravy. That's just me ensuring that, like, you know, like the thing is, the other part of that is if I'm doing a cover for your book, I'm also going to be promoting your book for my own sake. Like, everybody should buy Yellow Flash's book and then like buy my cover, and then, you know, hopefully I'm going to push it to 10,000 copies sold so that I can get paid again. So I say this to him. I say, look, we could just settle at 5K flat then. Okay. Like, if you don't want to do the fucking 10, okay. So now you're basically telling me that you're going to sell 20,000 copies of my cover. So if that's the case, fine. $5,000, and we'll just stay that. We'll just stick with $5,000 flat, and we'll just take off the weird. It's weird that you're like concerned about that. Pigs don't eat it because they don't know how. Thanks for $1. Appreciate that. You were dealing with a retard. You confused him, says Dog 35. Ethan, that would be $1,000 for every $250,000.
Right.
Is that right? No, 250,000, 25,000, I think. 25 times. No, you're right. 10,000. Yeah, $250,000. Every $250,000 he raises by selling my cover, I get $1,000. Thank you for pointing that out. You're retarded. I'm bad at math, but you are 100% correct. Yellow Flash and EJ together might not break 100 IQ, says John Smith. Mind and Body says that's an excellent deal for a professional of your caliber. It's just me like saying, okay, $4,000, and then I'm going to hook myself in a little bit and invest myself in the success of your book and my cover on your book. Yellow Flash didn't see it that way, so he was angry. Let me talk with Dillard about it. I'll get back to you by tomorrow.
Why talk to Dillard though? Right? Yellow Flash approached Ethan Van Sciver to do a cover, right? And now Ethan's now after all the conversation about, hey Ethan, will you do the cover for me? Yeah, buddy, sure. Well, yeah, I'll do a cover for you. Okay, this is what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. Okay, now we have to talk about prices. I should let you know ahead of time before we proceed. Like, this is my rate, right? So now we're talking money. I don't know if Yellow Flash thought maybe he was going to do it for free, because there was no mention of money when he was asking at all. Like, hey Ethan, how much do you charge? Could I pay you to do a cover? Right? There was no mention of money up until this point, right? We saw the whole conversation. There was no mention of rates or pricing or even an offer to pay. It was just like, hey, can you do a cover for me? Right? Now we're at the part where the money's coming in. And like, my thing is, again, why go to Dillard? Dillard is the artist for the rest of the book. You didn't ask him to do the cover. Why go to Dillard to see if Dillard could do the cover instead? Because you wanted Ethan Van Sciver to do the cover because he's Ethan Van Sciver. You wanted to use his name and his art attached to your book to help sell the book. That's fine. But it's kind of crazy how we're now just talking about money, and you're like, I need to go talk to Dillard. I need to go talk to my other artists and see what he thinks about this. And I'm sitting here like, what do you need to talk to him about? I'm curious, because that makes no sense to me.
Okay, so I guess finances here somehow,
right?
Or you take it out of Dillard's end. Like, I didn't even know that there was like a situation with Dillard's payment here at all. I'm like, okay, so what the hell? Why would you need to talk to Dillard about this?
Thank you. Sometimes this is why me and Ethan Van Sciver are sometimes very strangely on the same page. Exactly. Why did you need to go to Dillard about this situation? You know, makes no sense at all. Of course he did.
So dumb.
Of course he did. Why would he not think he was going to sell all those copies?
He probably thought the 10K copies of he probably thought every 10K copies of the book sold. Yeah, but my cover rate is 1K for every 10K copies sold. Yeah, I guess I could see that. I didn't specify there. I mean, to me, it was like implicit, but I didn't.
Okay, so Cosmic here says it's because Dillard has 40%, so he wants to check it with him about the extra 1K. Right, but like, yeah, but still, like, again, he never brought up money before when he asked Ethan, right? Ethan brought up the money. Ethan was like, here's my rate. They were talking about this for a while, and Yellow Flash never asked him about the rate fee or even said, hey, do you want to, like, it again? I'm starting to sit here thinking, like, did Yellow Flash think that Ethan was just going to do this as a favor for him? like for free? Did he not think about that? So that's why I'm like, I guess I get why you're going to Dillard, but at the same time, in my head, I'm just like, why didn't you just think about this before you went to Ethan Van Sciver, and try to get him to do that? Right? Yeah, he did. He had to have. It's no way he was not sitting there. Like, there's no way he was not trying to get this cover from Ethan Van Sciver for free, because he never mentioned money up until Ethan mentioned money. And now he's like, I gotta talk to Dylan. Yeah, because like you thought you were getting that cover made for free by Ethan Van Sciver. That's cool. And he's telling you, nah, I gotta get my money.
And specify that it was just my cover. So maybe that's fair. But even still, that's still a good deal.
Ethan, if I made a comic book, if I had an idea for a comic book and I had an artist, and would you do the cover for me for free, Ethan, as a favor? Because I'm so cool and I'm not a scumbag. would you do the cover for me for free, and then I'll give you $2,000 for every 10K copies that book sells? Would you do that for me? I'd even give you 2K, Ethan. You know what I'm saying? I'd give you 2K for every 10 sold with your cover, Ethan Van Sciver. Do that for me. Do that for me, Ethan. That'd be awesome. I have ideas for comic books, Ethan. Let's collaborate. I'll make a comic book with you. I would 100%, if Ethan Van Sciver offered me to write a comic book with him, oh, I would take it 100%. 100% I would work on a comic with Ethan Van Sciver. That'd be awesome. I would love that. Come on, Ethan, do a cover for me for free. And then I'll give you even more than 1K. You give me a $, and I'll agree to it. You're not gonna get no pushback from me. There's no renegotiating. If I'm coming to Ethan Van Sciver to help me make money, you damn right I'm gonna give this man what he wants. No questions asked. What, you're only asking for 1K? Oh my god, I would give him more. I would offer him more money. That's all you want, 1K? How about 2? Does 2K sound good? I'm telling you, man, sometimes I sit here like, people need to work with me. I'm fair. I'm reasonable. I'm easy to work with. I listen. I take feedback. Okay, you think that, Dillard's dry? I'll talk to Dillard, but this is why I want Dillard. I want Dillard, and I want Ethan Van Sciver. I'll make a comic book. Should I get in Comics Gate? I feel like I should come out with a comic book, guys. Seems to be where all the money's getting made.
Even if it was for every copy of the entire series, it would still be a good deal. We could sell a 5K flat. Let me talk to Dillard about it. I'll get back to you tomorrow. Okay. We meet every Friday night to go over stuff. Do you really? Yeah, no problem. I realize I'm pricey. I'm definitely worth the investment, though. He says, Rip is making millions. I don't think I'll make anything like that, so I'm still thinking about the price. My campaign will only make 100K, he says to me. Now, looking back on this, he was very prescient. Your campaign might make $100,000, Yellow Flash, but he didn't truly believe this. He was saying this as a way of crying poverty so he wouldn't have to pay my rate. It's funny. It's funny that he said this because he was right. But in no way did he believe this. In no way did he believe this, or else he would have said, oh, yeah. Okay, so 4K is okay. So I'll pay you the 4K. So you want $1,000 for every 10,000 copies it's going to sell? That's cute. Yeah, okay, sure. You can have that. In fact, you can have it for every cover. You can have it for every 10,000 copies sold of my book, period. Because my book is only going to sell, according to me, 4,000 copies total. What if he has voices in his head? Ethan says Hitler was somebody's son. He might. It's so funny. It's like, my book's only going to make 100,000. It's like, yeah. See, I mean, this is the thing. Like, none of that makes any sense. I go, well, bro, Raging Golden Eagle did 400,000. You will do 600 to 1 million. Guess what? Yellow Flash was right, and I was wrong. But I will say this. I didn't need to be wrong. I was wrong because Yellow Flash made me wrong. Lil Heck Lou says he totally misunderstood you. Raging Golden Eagle did $400,000. He's fucking destroying Yellow Flash. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, so
I
he
hate
asks
Yellow Flash,
usually.
but the cover price should have
I
been
think
up
he said
front,
that
says Dairy
once. I
Queen.
think I heard him say that he usually asks for more. But for friends get a discount. Hold on. Hey Ray, you know what other fake geek girl is making a comic book now? Simulated Cynic. I will call his ass out. Oh man. You call me a fake geek girl? I'm not a fake geek girl.
Why? I didn't draw it. It is up front. We didn't make an agreement. I just said I will do it. This is us negotiating the price of the book of my work, because he never asked me.
Right.
See, normal people, when somebody says when you get asked, like, I'll do your cover, will you do a cover for me? How much? Normal
Right.
people say that.
Right.
Yellow Flash didn't ask me.
Right.
Which means one of two things. It means either he thought he was getting it for free, which is an incredible thing to assume.
Right.
Or price is no object.
Right.
I roughly assume you're going to cost this much, and price is no object.
Right.
One of the two things.
Right.
Yellow Flash is somebody who asks me for one copy of my comic book and won't even give me his name or his address. You know what I mean? It's like, this is who this guy is. Yellow Flash is a guy who has John Dillard, working on his comic book for free on a back-end deal arrangement, while he spends all of his money on Amazing Fantasy number 15 comics, pricey Golden Age, Silver Age key books. 100% he thought it would be free.
So 100%. No questions asked. That's clear.
Absolutely.
That's 100% clear. He wanted it for free. 100%.
Here we go. Some links. Me and Dillard Draws are working on something special. Let's bring back the golden age of comics. So here's a little trailer. Okay. Coming soon, he said back in June 13th of 2023. Well, soonish. These are the same guys, by the way, who are just like, why does it take Ethan so long to make a comic book? These guys, they know. You should know how long it takes. Yellow Flash has been talking about making a comic book, talking about making one since 2018. He's just a writer. Mm-hmm. Imagine writing and drawing a comic book. So 2 years ago, 2 years ago, he's like, coming soon. Here we go. Another picture. Yellow Flash bought a 6.5 copy of Fantastic Four number 47. How can you hate these? Well, I just said to him, on the live stream, I said, listen, CGC locking these books up is not a good thing. How can you hate these? I just got this back today. Look how great it looks. You can't read it anymore, but it looks nice. Nice grade, too. This is interesting. Ready for this? This is how these guys work. I want you to understand that the Zeroverse, they do not buy movies. They do not go to movies. They do not pay to see movies. These guys every week will send you a link.
They pirate it.
And I used to be in the Flashcast room so I would get the link there. Here, he's sending me the link because I'm no longer in the room. He's sending it to me direct. Free Barbie, he says. This is the link to be able to watch a
Damn, Ethan Van Sciver exposing these YouTubers. They don't go to the theaters. They don't pay for it. They just pirate it. They watch it just so they can shit on it. That's crazy.
Shitty camcorder create, like some Pakistani retard, total piece of shit in a movie theater holding his iPhone up or whatever and filming Barbie off the movie screen with the audio all like you can hear people in the audience and stuff. And then it goes on this one like pirating site, and Yellow Flash sends this link out to everybody who's going to be on his show. And your homework assignment is to watch a butchered version of the movie. This is why, like, I don't blame them for hating movies. It's hard to watch a movie this way.
Oh man,
it's hard to watch a movie this way. You don't get the experience that the filmmaker wanted you to have. You get
Ethan Van Sciver exposing the grift. Oh no! So if you guys didn't catch that, Yellow Flash, and I'm assuming a lot of them do it because he made it seem like this is what these guys do. They pirate the movies that come out. They don't go see them in theaters. They pirate them. Now I will say this: I have seen Ryan Kinnell coming out of a movie theater, or at least sitting in his car in the parking lot. I think he went to go see some movies, but for the most part, they just pirate all these movies. They don't actually go see these movies. And I kind of agree. It's kind of hard to like watch a movie that has like shitty ass quality instead of seeing it in theaters as it's tended to be. Oh man, he's exposing the grift. That's hilarious. And I'm pretty sure pirating is illegal. Yellow Flash. Yikes. You watching pirated content to make videos on. Wild.
An awful experience trying to watch a movie. It's frustrating. It's very difficult. The language alters back and forth from like English to French. There are subtitles on the screen. There are weird ads placed, like pop-up ads during the movie. It's really unpleasant. And this is how these guys watch movies or pretend to watch the movies that they review. So he sends me this. I'm supposed to be on his show. Free Barbie. Watch it for tomorrow, please. Watch it for tomorrow, please. Let me see. That isn't a pirate site. That is Yellow Flash or someone else's personal OneDrive. Yeah, but he downloaded the movie from one of these pirate sites and he's sending it around.
So the same thing you said. That's crazy.
I say, oh man. Okay. So Yellow Flash forced me to watch Barbie. I didn't watch Barbie because I wanted to. I didn't go to.
You were not Ethan. You were not forced to watch Barbie. You could have said no.
To the movies to see Barbie.
I thought Barbie was good, by the way. I was actually surprised.
Barbie. Yellow Flash made it a homework assignment of mine. And I did not want to see it. It was not something that I wanted to see. Yash Matar says Flash must not value his time, his own time.
All right, so we're going to have a dispute here. I don't care if people pirate movies to criticize them. I do care if their criticism is inaccurate. Well, here's the thing. With Yellow Flash and a lot of people like Yellow Flash, it doesn't matter. Their criticisms mean shit to me because they're already going in there looking for a reason to complain about how bad these movies are, right? If it's not something they like you could tell Yellow Flash is more as a fan of Fantastic Four. It makes sense that Yellow Flash would go and buy a ticket to see Fantastic Four and probably say good things about it, right? Because he's a Fantastic Four fan. But what the fuck does he care about Barbie? My thing is, if the trailer didn't reach you and it doesn't look entertaining or good, I'm sorry, Yellow Flash is not a movie critic. Okay, his entire platform is not a movie critic platform. I'm not gonna go to Yellow Flash to get my thoughts on what his review is, his opinion is on a Barbie movie. His entire channel isn't like solely based on that. He goes where the wind takes him, right? When he called John Campea the F slur earlier, John Campea, whether you like John Campea or hate him, his entire brand is movie reviews. He gets free tickets to go see and review movies. That is the thing, right? He goes to review movies. He's a specialist in movies. He is a thingophile when you're into films. I forgot what you call it, but he specializes in that, right? So when you have somebody like Yellow Flash, he just happens to watch movies and entertainment. But am I going to go to Yellow Flash to get his take on what he thinks about movies? Hell no. Hell no. He's not a movie critic to me. He's a fucking viewer. And he uses this shit for money. Thank you, a cinephile. Thank you. That's what's called, right? He's not, he does it because it makes him money. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying it just makes no sense. Like, if you just don't like the movie, don't see it. If Barbie looks stupid to you and it was a stupid, why see it? You know, they only watch these things so they can bitch about it. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about biases. I'm an adult who should be able to tell if and how someone may be biased. Again, I care about accurate criticism, right? But I also think it's like, if you don't want to watch a movie, don't go see the movie, right? Don't pay to see it, because the box office numbers will show if that movie was like, hyped up, right? Because what does the box office numbers really tell us? That enough people wanted to watch that movie before it was released. So people go and pay to see a movie, right? The box office isn't like, I hate when people talk about box office. I'm like, dude, the box office don't mean shit. It just means there was enough hype before for people to want to go see that movie, right? And then when they come out, that's why they call it box office weekend, because after the first wave of people come in, first day, right? If the first day box office is good, that means that the promotion, the marketing, the appeal was so good that everybody had to go see it on opening night, right? Then New Testament is after that, right? Because now maybe people can't always make it for the first day, second day, sure. we can consider that same as the first day. People were hyped enough to go see it. The total weekend is this. Doesn't really mean shit to me, to be honest with you. It doesn't really mean that much. That doesn't mean the movie was good or bad. It just means there was enough people who wanted to see it that went to go see it, right? So if you're pirating it, right, you just like, this point for me with pirating means you just can't afford tickets, okay? But also if you're a YouTuber and you're pirating it, like, that's just crazy to me. That's crazy to me. You should be paying for it if you're fucking like Yellow Flash, going to these, you know, seeing these movies to shit on it, because shitting on these movies is making you money. The least you could do is thank that fucking producer, director, and those whole people that made that movie and give them a few bucks. Give them $20. You know what I'm saying? You made hundreds of dollars shitting on that Barbie movie. You could have at least gave them $20 out of in your time, right? That's how I feel about it. I think that it's just kind of crazy because they do nothing but talk shit about all these movies and the industry. Yet they are making more. They're making so much money off of that. You know, I just think it's kind of crazy. The problem telling others what you think they should do, how they ever force them to do what you want. I mean, this is just my opinion, but I still think it's kind of shitty. I really think it's a shitty thing when you're pirating something just so you can shit on it, right? And you're making all this money, but you won't go sit down in a movie theater and see it. It's fucking stupid. That's stupid, you know? Fucking pirating a movie just so you can have fucking content. You're willing to give these people money to help them keep producing the shit you want to bitch and moan about, but you're just gonna pirate it so you can have something to make content off of. It's kind of just wild. But like, yeah, you basically, the Old Flash admitting that he's stealing movies, which again, pirating's illegal.
Time or Dillard's time? And this is how all these pieces of shit work. You know what? Like, you could at least go. Here's the thing: if you're going to review a movie and you're going to badmouth it, you could at least go see it at the movie theater.
Thank you.
You could pay for it.
Thank you.
And you could see it the way that it's meant to be seen.
Thank you.
Because it might alter your perception of the movie. Might alter your experience by seeing it in the movie theater. Okay.
Thank you.
If you're going to be an honest to God reviewer, but sending these fucking bootlegs out to people is a bad idea.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Now he's sending me the link to watch Robin Hood. But he's sending this to me because I was just on a show with Director X. I say, cool, thanks. I sent him your Twitter info as well. He is just Director X. I sent him this Twitter, not the new one. He gives me a link to Director X because I just met him. I hopped on the stream. I was cordial with him, and I actually showed him John Malin's Black Riding Hood and said, you should be doing this. Like, you're the perfect director to do this type of thing. And he seemed really interested. I never followed up on it, though. I should have. I should have followed up on it, but I didn't. Next thing you know, so this is November 8th, 2022. December 10th, you hopped out of the Comicsgate room. Everything okay? You can no longer send messages to this person. Yellow Flash blocked me.
Yikes.
Suddenly, out of the blue. Maybe it was because of all the begging I was doing. And this is 2023.
Wow. So there it is.
Maybe it was because I was begging him. Oh, please, let me come on your show and promote. The closest thing that you can see, like, looking back at this stuff, the closest thing that you could kind of maybe possibly say was me begging to be on his show ever would have been, okay, not this. He's probably angry about me and Dillard there. What I said about Dillard not being 100% on board with this. But yeah, when the FNT guys showed up and I got thrown out.
Yeah. All right. We're at the end at this point. Like, what else did it say? Well, that was interesting. But I do agree with that last point. It's like, yeah, if you're going to review a movie, at least you could do is go see it in the fucking theaters where it was intended to be seen, you know? But they won't do that because, like, cheap. We already know that Yellow Flash is cheap. Now, I was debating if I wanted to show y'all what Yellow Flash looks like. I'm not going to. If y'all want to find that, it's out there. It's out there. You can find out what this man looks like. But I'll just say this. He looks exactly like I expected him to look. And that's saying a lot. Most people shock me. When I see what people look like, I'll always be like, I wasn't expecting you to look like that, right? Nah, Yellow Flash looks like exactly how I expected him to look. So y'all can go out there and find that. I'm not gonna do the whole face reveal shit. You know what? I want to keep some of my friends like Nerdet's newsstand, who's Nerdet's communist stand, right? I'm not gonna put his face out there. His face is out there. I already kind of did that yesterday, but I'm not gonna do it again today. So if y'all want to see what this man looks like, go look for it. I'm sure a lot of you in the chat already have seen this man's face, and I just laughed my ass off. Like, yeah, you look like that type of bitch. You look like that type of bitch. Please monetize me, Yellow Flash. Please monetize me. I would love that attention from you, darling. Would love that attention from you. Would love that attention from you. Damn, I'm really wondering now, looking back. I know he was still married at the time, but man, you should have bagged that cosplayer back then, man. She was down, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Looking at how he looks, I'm just sitting there like, what? Yeah, that chick was definitely way out of your league. You should have bagged that. You should have bagged that, but you was drunk. You was too drunk. Now, real quick, I'm gonna go pee, and I want to show you guys the video about his fake doxing crybaby bullshit. But let me go to the bathroom real quick because I've been streaming for 4 fucking hours, guys. Y'all had me here for 4 hours. So I will be right back. I'm just gonna go pee, and we're just gonna play some music. Some music for the background. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds, guys. 2 seconds. All right. I am back. I'm back. All right, let's take a look and see if I can find this video. Give me a second. A lot of videos. If you put in Yellow Flash exposed, why I don't like Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash too doesn't understand why people think he's toxic. These are all years ago. Years old videos, man. Year-old video. Yellow Flash gets big mad on Twitter after Nicholas Euro calls him racist. Oh my god. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Let me find the video I'm talking about. We'll watch that and I'll get going. Let's see. Oh shit. Apparently, I don't know why this popped up on my feed when I said Yellow Flash 2 exposed in the search, but it says breaking news, Key mistaking Savage to court. Let's talk about it. Ooh, that should be a hot topic for tomorrow. All right. Hang on. I know where to look. Let's see. Oh, this is a classic. This is posted 5 years ago. Holy shit. Man, people have been trying to call Yellow Flash out for so long. This is what I'm saying. So many people talk and speak out, and everybody just fucking ignores it because they're a fucking fan of these YouTubers, man. This video was made 5 years ago. 5 fucking years ago. Okay? And nobody gave a shit. No one gave a shit when this shit came out. Everyone just, dismissed it. because yeah, we tried to call this shit out 5 years ago. Yep, good old 5 years. So here we go. This is old friend of mine. I guess we're still friends. I don't know. Either way, let's watch the video.
Welcome back. Before we get into the video, I want to thank everyone for watching. These videos take a lot of time to make. If you enjoy them, I'd appreciate it if you would support this video by liking, sharing, commenting, and subscribing. This video mostly acts to expose lies that Yellow Flash knew about or directly stated himself. We also will be talking about a fishy affair that a cosplayer claims to have had with Yellow Flash, so make sure to watch till the end to catch what they said and who it was. Now, without further ado, let's get into the video. On April 11th of 2019, Flash made this tweet. It reads, hearing from someone disgusted with Renfremus that her and a few others were in a Google Hangout last night plotting to take down Tug's Indiegogo and purposely attacking his child to get him heated. They believe that this would damage his Indiegogo and create refunds. I'd like to point out that Flash never actually shows any proof of this. Use common sense. A person disgusted with Renfremus would probably be giving screenshots of this. There are no screenshots shown. Also, how would attacking Tug's kid to make him heated damage his Indiegogo and cause refunds? It absolutely makes no sense. What makes a lot more sense is what really happened. Yellow Flash lied about Tug's Indiegogo project being under attack. Tug then follows up with this by lying about Renfremus and others attacking his kid on multiple occasions. We covered those lies in Tug's Unfortunate Timeline video, which you can find a link to in the description. It's my belief that this was done for two reasons. First reason is to make Renfremus look bad, someone that Yellow Flash and Tug had past conflicts with. The second reason was to get people to throw sympathy money into Tug's Indiegogo, which leads us into our next issue of this video.
Yup.
Another thing that we discussed in Tug's video was the fact that Tug came up with the lie that Vic Mignogna's GoFundMe was under attack in order to get people to donate more money. Sounds very similar to what Flash did for Tug's Indiegogo. Let's take a listen to a clip from Emish's last live stream in order to find out who all was there when Tug suggested the lie about Vic Mignogna's GoFundMe.
But again, you know, if we can rack up $146,000 telling the truth, why should we start lying now? It wasn't Nick's idea. It was Tug's idea specifically. I disagreed with it. It was in a group chat. Nick wasn't there at the time, but all the other YouTubers were there at the time, right? So the prominent figureheads, at least, of me, Flash, Tug, and Hero Hay specifically.
So according to Emish, Yellow Flash, Hero Hay, and Emish were in a group chat with Tug when he first suggested the lie. When Tug then tried to publicly spread the lie about Vic Mignogna's GoFundMe, Emish was the only person that tried to set the record straight. I know Yellow Flash didn't come up with the lie, but let's be real. At this point in time, Yellow Flash and Tug had pretty much the same audience, and Yellow Flash was perfectly fine with letting his fans and viewers be lied to in order for them to fork over sympathy bucks. That's not once, but twice. The first
Wait, I realized I didn't unmute my mic. Listen, I get you don't have to like somebody to at least understand that you can hate somebody for the truth or hate somebody for a lie. What this video is pointing out that Yellow Flash and Tug, as well as some other content creators, had no problems perpetuating lies against somebody they didn't like, right? So you hate Renfremus for your reasons, right? But they're truthful reasons. This is about them fabricating shit to get more sympathy from people who also hate her for money. So basically, somebody like you don't care about Renfremus, so you would easily listen and believe Yellow Flash and all these people when they're saying shit about Renfremus because you already don't like her. But what this video is saying is like, a lot of the shit they were doing is based on lies, which is not okay. Hate somebody for the truth, never lie.
First time was a lie that he started for Tug's Indiegogo project. The second time was when Tug started the lie for Vic Mignogna's GoFundMe. Obviously, we're going to bring up the phone doxing of Yellow Flash. This was 1000% gay ops. To give a quick rundown of what happened, an account that went by Believe Boma made a tweet at 8:27 a.m. Pacific time at Yellow Flash Guy. Bet you didn't think anyone would see that picture of your car accident. We will be in touch, as you like to say, real soon. Just a little bit over 2 hours later at 10:35 a.m. on the same day, the same account, Believe Boma, made this tweet. Since no one else will do what needs to be done. And then there's a link to a website called Yellow Flash 2, and the description reads, Docs Yellow Flash, stop by for all the info on Yellow Flash. Later that night at 7:57 p.m., Yellow Flash made this tweet. It reads, nice phone, whoever sent it to me. I'm sure it could have pinged my location if the battery had been charged. LOL. Then at 8:55 p.m., still Pacific time, Yellow Flash makes this tweet. This is seriously getting weird. Hashtag I stand with Vic. Attached is a screenshot from a DM he received from Believe Boma, who sent a screenshot of the tracking of the phone that Flash said that he received. Luckily, the Kiwi known as non-transferable, who totally loves my content, has already broken down what this all means. So let's go ahead and give that a read. So here it says, the timestamps shown that at Believe Boma messaged him that same day with her threats. The second message was sent at 10:32 p.m. See full image below. It's cut off in the above, which would be after Yellow Flash posted them. So it's obvious these are Eastern times. If we convert that time zone, the timeline is as follows. At 7:10 p.m. Eastern, message number 1 is sent, and the phone tracking screenshot says, last seen just now. At 10:32 p.m. Eastern, message number 2 is sent, and the phone tracking screenshot says, last seen 9 minutes ago. In Missouri, with a battery life of 90% on the T-Mobile network. At 10:57 p.m., Yellow Flash tweets that some unknown person sent him a phone that he is now in possession of in Michigan, and that the battery has been drained. At 11:55 p.m. Eastern, Yellow Flash.
Y'all heard that, right? 5 years ago, this video was put out in Michigan. Yellow Flash posted screenshots that showed what state he was from. Wasn't even Vince Skyver. This video is 5 years old. This incident happened about 5 to almost 6 years ago, guys. So, everybody's saying that Ethan Van Skyver doxed the place that Yellow Flash was from. You just heard it, right? What did he say? Michigan. That was posted by Yellow Flash himself. Ethan Van Skyver didn't dox where Yellow Flash was from. Yellow Flash doxed where he was from. Thank you.
Posts pictures of the direct messages from Believe Boma. Already, this story sounds fishier than the cosplayer who has yet to be discussed in this video. But wait, there's more. Let's go to a clip from Chambers, who recorded a snippet specifically for this video.
Hey guys, Chambers. So I'm going to keep this short and sweet, and I'm here to break down the cell phone part of this, as I do work with. Hey guys, Chambers. So I'm going to keep this short and sweet, and I'm here to break down the cell phone part of this, as I do work with cell phones. I'm a wireless specialist. I Android and tinker with them a bit. So without further ado, let's look at the screenshot. So this is from Believe Boma sending to Flash that they, she, whoever sent a phone to track phone to Yellow Flash's location to track and possibly dox him. Okay, there's several things wrong with this picture just in the screenshot alone. Now, when I first dug into this, I missed several of these things. So now that my brain has been refreshed with the cell phone business, there's several things that I picked up. So first off, let's look at Google Find My Device. Okay, so anybody who has signed into a Gmail and it's transfer phones, whatever, you'll know that Google has to verify the new device. It has to verify the device you're signing in with, period. So what it does is it sends an indicator to the old cell phone, hey, is this you signing in? And you go through the verification process, voila. Okay, so with that being said, why is there 3 other devices verified on this Gmail that was only meant to send a track phone out to dox someone? Doesn't make any sense. So let's continue to scroll down because there's more. Okay, so this is a little bit fuzzy, but so there is several things wrong in this picture that indicate this story is.
I'm eating because I'm starving, guys. I've been streaming for 4 hours. So let me go back real quick to her point, right? If you guys can't see it, it says Google Find My Device, right? There are 4 devices. Oh, that's what it was. A Samsung Galaxy J3 Star, which at the time was like about $200. Anyways, yeah, there's 4 devices there, which means that phone that was allegedly sent was attached to somebody's Google account, and there are multiple devices. And I do remember seeing that the phone did say it was from T-Mobile. So I'm just saying, that doesn't add up. That's what I'm saying. This is the doxing situation that Lil Flash tried to perpetuate to his followers to get sympathy for somebody trying to dox him. That's why we're watching this.
Continue to scroll down because there's more. Okay, so this is a little bit fuzzy, but so there is several things wrong in this picture that indicate this story is BS. Okay, so first off, the pinging for Google Find My Device, anybody who has lost their phone and used Google to find this, because I've had to for my husband when he was truck driving, left it in a truck stop. Oops. But so as you notice that this phone was just pinged, last seen 9 minutes ago. There is no indication that this phone has moved from anywhere. Usually when you go to track something or something's your phone that's moving, there would be a blue line from the starting point to the destination or to where it was last seen. So with that being said, what makes us even more suspicious, how would Believe Bulma know when to ping the phone? Now, let's also look at the location real quick because Yellow Flash's P.O. box was in Michigan and this was pinged in Missouri.
Another point. If the phone was off, how would you be able to ping it? Now, it's safe to say, here's the thing, it was in Missouri, right? When did the phone get off, right? Shut off. My biggest point here is like the phone was clearly on, if this was a real story, to be pinged. Period. The phone has to be on to be pinged to come back with information of where the person is. So again, this whole story is bullshit. It's bullshit. That's the whole point of this video. He's bullshitting. He's been doing this for years, and no one cared.
So I did the Google Maps. So from this area, which is a Rock Community Fire Protection District House 4, Arnold, Missouri, to Saline, Michigan, where the P.O. Box is located, or used to be located, that is over a 500-mile drive, or excuse me, 500 miles and over a 9-hour drive. That just by driving. We're not account for shipping, distribution, warehouse, nothing, because it would have to be loaded on a semi-truck, then to either to FedEx, UPS, you guys get the picture. Okay, so that's not over 9 hours of driving. So let's go back to the screenshot because there's more. Okay, so as we see that the carrier is T-Mobile, not prepaid T-Mobile, but T-Mobile. Okay, so that is a big thing because we'll dig into exactly where this phone is offered and who offered it. Another thing is 90%. This phone was at 90% when it was pinged. Remember how Yellow Flash said, nice phone, whoever sent it to me, I'm sure it could have pinged my location if the battery had been charged, LOL. Well, this is the screenshot that was sent less than 9 minutes ago. So, again, something doesn't add up here. When did they know where to ping it, and when was the phone got because Yellow Flash claimed to have this J3 star. Speaking of the J3 star, because again, as I said, I'm a wireless specialist. I work with both prepaid and postpaid. Let's look at who particularly offered the J3 star. Was it prepaid T-Mobile or post? It was post. Let me tell you why. Anybody who's worked with cell phones will recognize that prepaid cell phones are boxed differently from postpaid. The only exception to this rule is iPhones. iPhones have their same box regardless of carrier.
Also, I will add to this because, by the way, fun fact, I helped them with this video. I did talk to this girl, and we did because we both worked in the same field, so we definitely discussed this to help with this video. She's also correct. There are, but more importantly, regardless of that, she's right on this point because back then that was the case. But more importantly, most people don't walk out with a box. They don't walk out with a box, right? They have it, they take it out, set up beforehand. Now, obviously, somebody could do that if they were going to send it to somebody to have them docs, but for the most part, when you send somebody a phone, because again, this is a Google thing. These phones weren't built in. I don't remember if the J3 or these phones had built-in tracking. It's possible, it's been a while, but either way, she is right. There are different packaging for boxes for at the time for prepaid phones and postpaid and post phones. So what I think happened personally, before she even finishes this, I think what Flash did is he went out and got the phone himself, and then he took the pictures and tried to push this narrative out there. That's what I think he did. I think that phone was never sent to him. I think he went out and got that phone.
Package, whatever, if it's for a prepaid. Postpaid iPhones, you activate with any of the carrier's SIM cards, which you put in there separately. Okay, so as I said, this J3 star is a contract phone. This is the boxing for a J3 star. Now, this is, because I even pulled up a current prepaid T-Mobile box. This is what a prepaid T-Mobile box looks like. When you have a Samsung model, Android model for a prepaid, they're always going to be boxed like this. When you have a Android model or any type of model for a contract, including T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, Sprint is the only exception because they have more flatter boxes, but whatever, you can, your box. Post. Let me tell you why. Anybody who's worked with cell phones will recognize that prepaid cell phones are boxed differently from postpaid. The only exception to this rule is iPhones. iPhones have their same box regardless of carrier. It just specified on the back or with its own little SIM card package, whatever, if it's for a prepaid. Postpaid iPhones, you activate with any of the carrier's SIM cards, which you put in there separately. Okay, so as I said, this J3 star is a contract phone. This is the boxing for a J3 star. Now, this is, because I even pulled up a current prepaid T-Mobile box. This is what a prepaid like. We have a Samsung model, Android model for a prepaid, they're always going to be boxed like this. When you have a Android model or any type of model for a contract, including T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, Sprint is the only exception because they have more flatter boxes, but whatever, you can, your boxes are distinguishable, okay? So with these boxes, this is a postpaid box. And just to further prove my point, because if it's a prepaid phone, it would specify prepaid smartphone. This one is a T-Mobile, Samsung. And then we look at Amazon, because you saw the specification for prepaid. This is a Samsung Galaxy J3 Star. Notice how the word prepaid is nowhere in there. This is a postpaid. This is a contract phone. So you're, again, going back to the screenshot, you're going to tell me, let's break it down, that you sent a contract phone, or excuse me, I believe Obama sent a contract phone with 3 other verified devices on the same Gmail account in a little blue compact box, mind you, that was on the entire time and took an over 10-hour drive because, again, distribution, mailing, the whole shebang, and didn't freeze. And the person, believe Obama, knew exactly when to ping it, which was 500 miles, over 500 miles from Yellow Flash's P.O. box, and still had a 90% charge. Does that make any sense to you guys? Anyway, I did run the stuff by another cell phone associate that I know who works with also the carriers, and yeah, we kind of came to a lot of the same conclusions. They helped me dig into this phone and with the screenshot. If there's any questions, I will answer them below. I've taken enough time of this video, Dean. I appreciate it. If you guys have any further inquiries, please let me know. You'll know where to find me.
Thanks, Chambers. The main point I'd like.
By the way, I want to point out that like all of us were on the opposite sides of this Vic Mignogna Weeb War shit, and we still came together to make this video to call out Yellow Flash and Tug. Okay, just want to point that out. Like we all were like, wait a minute, this isn't right. Like, and mind you, we were on opposite ends. We all had issues with each other, and we all came together for this video. Yes.
Like you all to take away from this is Flash said the phone was dead, but the screenshot from Believe Boma says it's at 90% charged. The next point I want to get across is the phone wasn't prepaid, it was a monthly payment phone. And the last point is the location of the phone was over 500 miles away from the P.O. box. This whole thing was staged by Flash and Believe Boma. But who is Believe Boma? We'll be going into that during the Yellow Flash live stream, so look forward to that announcement coming out in the next couple days.
Basically, because I'm not,
as you can see on,
I'm not going to go over the Believe Boma thing, right? But basically, TLDR, we discovered that the Believe Boma account was running, as they call it, right? Believe Boma was an account that during those times was profiting off of both sides of the Kick Vic, I Stand With Vic, the Weeb War shit, right? So they were making merchandise on both sides, and we also found a connection between that Believe Boma account and Yellow Flash. That is also another thing that linked Yellow Flash to this bullshit doxing story. Which, by the way, Nerdette, I don't know if you caught this, but just to recap, Ethan Van Sciver never doxed the state that Yellow Flash was from. Yellow Flash himself doxed where he was from when he came up with this stupid doxing attempt on himself. Just so you know. So that happened. Yellow Flash doxed himself 5 years ago.
On screen, these Discord DM archives are between Yellow Flash and myself. For context, I was in a voice chat with Yellow Flash the night myself alongside Gothic Sushi and other smaller individuals leaked the DMs of a YouTuber by the name of Senpai's Home. After I sent him the leaked DMs, he says that he's sending them to a farmer. By farmer, he's obviously talking about a person who is on Kiwi Farms. He doesn't specify the person on Kiwi Farms, but he tells me to keep it on the low. I wasn't going to put this event in the video because I don't necessarily have an issue with what Yellow Flash did. However, he actually deleted his side of our DMs. In my opinion, this means that he thinks what he did is bad or that people will look down on what he did.
So, guys, remember how I said Yellow Flash has no problem with doxing people? Those are conversations between him and two other people. Here's a voice call, getting information on another YouTuber that he had a falling out with, going to give that information to a Kiwi Farms member to post on Kiwi Farms. If you guys don't know what Kiwi Farms is, it is a website where they archive and point and laugh at locales, where locales originated from for the most part. To be honest, I think, I don't quote me on that, but Kiwi Farms is a website where they post people's doxed information. So Yellow Flash was working with Kiwi Farms to get information to have them post other content creators' stuff, right? But let's have empathy for Yellow Flash being doxxed.
Importantly, I think this hurts his credibility more than anything. For the moment we've all been waiting for, let's go over some DMs that I had archived in order to prove authenticity between me and everybody's least favorite Florida cosplayer, Gothic Sushi. I demasculated Yellow Flash. For context, she's talking about when they were both at Bubba Fest. Now we're gonna just skip through this because there's a lot to read. He got drunk and I manipulated him, but only cause I wanted to watch him sweat. Haha. I don't care about the shit. I'm not going to get shit. I enjoyed watching him struggle. I'm a bitch. He's a fucking cool dude though. It's funny cause I never really talked to him before that night. Then we clicked. It was funny. Ha ha ha. Crushing on Flash then. It might be the other way around. I'm starting to think. Ha ha ha. I legit enjoyed watching him fucking fight to either give me it or not. Damn, so he out here chasing Toxic Sushi around? Seriously, Dean, please. Seriously, Dean, please don't talk about this. You're only person I told. Ahaha. He would probably flip. Laughing emojis. Well, we're gonna find out. Dude, I legit kept fucking with him. Ha ha ha. After I send this tweet out to everyone, I won't tell anybody. JK. Haha, we legit just talked for 5 hours and he drank. Ha ha ha. So, whose hotel did you guys go to? I legit said I wouldn't go in unless he let me take a picture and post it in Crow's group chat. Oh my god, he struggled with that for 20 minutes outside. I seriously only did it to take him down. This is who I am. So did you guys do the thing? Nah, I'm a bitch, but we already knew that, Sushi. Boo, the story sucked. I blue-balled the shit out of him and left. Now, I hadn't realized it at the time, but there was a part in there where it sounds like, to me, and I'm not sure of any other way of interpreting this, like Sushi was gonna use this to blackmail Flash. I mean, who knows? Maybe that's why she does live streams now with Yellow Flash and Tug. She started doing those, right after Bubba Fest. But I mean, maybe not. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, and maybe this didn't happen. Yellow Flash, did this happen, or is Sushi lying? Let's not forget, Yellow Flash is a married man. So, Flash, did this happen, or is Sushi a liar? Anyways, that's going to be it for this video. If you liked it, please like.
Yeah, that I wanted to play that through because, yeah, that was the story of Yellow Flash, a married man at the time, married to somebody else. But that was the story of Yellow Flash and a cosplayer where she's kind of bragging that she made him want it and he wanted it, but she didn't follow through. But we'll never know the truth behind that. But yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Yellow Flash and exposing Yellow Flash, and that is where we're at. That is it. That's the end. 4 hours of Yellow Flash. I never thought I'd be doing a Yellow Flash stream for that long, but here we are. That's all I got. That's all I got. Yes, blue balls. So, yeah. So I guess a moral story: Yellow Flash is still and always will be a piece of shit. You reap what you sow. I have no empathy for Yellow Flash, and I hope that more people expose him. I hope he exposes himself more, and more people see the type of person he truly is. Just a grifting piece of trash who cares about nobody but himself, and just uses other people for clicks and clout, and doesn't generally give a shit about probably all the shit he talks about. So yeah, that's it. Y'all have a good rest of your night. Yellow Flash somehow lives rent free in our heads, even though he's fake. Well, he doesn't live rent free in my head. I just always will jump on an opportunity to expose all these people, especially since I was there for a lot of the shit that they were doing. And I saw a lot of stuff. Like, there's some stuff that I wish that people back then was sharing, other DMs between Yellow Flash and Tug, that they had put out there before they were big, and people just ignored them. I wish I could come across those. If I do, I'll definitely bring them up. But for now, I'm gonna get going and rest, because I am sick as fuck, and it just got worse. So that said, y'all, I'm gonna go get some rest. Y'all enjoy the rest of your friggin' weekend. Please go outside and touch grass. Smoke grass, touch grass, get ass. And yeah, what do I want to end with? Let's see. I kind of think I want to end with the fake YouTubers, because that sounds about accurate. But all right, y'all have a good one. It's Saturday. I may not stream tomorrow because I'm sick, and I need to take a day off anyway. So if I don't see you guys tomorrow, if I'm feeling like streaming tomorrow, I'll definitely see you guys Monday. Bye-bye.
Blah, 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 felt, sound like lost cows. Live more like fake cow, more like lost cows. All that moving on the timeline. You too poppin' when you should be on that mood too. Hey, Keemstar, you faker than some glazed donuts. I see your thumbnails, I'm like, that don't make no sense. Boogie fake cancer. Oh, you think we didn't know? I guess he missed the memo. Hey, Blackie, I got a question for you. What's the sentence for a falsified crime? If you're innocent, why you dodging all my questions? Hey Michael, where you at, man, where you at? Kid behind the camera, more like kid behind the bars. Kid behind the camera, more like kid behind the bars. Kid behind the camera, more like kid behind the bars. Kid behind the camera, more like kid behind the bars. Man, I should just hop off this app. Everybody lying, what's the point in that? The liars get the love, so I should probably go and lie on the track. They say you should tell the truth, but that ain't true. You gotta keep it fake, it's the only way to break through. It's so much faker than you think it is. Oh, it's faker than you think it is. Yeah.